farming in the dungeon, reincarnated in a game world and exiled to live and cultivate in a hidden dungeon. Is it wrong to pick up vegetables in a dungeon? Volume 3, by Suzuki Ryuichi, translated by SHM. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 151, Letter. A few weeks had passed since our return from the Storm Valley. We were enjoying our usual daily life. Especially for Alia, who had recently joined us, everything she saw and did was fresh and exciting, and it seemed she was constantly amazed. Wow, living with everyone feels like this, she murmured, watching Simone in her dragon form bathing in the underground lake. Recently, she had been exploring the dungeon with Martina and Chiara, but today she was helping with the farm work. The fields are flourishing, but the livestock is still quite small. That's true. The farm has become fairly stable, so I'd like to raise some new ones. Alia pointed out the number of livestock we had. Currently, we mainly raise silver cuckoo, but I wondered if we could acquire some rare animals to match them. In the original game, Fantasy Farm Story, you could quickly travel across the map, but in real life, that wasn't possible. And the rarer the animal is, the more dangerous the place where it can be caught becomes, like the Storm Valley. Just like with the hurricane garlic, I wanted to obtain seeds for rare vegetables that were effective against the 7 magical attributes. There was still much to be done. Well, that should do for today. With the harvest work completed, we typically would take this basket to the Rimal Company. But this time, the circumstances were a bit different. A few days ago, I received a letter from a certain person through the company. That person was Hugo-san, Martina's father. Hugo-san was known as a prominent figure in the Kingdom of Krentz, serving as the head chef of the Tavers family, and he was also the master who taught Martina the fundamentals of cooking. Previously, after delivering vegetables for a ball, we had been sending vegetables regularly through introductions, but this time, he specifically wanted us to visit directly. He had 2 reasons for this. First, the head of the Tavers family wanted to meet face-to-face and talk. During my last visit, I had only met Hugo-san, who was responsible for ingredient management. At that time, my purpose was to support Martina in reconciling with him, and the patriarch was busy with preparations for the ball, so it couldn't be helped. Additionally, after the ball, I had heard from Gregory-san that the patriarch had been shuttling between the castle and the estate several times regarding an alliance with the neighboring Foresta Kingdom. His schedule seemed much more demanding than ours. However, it seemed that he had recently wrapped up those obligations and returned here after a 2-week vacation. With his public duties easing up, he wanted to personally express his gratitude to us for helping to avert an emergency during the ball. I couldn't help but think how diligent and proper he was for a noble. If it were my father, he would probably adopt a stance of commoners should do that much. It's only natural, without taking any particular action. Your father wants to talk to me directly. I wonder if something happened. Well, we'll find out when we go. It seemed that Martina was genuinely worried. After all, it was her first letter from Hugo-san, and I understood her feelings well. In any case, to understand what was happening with the Tavers family, we loaded the vegetables onto the wagon and departed from the dungeon. Chapter 152, The Patriarch of the Tavers Family. It had been a while since we last visited the Tavers family. Martina Josama. Welcome back, Martina Josama. As soon as we arrived, the servants, gardeners, and cooks, everyone in the estate, came over to greet Martina. In response, Martina smiled and chatted with them, as this place felt like her home, and the people who worked here were like family. Let's allow her to enjoy the reunion for a bit. We could manage unloading the cargo ourselves. After all, we had more hands than before. Wow, she's quite popular. Why is she so popular? Alia and Charlotte, the 2 new members who didn't know about the situation with the Tavers family, looked on curiously. I thought it best to explain, but before I could speak, someone called out to me. Ah, I've been waiting for you. It was Hugo-san, Martina's father and the head chef of the Tavers family. Hugo-san. It's been a while. Yes, it's good to see you looking well. Hugo-san and I shook hands firmly. Seeing this, Martina hurried over. Dad. Martina, you look well. Yes, I'm having a great time living with everyone. Martina reported her current situation to her father, without holding back. Hugo-san listened intently, his eyes crinkling with joy at her words. However, it seemed the conversation was going to stall if I didn't steer it toward the main topic. Hugo-san, you mentioned you wanted to talk about something. Oh right, my apologies, I got carried away. No worries. I hesitated to interrupt the heartwarming reunion, but I suspected that the patriarch of the Tavers family would soon join us, and he might already be waiting. Could you come this way, you too, Martina, if possible? Understood. Sure. We'll handle unloading the cargo here. Leave it to us. So, it was decided that Martina and I would speak with the patriarch of the Tavers family, while the others managed the vegetables. We were led into the drawing room of the estate. There, we found an elderly gentleman waiting for us. He was the head of the Tavers family, Isekai Tavers. Nice to meet you. I wanted to talk to you sooner, but with negotiations with the Foresta Kingdom, I couldn't find the time. We don't mind it at all. The Kingdom of Krentz and the Kingdom of Foresta were currently moving toward strengthening their alliance. However, due to their historical enmity, there were still factions opposing this alliance, and Iselov was busy working to persuade them. I had heard from Gregory-san that he had wanted to speak with us for some time, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance regarding the matters concerning the Mist Witch. It's a shame we couldn't capture her. Haha, even with the magic core full strength, capturing her was no small feat. That would be quite difficult. That was true. However, we had become stronger since then, and I felt we might have a chance now. Still, we were just farm personnel at the moment, so we would leave matters like that to the magic core, who had been enhanced by the power of Hurricane Garlic. What I need your help with is assisting in the revival of a certain village. A certain village's revival. Martina and I exchanged puzzled glances, tilting our heads in confusion. What does that even mean? Chapter 153, The Challenge. The request from Iselov-san, the patriarch of the Tavers family, was to assist in the revival of a certain village. However, this information was too vague to come up with a plan, so I needed to dig a bit deeper. You mentioned a village, but where exactly is it located? Do you know what lies at the eastern edge of this continent? The eastern edge. When he asked that, the map from Fantasy Farm Story flashed in my mind. I had stared at that map for years, so it was ingrained in my memory. According to that map, the eastern edge is a desert, right? When I said this, Iselov-san nodded. Wait a minute, you mean it's in that place? Are you suggesting that we're supposed to farm in that desert village? You're quite perceptive. Iselov-san sounded surprised, but given the flow of the conversation and my abilities, it was only natural to reach that conclusion. However, farming in a desert village would be quite challenging. With the dragon tree sword, it's possible to improve the soil and create a suitable environment for growing crops. But to sustain that, we need a sufficient water source. That won't be a problem. The village is built around an oasis in the desert, so there is ample water supply. All we need is the right soil for growing crops, and we'll be set. I see. It seemed the preparations were in place. Of course, if all goes well, I intend to offer a fair reward. As he said this, Iselov-san pulled out a sheet of paper. It looked like a contract, and upon seeing the amount written on it, both Martina and I widened our eyes in shock. That number with so many zeros, I had never seen anything like it. What? This much. Gregory and his company, and even Felix, the guild master, would find it challenging to handle this issue. However, I believe that with the power of the dragon tree sword, you can overcome such a situation. Besides, you already have impressive achievements, having saved Eva Village and Nathan Village from their predicaments. I recalled the incidents. The giant insect monsters that made logging difficult in Eva Village and the armed group that had almost burned Nathan Village's vast fields to the ground. I wondered how Tyler-san and Sergio were doing these days. Will you take on this challenge, Bale Orlando? Yes. I decided to accept Iselov-san's request. The reward was enticing, but also, I had visited that desert a few times during my player days for various quests. Being able to see the stages of a game I love in real life was a dream come true for any gamer. Of course, I would also dedicate myself to the task of developing the Oasis Town's farm. Then I'll inform the village chief right away. How about we set off in a week? That works for me. And so, our new job was set. Next, our destination would be the desert at the eastern edge of the continent. Chapter 154, To the Desert Village. The desert at the eastern edge of the continent refers to the Rem Desert. While it exists in the game, it doesn't leave a strong impression on regular players since there's little need to visit it aside from specific events. After all, the concept of the game is, let's farm in a fantasy. There's really no purpose for players to go to a desert where crops can't be grown. That said, since there's a dungeon farm that acts as an official cheat, it seems feasible to do something in the desert as well. With the Dragon Tree Sword, it should be possible to alter the very soil. According to Isekai, the village we were heading to had developed around an oasis, so there would be no shortage of agricultural water, a definite plus. What should we bring to the desert? We definitely need drinks. Then we should crush some cooling magic or to keep everything chilled. What about food? Getting supplies on-site seems like it would be difficult. Then let's prepare some bento. It felt like the pre-trip excitement that had become a tradition for us. I had felt a similar lack of tension when we tackled the Storm Valley. It might seem strange, but that was a strength of ours. If the atmosphere is too tense, it can slow our movements and cloud our judgment, leading to more negatives than positives. Once again, we would be traveling by carriage. However, it was likely to be the longest distance we had ever traveled. It might be wise to take a break somewhere. Are we going to stay overnight? As I was staring at the map, Kiara approached me. The distance is greater than I expected. It might be difficult to reach in a single day. In the game, you could control a character on the map and move in just a few seconds. But in this world, we couldn't use such methods. We had to move on our own 2 feet, which meant we had to plan carefully. That means the key issue is where to stay. As I was searching for candidate locations, a certain town caught my eye. It was located midway between this dungeon and our destination, and from what I could tell, it seemed to be more developed than Dreesen. There would be various shops there, so we could gather any items we realized we needed later. If we're staying overnight, we should consider this town Redu's. Redu's? The new member, Alia, reacted to that name. Have you been there before, Alia? No, not exactly, but I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Alia tilted her head in thought, trying to recall something, yet unfortunately, she couldn't pinpoint a clear reason. I just can't shake this feeling. But that's not a bad sign, right? Yeah, it's not anything like that. Alia replied to Martina's question. Well, if it was a place that was genuinely dangerous, she'd probably remember it. So I didn't think it was a problem. Besides, if we were looking for other towns, our options would be nearly non-existent. For these reasons, we decided to aim for Redu's. All right, let's get ready to depart. Oh. And so, we set off for the desert village where we would take on the challenge of farming. Chapter 155, Hannon's Abnormality. As we headed toward the Rem Desert, we set out from the dungeon aiming for Radon, our chosen stopover. Along the way, we became intrigued by the changes in the landscape that differed from what we usually saw. Once we got this far, the vegetation has thinned out, making it feel a bit desolate. Also, the temperature seems to be rising. Charlotte and Kiara were calmly analyzing the environmental changes. Since the area around our dungeon was densely forested, this stark barrenness was particularly striking. The desert? I've never been to one. What about you all? I haven't either. I just caught a glimpse of it while flying as a dragon. I tend to avoid dry places since they're not my strong suit. I see. So, as a water dragon, dryness is your enemy. Then are you going to be okay? That's not a problem. Thanks to the pendants made from water magic ore that Kiara and Charlotte gave me, I can stay hydrated at all times. Alia, Martina, and Simone were engrossed in a conversation themed around the desert as we headed toward our destination. However, there was one member, Hannon the Alron, who observed the scenery with a rather different expression from the rest. Is something wrong, Hannon? No, it's not that there's anything particularly wrong. She said that, but her face told a different story. To me, it seemed she was deeply concerned about something. Really? If there's something on your mind, you can tell me. I sense a strange presence. A strange presence. Her voice, typically so steady, carried a hint of uncertainty, indicating that she was feeling more confused than anxious or worried. I can't quite express it specifically. That's all right. Just knowing that you're feeling this way helps us plan our next steps. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Hannon. We're all friends here. I offered my support to Hannon, who who looked apologetic. But for Hannon to admit to feeling this way, something must be seriously off. It might be a matter of her instincts as an Alron. Alron are plant-based monsters. This is just a guess, but just as Simone, a water dragon, struggles with dryness, Hannon, being a plant, might also have a tough time in dry environments. Since she had never been in such places before, she might be struggling with an unfamiliar sensation. The conditions were only going to get harsher from here on out. We had to keep a close eye on Hannon's condition. After a few hours of traveling in the wagon, we stopped for lunch on a scenic hilltop to enjoy the bento prepared by Martina and Claudia-san. Speaking of which, Claudia-san stayed behind again this time. Was that all right? If she said she wanted to stay, then there shouldn't be any issues. That may be true, but for her to always leave Charlotte, a genuine Ajo-sama, to us, well, I guess she trusts in our abilities that much. After finishing our lunch break, we set off again toward Radon. I hoped nothing would happen and we would arrive without incident. Chapter 156, Stopover at the town of Radon. We arrived at Radon town just as dusk settled in. This town serves as a crucial stopover connecting the desert region with other countries, and its population is wonderfully diverse in terms of nationality and species. As a result, the town is brimming with an exotic atmosphere. This town feels a bit different from the others we've visited. Indeed it does. It seemed the others were also captivated by the town's ambience. However, we couldn't spend all our time simply observing. We needed to secure accommodations for the night. Since this place is at the center of a major trade route, it attracts many merchants. Therefore, there was no worry about finding enough inns to stay. That said, unlike our stay at Audra's, where we had a large room for everyone thanks to Ekblomsand's kindness, we couldn't find a similar setup this time. Thus, we decided to book 2 triple rooms and 1 single room. Naturally, I took the single room while the 6 girls split into pairs of 3. The arrangements were as follows: Martina, Hannon, and Charlotte, Chiara, Simone, and Alia. Everyone was exhausted from the day's travel. So, after finishing our meal at the inn's dining area, we prepared to sleep early in anticipation of tomorrow. All right, good night, everyone. I said as I exchanged good night. I then headed to my room. By the way, my single room was on the first floor, while the other members' rooms were on the second floor. The first floor was occupied by merchants, whereas the second was mostly adventurers preparing to tackle dungeons in other countries. Ado, what was my room number again? Ah, here it is. I arrived in front of the room that matched the number on the key I received at the front desk. I suddenly felt a gaze upon me. Was someone watching me? Recalling how I had been targeted by Alia back at Audra's, I felt a shiver. Was I about to find myself in another predicament? I hope it's just my imagination. I channeled magic power into the dragon tree sword just in case. With the tip of the sword gently resting on the floor, I allowed the magical vines created by its power to slip through the door's crack and peer inside the room. Through the sword, I was able to sense the situation inside. All clear, huh? It seemed it was nothing to worry about after all. I breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the room. Oh, this is a nice room. It was larger than I expected, with plenty of furniture. To top it off, a single beautiful red flower adorned a stylish vase, adding to the room's elegance. For the price I paid, it was quite a bargain. Guess I should go to bed. As soon as I felt secure, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. I lay down on the bed, closed my eyes, and quickly fell asleep. How much time had passed? In the middle of the night, I suddenly felt a weight on me that jolted me awake. 8. As I opened my eyes, I was greeted by an astonishing sight. Hannon. Just like the first time we met, Hannon was on top of me. Chapter 157, Midnight Visitor. Hannon. The figure straddling me was undoubtedly Hannon. At least I thought so, but something felt off. There was a sense of discomfort. Though she looked exactly like Hannon, it felt as if she were a completely different person inside. Who are you, really? Cautiously, I asked. Fufufu, it seems that merely resembling someone isn't enough to deceive you. That was the final straw. The usual Hannon spoke with a more mature tone, using her characteristic no-ya tone. The way she was talking now was completely different. If that's the case, then the girl on top of me right now is. Feeling a surge of danger, I threw her off and sprang up. channeling magic into the glowing stone on my nightstand. The room was instantly illuminated, allowing me to clearly see the entire figure of the imposter Hannon. First off, she was dressed, though that was trivial. There were other differences too. The first thing that caught my eye was her hair color. While Hannon's hair was green, the girl in my room had flaming red hair. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her hair was also slightly shorter. Wait a minute, that red hair looked familiar. In that instant, I realized the red flower I had seen earlier was gone. That red flower was this girl. So, she's also an Alron, just like Hannon. It seems you've figured out my true identity. The red-haired Alron said, noticing my change in expression upon seeing the empty vase. So you're a different type of Alron than Hannon. Exactly. And why are you in my room? As I spoke, I kept my hand close to the dragon tree sword. Honestly, I was at a significant disadvantage here. The dragon tree sword wasn't designed for combat, and while it had the power to manipulate plants, so did the Alron before me. In other words, she was the very type of enemy I wanted to avoid at all costs. But that didn't mean I could just let her have her way. If it came to a fight, I might have to consider escaping through the window behind me. As tension filled the air, the red-haired Alron began to speak slowly. I have no intention of fighting you. I just want you to return something to me. Return? What am I supposed to give back? You know exactly what I mean. With a bewitching smile, the red-haired Alron's appearance suggested she was around the same age as Hannon, about 10 years old. Yet the aura she emanated was anything but childlike. Your target is Hannon, the green-haired Alron in our party, isn't it? That's right. I came to you because I thought it would be smoother for you to persuade her, given that you have her trust. What? Instead of forcibly taking Hannon back, the red-haired Alron wanted me to convince her. Moreover, this is for your sake as well. What do you mean by that? Separating from Hannon was for our benefit? I couldn't just ignore that. When I asked for clarification, the red-haired Alron sighed before beginning to explain. If you continue to travel alongside that girl, a calamity will befall you all in the near future. Chapter 158, The Circumstances of the Alron. Calamity. The red-haired girl, resembling Hannon, fixed a cold gaze on me as she spoke. What are you plotting? Plotting? That's a harsh way to put it. I'm simply offering you a sincere warning. A warning, you say? It was hard to believe that could be the case, and I found myself yelling out in frustration. However, I needed to remain calm. Her request was for me to persuade Hannon to leave our party, but I still didn't know why this had to happen, and the explanations were insufficient. Why are you so insistent about Hannon? From what I've heard, you two are like sisters. But it seems like you can act independently. Why are you trying to take her back now? Well, explaining that would take quite a while, so let me cut to the chase. That was actually quite welcome. Simplicity was a blessing. I could understand the rest later. The reason is, Mama wants me to. Mama? That was an unexpectedly shocking word. Mama, that means mother, right? So, this was a request from Hannon's mother. She's the one looking for her. Why does she want Hannon now? It's simply that the time has come. That child must return to Mama. Was that the nature of the Alron? Regardless, I wanted to avoid taking Hannon back without her consent. But it seemed they were determined to do so without question. Then I had my own ideas. I grabbed the dragon tree sword nearby and readied it. You're being foolish. What is that sword? It looks like nothing but a toy. However, the red-haired Alron showed no signs of fear. It seemed she thought she could easily subdue a human wielding a sword. Plus, to her, the dragon tree sword probably looked like a mere wooden sword. In reality, if I were an ordinary person without this sword, I would likely lose against the girl in front of me. But this wasn't just any sword. Especially for a plant-based monster like the Alron, its significance would surely resonate more deeply. As I gradually infused magic into the sword, the red-haired Alron's expression changed in response. What is that sword? Her previously confident demeanor faltered, and it was clear she was starting to panic. Don't you know? It's the dragon tree sword. The dragon tree sword, could it really be back on this world? Back, could it be that she recognized the dragon tree sword? From the way she spoke, it seemed she was referring to someone who had wielded the sword before me. Just as I was about to ask her for more details. I'll take my leave for today, the red-haired Alron declared before escaping through the window. What was that all about? The suddenness of her departure left my mind struggling to process what had just happened. Was the effect of the dragon tree sword more potent than I had anticipated? In any case, I needed to discuss this with everyone, especially with Hannon. Chapter 159, The Decision Made by Everyone. The next morning, while having breakfast in the dining room attached to the inn, I recounted last night's events. The members were visibly surprised by the revelation that another Alron had appeared and that this one was targeting Hannon. Among them, Hannon wore a complex expression. So, that means she's my little sister. She likely had some faint memories of her. The red-haired Alron is Hannon's little sister. I don't remember having spoken to her directly, but I just have this feeling. She could determine that this girl was her little sister despite not knowing her face or voice. It seemed to be ingrained in her instincts. But what about the request? If we continue to the desert town, Hannon's mother might come after us, right? Kiara's concern was valid, and I shared the same thought. However, I actually want to press on as planned. Hannon unexpectedly stated. Wait, but don't worry. My instincts are telling me that they won't resort to any rough tactics. Hannon said that with conviction. While her assertion likely had no solid backing, she could confidently state it based on her instincts. I've always wondered about this for a long time. Wondered about what? Seeing Kiara and Martina getting along so well with their parents made me think about what my own parents are like. Hannon's expression, as she spoke, was somewhat lonely. Now that she mentioned it, the most mysterious family situation was indeed Hannon's. Although I had never seen Simone's parents either, at least we knew they existed somewhere in this world as dragonkin. However, Hannon, being an Alron, was born from a seed given by Slaffinsan, and its origins were uncertain, as Slaffinsan purchased it from a renowned merchant. Despite always appearing carefree and not thinking too deeply, Hannon must have been stirred by observing the dynamics between Slaffinsan and Kiara and Martina with Hugo-san. I see. Curiosity about family. In that case, it was understandable. Let's go. Why, you're okay with this? Charlotte looked shocked by my decision, but, well, that sounds good. I'll help too. Alia and Simone were full of enthusiasm. Martina and Kiara were equally ready to face the situation head-on. You all are as reckless as ever. Isn't that one of our strengths? Whether it's something to be proud of is debatable. Despite her words, Charlotte's expression remained calm. Thus, we united in our resolve to meet Hannon's family. Chapter 160, The Hot Journey. With our future course decided, we prepared to set off toward the Rem Desert. Hannon's mother, what kind of person? No, what kind of Alron could she be? And why was she trying to bring Hannon back now, of all times? To unravel these mysteries, we pressed on toward the Rem Desert. A few hours after leaving town, it's getting hot. I heard about it in rumors and was prepared, but this heat is really tough. Kiara and Charlotte said, sweat dripping from their foreheads. It was no wonder, the heat was intense. However, what worried me even more was Simone had fallen completely silent. For her, a water dragon, this heat and dryness were formidable enemies. She had said she was fine, but I wondered if it was becoming too much for her. Just as I began to consider turning back, I caught a glimpse of trees and a lake in the distance. Look, Simone, a lake. Really? At Kiara's exclamation, Simone jumped up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But that joy might end up being short-lived. Maybe it's a mirage. I think so too. The suspicion surfaced in my mind, and Alia followed suit, a mirage. In contrast, Simone's expression was drained of emotion. She must have been desperately thirsty. However, even if it was a real oasis, we were still quite a distance away. If we strayed from our intended route to chase after it, we risked being unable to turn back. It wouldn't be good if we reached it only to find it was a mirage. Simone, please drink my water. I'll give you some of mine. Martina, Hannon. Both of them seemed to be struggling in the heat as well. To be honest, I was starting to feel a bit dizzy too. How much longer until we reached the village? I couldn't see it in the distance. Creating water in a place without it, such a thing. I might be able to do it. When I lowered my gaze and saw the dragon tree sword, information from the game fantasy farm story flashed through my mind. Do what? Charlotte asked, tilting her head. I smiled and replied, if there's no lake, we can just create one. I think the heat has fried your brain. No, I'm serious. We can do it, with this dragon tree sword. Really? Kiara was the first to latch onto the idea. Then, the excitement spread to Simone and Alia, eventually culminating in everyone's desire to want to bathe in a lake. So I found a suitable spot and parked the carriage nearby. Time to act quickly. Let's start creating our makeshift lake. Chapter 161, A Short Break. The heat had weakened Simone, the water dragon. While the other members weren't as affected as she was, it was clear that they were also losing energy in this intense heat. Thus, I decided to rely on the power of the dragon tree sword. I recalled a similar event from Fantasy Farm Story that fit our current situation. It wasn't set in a desert, but it involved bringing water to a drought-stricken land. Normally, you would need to complete various quests to make the water flow, but this dragon tree sword could be used as a sort of cheat. It was all about utilizing the divine seeds that only the dragon tree sword possessed. I had previously used specialized divine seeds like the versatile Widley and the healing powerhouse Bosch to overcome tough situations. This time, it was the turn of a new divine seed, Bud of Moisture, belonging to Artem. I stood in the center of the space I had found earlier and plunged the dragon tree sword into the ground. The next moment, the tip of the sword sank into the earth, and Artem's seed rapidly began to grow. It took less than 5 minutes for it to fully develop. This rapid growth was one of the characteristics of divine seeds, still as effortless as ever. Absolutely. Charlotte and Kiara muttered in admiration. But the real spectacle was yet to come. After a short while, a large bud began to form on the branches of the grown Artem. From a distance, it looked like a water balloon. What's that? It doesn't seem like a fruit. Martina and Alia observed curiously, gazing up. The bud continued to swell until it eventually burst, showering the area with a deluge of water. It wasn't just one or two. A multitude of buds popped open, releasing streams of water that filled the space. As water collected in the area, which had a height difference of about 70 to 80 centimeters, an instant waterhole was formed. In this case, it was more fitting to call it a pool. Wow, look, Simone, a waterhole has appeared. Water. Simone's complexion had grown pale, but once she dove into the waterhole and spent some time in it, and revived. Her skin color brightened, and she seemed to be back to normal. Afterward, we all joined her in the waterhole. Since we had brought changes of clothes, everyone jumped in fully dressed. The heat had taken quite a toll on us all. After a brief rest, we changed clothes while hanging our soaked outfits on the carriage to dry. When I asked Simone about her condition, "Don't worry, I've made sure to stock up on water so that this doesn't happen again." It seemed that Water Dragon had such a trait. In any case, it was a relief to know she could continue traveling with us. Her abilities could serve as a trump card for our group. After replenishing our fluids and refreshing ourselves, we set off again toward our destination. About 2 hours later, we finally caught sight of the town we were aiming for. Chapter 162, The Oasis Village. A small village in the Rem Desert Dat. So this is the village where we received the request from the Tavers family. Just as the information had indicated, a large lake sat at the center of the village. It must be the lifeline for the people living here. Oh, we have been waiting for you. You must be the powerful helpers that the Lord mentioned. As soon as we arrived, a middle-aged man rushed toward us in a flurry. From his demeanor, he was likely the one who had made the request. Forgive my tardiness. I am Edwards, the village chief here. Nice to meet you. We have come on behalf of Isekai Sama of the Tavers family. Ah, thank you for coming all this way. However, I must say, even though I heard descriptions from the Lord, you all are quite young. It was understandable for him to doubt us. Without knowing who we were, we likely just looked like a bunch of young boys and girls. Still, we had been trusted by the Tavers family and sent here. Edward San, the village chief, must have understood that much. We will do our best to meet your expectations. Could you guide us to the lake right away? Of course. Right this way. Village Chief Edward San eagerly led us to the lake, the source of water for the village. According to Isekai-san, Edward San had been experimenting tirelessly to establish agriculture in this village. However, it seemed he hadn't achieved any clear results and felt he had hit a dead end recently. Still, his bright demeanor suggested he had high hopes for us. This is it. The lake was even more magnificent and expansive up close. The sunlight glimmering off the surface made it sparkle like a scattering of jewels. Simone gazed at the lake with hopeful eyes, but unfortunately, this was a source of drinking water, so swimming wasn't allowed. But water touched by a cute dragonkin like Simone seems like it would feel sacred. It does seem like it could bring good fortune, though there's no evidence to back that up. It feels like it could be healthy. It must make an excellent broth. And with Simone's bust size, surely there'll be some enhancements all around. I don't think that last point has anything to do with it. It was a rare scene where Simone alone took on the role of the straight man against the playful banter of Kiara, Charlotte, Martina, Alia, and Hannon. As I watched the girls interact, I noticed a space had been cleared near the lake for a potential field. So you're planning to create a field here? Yes, that's the intention. Then I'll give it a try. I immediately began preparing for the task. Edward-san, watching my movements intently, had eyes full of hope similar to Simone's earlier. I needed to meet those expectations. I thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground to begin improving the soil. But, I suddenly felt a strong sense of unease and instinctively pulled the sword back. Is something the matter? And no, let me try again. Despite the unsettling feeling, I thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground once more, for the sake of Village Chief Edward-san and the people living in Dat. Chapter 163, The Dark Hand Lurking in the Desert. With the power of the dragon tree sword, I should be able to cultivate fields in the desert. Having grown crops even in a dungeon-like environment gave me confidence in this assertion. However, something felt off here. I poured magic power into the dragon tree sword and plunged it into the ground. This part was routine, but almost immediately, that strange sensation struck again. Unable to withstand it, I forcefully pulled the sword back out of the ground. What's wrong? Martina's surprised voice broke through my thoughts as she noticed something was off with me. Ah, it's nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. You're sweating buckets. Kiara exclaimed in alarm, and that's when I realized I was soaked in sweat. This isn't just a minor issue. What on earth is happening? Charlotte and Alia also appeared puzzled by the sudden turn of events. And I felt the same way. This was something I had never experienced before. It felt as if the magic emanating from the dragon tree sword was being rejected. Just then, Hannon slipped past me and gently touched the ground with her hand. Her actions made me realize something. Being a plant-based monster known as an Alron, she might have insight into the truth of the situation. My hunch turned out to be correct. Bale. The reason crops cannot grow in this soil isn't just due to its quality. What do you mean? You've sensed it too, haven't you? Someone is absorbing the magic from the dragon tree sword. Hannon analyzed my feeling of unease. Someone is absorbing the magic from the dragon tree sword. Could it be? We had a suspicion about that presence. Most likely, a powerful Alron is hiding nearby. It must be my mother. The red-haired Alron we encountered in the town, we passed on our way to this village. Aside from the color of her hair and her way of speaking, she resembled Hannon perfectly, claiming that their mother sought Hannon. If that Alron was involved in this incident in the Rem Desert, then surely she had set this trap to lure Hannon back. Are they trying to lure us out? If that were the case, it was clearly a trap. A trap to retrieve Hannon, but Hannon herself said, "I will take this invitation." She slowly stood up and declared her intent. Wait, that's way too dangerous. That's right, you can't just dive into the enemy's den. But I want to meet my mother, even just once. Her quiet yet strong plea left us speechless. Has Hannon ever bared her emotions like this before? At least I couldn't recall a moment like that. Understood. Bale. It's all right, Martina. I won't let Hannon go alone. That's right. If Hannon was going to dive in, then I would go with her. Hearing my words, the other members seemed to come to the same conclusion. Now that's a plan. Why, you all. It's pointless to try and stop us, Hannon. You really are a bunch of strange people. Hannon's voice had a hint of exasperation, yet she also sounded somewhat happy as she spoke. Chapter 164, A Problem Arises. The reason crops couldn't grow in the oasis of the Rem Desert wasn't just a simple soil issue. The overwhelming magic power of the Alron believed to be Hannon's mother was likely the cause of this area transforming into a desert where nothing could grow. A powerful Alron is nearby. Edward-san, the village chief, suddenly exclaimed as if he had recalled something important. Did something happen? And no, actually, a new oasis was discovered recently. A new oasis. That was news to me. In fact, it seemed there was a reason he hadn't explained this to us. Is anyone living in that oasis? That's... Village Chief Edwardson fell silent at Martina's question, indicating there was something difficult to say. His silence spoke volumes. Could it be that the people you sent to investigate were attacked? And no, they weren't attacked. They couldn't even approach the oasis. To investigate the oasis, we sent several young men from the village, but they were unable to move forward due to a strange presence and had to abandon the investigation. That was quite a strange phenomenon. It would be understandable if someone had attacked them after they entered, but not being able to get close at all was far more troublesome. If we want to solve the root of the problem, we'll have to go there. That's true. After hearing that, I was convinced. Hannon's mother must be in that oasis. We have no choice but to go. Well, Tavers-sama has asked us to help, so we can't just back down and say, we did nothing. Charlotte is right. Let's head to the oasis. They even sent a messenger to declare war on Baal. We need to show them what we're capable of. I'll bring plenty of water to ensure I don't dry out. Everyone expressed their determination, and we began preparing to head to the oasis. Thanks to the village chief's generosity, we could receive the necessary items free of charge. However, I'm sorry, this is all we have. Given that it was a small village, they didn't possess many items or weapons. For now, we decided to take all the water bottles we could carry, as Simone might suffer from dehydration during combat. While I entrusted the organization of items to Martina and the others, Chiara and I spoke to some adventurers who had previously approached the troublesome oasis to gather more information. But every single one of them said, "I'm not sure. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help." The young villagers apologized, looking regretful. However, their vague uncertainty gave us a strong sense of wariness. Well, it looks like Martina and the others are ready, so let's go. Yeah, let's do that. We were fully prepared. To create fields in the Rem Desert and to learn more about the relationship between Hannon and her mother, we set out towards the newly emerged oasis. Chapter 165, The Mysterious New Oasis. To fulfill the request from the Tavers family, we absolutely needed to visit the oasis where Hannon's mother, and Alon, was supposedly waiting. This time, considering our return, we decided to leave the carriage in the village. According to what we heard, the oasis wasn't too far away, and this seemed like a better option. Although it was said that approaching the oasis would be hesitant, just as we left the village, we found it right away. Is that the oasis? What in the world is that? Chiara's voice trembled with shock. The others didn't voice their thoughts, but their expressions likely mirrored the same feelings. I felt exactly the same. The oasis we were headed toward was several kilometers away. Even though it was that far, we could confidently say it was an oasis because of the lush greenery surrounding it. If it were just that, we might dismiss it as a normal oasis. But the problem was its scale. Is that really an oasis? At that point, it's practically a forest. As Charlotte pointed out, calling it an oasis felt a bit absurd. The forest had encroached upon the desert to such an extent. It was like a reverse desertification phenomenon, although calling it that would imply simple greening. If taken at face value, it could be considered a desirable environment, but why did it feel so ominous? Hannon-chan's mom is over there, Martina said, swallowing hard as she looked toward the oasis. Her expression was filled with tension, which was understandable. If it was Hannon's mother, she would be a formidable Alron, and considering that she had contacted us through her daughter, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still watching us. However, we couldn't back down here. We steeled ourselves and advanced toward the oasis. After walking for a while, it was Alia who first noticed something unusual. Doesn't it smell a bit off? She covered her nose with her arm and asked. Until then, I hadn't noticed, but upon careful examination, I sniffed the air. Indeed, there is a smell. What kind of smell is it? It was a strange scent that even Simone, who had flown around the world as a water dragon, had never encountered. It wasn't overwhelmingly foul, but it carried an indescribable unpleasantness. Could this smell be something to keep people away? Chiara proposed a hypothesis. Now that she mentioned it, the strange presence that those who had approached the oasis felt might indeed be related to this smell. That seemed highly likely. They had noticed the oddity from this scent and chose not to approach any further. Under normal circumstances, most people would turn back at this point. However, that wasn't an option for us. I was sure that Isekai had anticipated such a situation, which was why he entrusted us with this request. Despite the mysterious smell hindering our approach to the oasis, we continued to close the distance. At this point, it was likely they would take further action against us. Chapter 166, A New Trap. As we stepped into the oasis, the unpleasant smell that had been lingering vanished. It seemed that the scent had only been a warning to deter intruders. However, this meant we needed to heighten our vigilance from this point onward. Still, this really is quite the forest. I couldn't help but exclaim as I took in the lush greenery where Hannon's mother, and Alon, was said to be hiding. Isn't there even more plant life than near the treehouse dungeon? Plus, doesn't it feel cooler? Maybe it's because the trees provide more shade. Kiara, Martina, and Alia exchanged observations as they surveyed their surroundings. They were right. First, the scale of the forest was substantial. I had heard about desertification, but I had never encountered stories about deserts becoming green again. Yet here, the improbable was happening. If this were a natural greening, it would be cause for celebration, but that didn't seem to be the case, which was why we were here. What else lay ahead? As we cautiously walked, nothing particularly unusual occurred. To expand our search area, we decided to split into two groups. First, it would be me, Hannon, Simone, and Alia. The other group would consist of Kiara, Martina, and Charlotte. We aimed to keep close but explore separate areas. However, our team failed to discover anything noteworthy. To make matters worse, we hadn't received any contact from the other group. What in the world is going on? Hannon muttered under her breath. However, anger was evident in her tone. The red-haired Alon had sent us a representative and created this oasis to flaunt her power. Her target seemed to be Hannon, yet despite our willingness to engage, nothing was happening. What was her plan? What was she scheming? The lack of clarity left an unsettling feeling in the air. Hannon, I understand your impatience, but we need to remain calm. I advised, I know. Though she spoke coolly, her small body was restless, her movements betraying a hint of anxiety. Just then, Kiara's scream echoed through the forest. Kiara. We rushed to where Kiara, Martina, and Charlotte were. Upon arrival, the first thing I saw was Kiara lying on the ground. Martina and Charlotte were huddled around her. Given this, I worried that something had happened to Kiara. Kiara-chan, this is your fault, you know. But it was the opposite. Martina and Charlotte gazed at Kiara with a fervent intensity. This was bad. At this rate, Kiara was in danger in many ways. Chapter 167, The Red-Haired Alron. Martina and Charlotte were acting strangely. At first, I thought Kiara had experienced some kind of accident, prompting them to rush to her aid, but it seemed the situation was different. Bale, help me. Though I couldn't see any visible enemies, Kiara desperately cried for help. What was she afraid of? It's okay, Kiara-chan. That's right, it will only hurt at first. Martina and Charlotte's cheeks were flushed, and their eyes glazed over. Yet there was an intense, fiery glow in their gazes as they focused on Kiara. What's going on here? I have no idea. So that's what's happening. Alia and Simone were completely baffled, while Hannon seemed to be on the verge of discovering something. Despite their varied reactions, it was clear that leaving this situation unchecked was instinctively unacceptable. Stop it, Martina. What's wrong with you, Charlotte? Alia and Simone tried to pull the two away from Kiara. Don't interfere. We're just getting started. What in the world was happening? I had never seen either of them lose their composure to this extent. One thing was clear. As that thought crossed my mind, Hannon spoke up. Bale, it seems the strange behavior of the two is related to Alron pollen. Alron pollen. Indeed. It contains various troublesome components, some of which can induce extreme excitement in people, albeit temporarily. Extreme excitement. That described exactly what Martina and Charlotte were experiencing. But why is Kiara the target of this excitement? I don't know. Hannon's response was blunt. Well, perhaps it was just a coincidence that Kiara was nearby. I couldn't be sure. After that, the two of them were restored to her normal state with a spell that dispelled the effects of the excitement. However, it seemed they retained memories of their rampage, resulting in an awkward silence between Kiara and the others. This was turning into a more troublesome development than finding Hannon's mother, the Alron. Determined to shake off the tension, we prepared to venture deeper into the oasis. Just then, going from that state to normal in an instant, magic really is troublesome. A girl's voice chimed in, and that voice sounded familiar. Why, you're the one from back then. The girl who appeared looked remarkably similar to Hannon, except for her red hair. Indeed, she was the one I had met at the inn in Reduce. Hannon has 2 of them. Could it be magic? What are you doing here? The awkward atmosphere among Martina, Kiara, and Charlotte dissipated in an instant. Come to think of it, this was their first time encountering a red-haired Alron in person. I'm so jealous you have so many friends. The red-haired Alron said with a seductive smile. What was her purpose in approaching us? Chapter 168, The Alron Called Mama. The red-haired Alron stood before us. Apart from the hair color, her appearance was strikingly similar to Hannon's. Everyone had been informed by me, but seeing her in person left them momentarily stunned. Is that another Hannon? Kiara murmured, trying to confirm, and the red-haired Alron gently shook her head. That's not correct. Why, your voice is just the same. But your way of speaking is completely different. It sounds very normal. I'm surprised, even for me. I can see how you usually act. Mind your own business. Well, it was understandable that they were shocked, given how accustomed they were to Hannon's usual behavior. I was pretty surprised at first, too. Well, whatever. More importantly, I'm surprised you came all the way out here. The red-haired Alron said this with a hint of exasperation. From her perspective, we must have looked like idiots for coming here despite her warnings. I came here for work. There's been a bit of trouble in a nearby village. Trouble? About the soil, I presume. It seemed she had an inkling of what we were dealing with. If you know about it, can't you do something? The people in that village are trying hard to start new farm relying on the oasis's water source. I can't decide that on my own. Mama handles all that. Mama. Hannon's expression grew tense. The mama the red-haired Alron referred to was, of course, Hannon's mother. It seemed she was the mastermind behind the current incident. Why does your mother insist on staying here? I don't know about that. Does that mean she won't be moving elsewhere? Not a chance. Her quick denial left no room for doubt. From her response, it was clear that leaving a message wouldn't be effective. At this point, we would have to confront Hannon's mother directly to convey our message. Is she here? She's deeper inside. Then can we meet her? You guys. The red-haired Alron looked taken aback. After all, we were talking about meeting the one who was targeting us. Still, I want to meet her. Before I could speak, Hannon stepped forward and declared her intention. Do you intend to see Mama? Do you understand what will happen when you meet her? Of course. However, it won't be as dangerous as you're worried it will be. There's no way that can be true. You can't oppose Mama. No matter what tricks you use. The red-haired Alron's words about the one she called Mama piqued my interest. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of being she was. Chapter 169, The Secret Place. I had anticipated the worst-case scenario. That was to become adversaries with the red-haired Alron and her kin. However, based on the flow of events so far, it seemed unlikely that things would turn violent. We pressed deeper into the oasis, intending to negotiate directly with the Alron known as Mama. The further we go, the more difficult the path becomes. Watch your step, Charlotte. There's no need to tell me that. Charlotte and Kiara continued to compete with each other as they advanced. I wished they wouldn't display their competitive nature here. But honestly, it was reassuring compared to being timid and fearful. With those two leading the way, we followed them deeper into the oasis. Eventually, we emerged into an open area with sparse vegetation. Tall trees surrounded us on all sides, creating an isolated room-like atmosphere. Somehow, I felt it. The Alron known as Mama was here. So this is the destination. Indeed. The red-haired Alron answered quietly. However, though you call this the destination, it seems there's no one else here. Simone pointed out, and she was right. There was no one else around, and I couldn't sense any presence. What was going on? The Alron called Mama is supposed to be here too, right? Of course, she will show herself shortly. Just after she said that, I suddenly felt a powerful magic power rising from the ground beneath us. What is that? Such tremendous magic power. Kiara and Charlotte, the two most knowledgeable about magic in our group, were the first to notice the change. It seems Mama has awakened, the red-haired Alron remarked. As she spoke, the ground near her began to swell. It wasn't just in one spot, the movement spread, and soon, massive plant vines erupted from the earth. Though they reminded me of the power of the dragon tree sword, witnessing it from this side was quite terrifying. However, I felt no hostility from them. They merely writhed and seemed to be scanning our group. What is this? Be careful, Alia-chan. Martina warned Alia, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Martina, having faced a similar situation with the dragon tree sword, seemed somewhat accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Alia, still unaccustomed to such sights, was completely taken aback. It's finally happening. Hannon muttered, seemingly steeling herself. These roots belonged to her mother. This was the moment she had been anxious about. I held my breath in anticipation for the appearance. It seemed like nothing was going to happen yet, but there was no guarantee that would remain the case. As we remained tense, something finally emerged from the ground. What is that? Before us was a massive bud that had risen from the earth. From within, I could sense an unprecedented amount of magic power. Without a doubt, Hannon's mother was inside that bud. Chapter 170, Inside the Bud. In front of us, having reached the innermost part of the oasis, a large bud emerged from the ground. What incredible magic power! The amount is astonishing, but the quality is unlike anything we've ever experienced. Charlotte added, it was no wonder Kiara and Charlotte were shaken. Clearly, before us stood a presence unlike any we had encountered, a being possessing both immense and peculiar magic power. Seeing us, hesitating and unable to take a step forward, Hannon broke the tension. Goodness, she said, taking the lead, what a grand entrance. Can't you come out a little more calmly? With her hands on her hips, Hannon boldly declared this. Even before her mother, presumed to be the Alron, Hannon remained herself. Her audacity severed the strings of tension binding our bodies. We approached the bud, following Hannon. You took your time. I thought you were going to stand there forever. My apologies, more importantly. It seems the time for awakening has come. As she said this, the bud began to slowly open, and a person emerged from within. No, that wasn't a human. It was yet another Alron. She bore a striking resemblance to Hannon, making it easy to mistake her for a human. And this Alron, to put it simply, looked like an adult version of Hannon. Aside from the difference in hair color, golden instead of the usual color, she was almost indistinguishable from Hannon. Surely, she would grow into such a beauty as she matured. I've been waiting for you. The Alron, known as Mama, said as she emerged from the bud, immediately spotting Hannon and smiling warmly. I'm so glad you came. I don't have any particular feelings about it. Hannon replied flatly. To an outsider, Hannon's words might seem cold. Yet, for us who had known her since birth, it was obvious she was simply hiding her embarrassment. As I had suspected, no chaotic scene unfolded, so I discreetly withdrew my focus from the dragon tree sword that I had been channeling magic power into. The red-haired Alron had mentioned something about calamity befalling us, so I had expected trouble, but this felt surprisingly friendly. May I have a moment? The red-haired Alron approached me, having completely lowered her guard. Is something wrong? If you want to leave here alive, you must remain vigilant until the very end. At first, I couldn't grasp the meaning of her words. Hannon's reunion with her mother? Surely, there was no need for concern in this situation. However, I soon realized I was mistaken. Instinctively, I readied my dragon tree sword. Something was approaching us from underground. The other members quickly sensed it and fell into a combat stance, but it was a moment too late. What emerged from the ground were things that lunged at us one after another. Chapter 171, Simone's Resolve. Hannon and her mother Alron. The calm atmosphere between the two lulled us into a brief moment of carelessness. Suddenly, massive roots surged up from the ground. They resembled the powers of the divine seed born from the dragon tree sword. What? It can't be. Mother Alron possessed powers strikingly similar to the divine seed. Could she be a grown-up form of the divine seed, Widley? One of the divine seeds was an Alron all along. I slashed at the attacking roots with the dragon tree sword, all while checking the surroundings. Kiara and Charlotte wielded their fire magic, burning away the roots, while Martina and Alias skillfully cut them down with their swords. If we kept this up, we might be able to strike back at Hannon's mother, but isn't this attack too straightforward? I sensed something deeper behind all this. Then I looked up and saw it. A massive flower had bloomed overhead. Why was there a flower there? For a moment, I didn't understand, but then something strange happened. From the flower above, pollen began raining down like a sudden storm. Damn it. If that pollen is poisonous, just thinking that sent a chill down my spine. Everyone noticed the pollen, but we couldn't defend against it. If it had been magic or a sword attack, we could have handled it. But pollen, none of us expected that. None of us knew how to respond. Frozen in place, we could only watch as Alron's pollen descended upon us. But just then, everyone, crouch down where you are. Simone shouted. Confused by the sudden command, we followed her words without hesitation. The next moment, everything went dark. Looking up, I saw Simone in her dragon form. See Simone. Simone had transformed into her dragon form, shielding us from the falling pollen with her massive body. But in doing so, she was exposing herself to the full brunt of it. Erg. She let out a pained groan. Hearing that sound caused something inside me to snap. I had to save her. Driven by that fierce determination, I plunged the dragon tree sword into the ground. I would use it, the divine seed, Widley. Go. Countless vines burst forth from Widley, wrapping around the flower above and dragging it deep into the earth. With this, the threat of pollen spreading was gone. Immediately, I planted the next divine seed. It was the seed of Bosch, the one with healing power. I didn't know if it would completely cure her, or even what kind of symptoms might appear, but I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, Hannon, seeing Simone's condition, glared sharply at her mother. All of this just to increase your own power. When Hannon accused her, Mother Alron simply smiled. But that smile was terrifyingly sinister. Chapter 172, The Worst Case. You dare treat my friends like that, I cannot overlook this. Then what will you do? Fight me. The Alron's composure remained unshaken. She was likely hiding more power, and while we were on her turf, withdrawing now wasn't an option. Simone, who had taken the pollen for us, was still in her dragon form. She appeared unconscious. Kiara and Charlotte were trying their best with healing magic, but their efforts had limits. We needed to defeat her and escape this oasis quickly. For that to happen, I'm counting on you, Dragon Tree Sword. Once more, I drove the Dragon Tree Sword into the ground, hoping to use Widley's power to bind Alron's movements. But futile. When it came to controlling plants, she had the upper hand. Widley's roots were effortlessly brushed aside, and our trump card, Simone, was incapacitated. We were cornered. Looks like you've run out of options. Damn it. Seeing that we had no means left to resist, Alron smiled victoriously. But someone interrupted her. I have a proposal. It was Hannon, a proposal. What could that be? I am your target, am I not? Then aim for me alone. Let the others leave this oasis. Hannon. Hannon was offering herself to save us. But that wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't matter. The power of the Dragon Tree Sword. Desperately, I tried to recall everything I knew from Fantasy Farm Story. The Dragon Tree Sword had been an overwhelmingly powerful cheat item in the game, but was it strong enough to break us out of this situation? Or was there truly nothing else I could do? No way to strengthen the sword, no hidden items I'd forgot. Pouring all my magical energy into the Dragon Tree Sword, suddenly, I felt something. A possibility began to take shape in my mind. It wasn't something that had been implemented in Fantasy Farm Story. No, it had been intended, but was left as unused data. The strange feeling I had, it was a hidden power that might turn the tide in this battle, and I was about to unleash it. Bale, thanks for everything up till now. It's not time for goodbyes yet, Hannon. What? I stepped forward, placing myself between Alron and Hannon. I wasn't about to let her take Hannon away. There's still a way for us to fight back. Oh, it seems like you've exhausted all your options, though. Alron remained confident, but something in my magic power must have been different because her expression gradually shifted. What is that? It's the hidden power of the Dragon Tree Sword. A power that had never been implemented in the game, a rumor of a secret ability hidden within the Dragon Tree Sword's unused data. And now, I would set it free. Chapter 173, Breakthrough. the hidden power of the Dragon Tree Sword. Though it wasn't implemented in the game itself, the data still existed. I remembered one of the developers mentioning it in a post on social media. Yet it wasn't something I could trust entirely. It could have been a marketing ploy to boost the game's player base. Still, in this situation, it was the only hope we had left. This was our last chance. It was a gamble I had no choice but to win. This is the Tree God Sword. A radiant emerald green light enveloped me. The Tree God Sword. It was the Dragon Tree Sword's alternate form. The visual design had been revealed long ago, and the release date was even set. However, the official developers had announced that a game-breaking bug had been discovered during development, and the implementation was postponed indefinitely. Months passed, and the Tree God Sword never made it into the game. The sword I now wielded held the immense, balance-breaking power that had never been adjusted or finalized. The Tree God Sword. How can a human wield such power? Judging by the Alron's shocked reaction, my theory was correct. The surge in magic power must have tipped her off to the sword's existence. The others, however, were stunned, staring in disbelief. So this kind of power existed all along. Kiara murmured as she continued treating Simone. If I could have controlled it from the beginning, I wouldn't have held back, though now wasn't the time for those thoughts. To be honest, there's still a lot I don't understand about it. I didn't plan on using it recklessly, but now is exactly the time to use it recklessly. Exactly. Charlotte was right. I needed to focus on saving everyone. I wasn't going to let Hannon sacrifice herself. I drove the Tree God Sword into the ground. Up until now, the process mirrored the Dragon Tree Sword, but this was different. This oasis is already under my control. The Tree God Sword, an enhanced version of the Dragon Tree Sword, could subdue the land with overwhelming magic. In the game, this power could nullify any magic and replace it with our own. In other words, the oasis Alron created had already become my oasis, which meant I could do this. Let's erase this fake oasis. As I spoke, the trees around us began to crumble, sinking into the sand. What? Impossible. My oasis, how can it disappear? She clearly hadn't anticipated her entire oasis vanishing like this. But this was only the beginning. The Tree God Sword had far more power left to reveal. Chapter 174, The Tree God Sword. The discarded data of the Tree God Sword. Its power was deemed too overwhelming and was shelved during development. Now, in reality, its abilities far exceeded my expectations. To put it into perspective, the sword had just eradicated the entire forest that Alron, Hannon's mother, had created in an instant. If I were to compare it to the game, it would undoubtedly be considered a game-breaking weapon. Impossible. Alron stood frozen, completely disoriented by the sudden return of the desert landscape around her. No wonder her home had vanished in the blink of an eye, like some cruel nightmare. But this was no dream. It was the raw power of the Tree God Sword. Yet, just as I felt a surge of triumph, something changed. The emerald green magic that had enveloped the sword dissipated, and it reverted to the familiar form of the Dragon Tree Sword. This is as far as it goes. In simpler terms, the sword had run out of fuel. It had used up all its power, and I doubted I could replicate that feat anytime soon. I'd need to significantly boost my own magical capacity. For now, I stood firm, making sure not to reveal that the sword had weakened, as I faced Alron with confidence. It's over. Gah. Alron dropped to her knees in frustration. She seemed too exhausted to resist any further. Besides, being suddenly thrown into the harsh desert had clearly taken a toll on her. Hannon, at least, could hydrate herself with the water she carried. But there was someone else suffering greatly under the burning sun. Ugh. It was the red-haired Alron, the daughter. She had watched our battle against her mother with a conflicted expression the entire time. I had been wary of her intervening, but in the end, she had done nothing. Whether she had been following her mother's orders or not, it didn't matter now. She was in a dire situation. Here, drink this. I offered her my water bottle. Martina and Alia initially moved to stop me, but they quickly stood down. They understood by now what kind of person I was. You're giving me water. If you don't drink, you'll wither. Thank you. The word wither seemed to strike a nerve. The red-haired Alron grabbed the bottle and began drinking greedily. Ah, Meanwhile, her mother also appeared to be suffering from the dry heat. That's when. Here, drink this. Hannon handed her own water bottle to her mother. Why would you? You are my mother, after all. Besides, I can see you no longer have the strength to fight. Hannon. Her mother called her name tearfully, and after drinking the water, something astonishing happened. Her body began to glow. What's happening? What had just occurred? What transformation was this? Chapter 175, All Settled. The glowing light surrounding Alron's body gradually began to fade. As a result, my magic power. Her appearance remained unchanged, but the quality of her magic power had shifted so drastically that it seemed like she had become an entirely different person, though in a much better way. What is this? What's happening? This is strange. Kiara, Charlotte, and I couldn't hide our surprise at the transformation. On the other hand, Martina, Simone, and Alia, who weren't well versed in magic, all tilted their heads in confusion. Hey, wait, can someone explain what's going on to the rest of us? Charlotte took on the role of explaining in response to Alia's protest. Alron's magic power now is completely different from before. Wait, which Alron are we talking about? The red-haired one. No, not her. It's Mamoron we're talking about. Mamoron, well, that does sound fitting. Mamoron. Hannon burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she sat down. The tension from moments ago had completely dissipated. Still, Alia and the others seemed to understand the situation better now, thanks to Charlotte's explanation. Now, about Mamoron, her entire demeanor has changed. To put it simply, it felt like a burden had been lifted from her. Before, she had an ominous aura, trying to absorb her own daughter, Hannon. But now, there wasn't even a hint of that darkness. Standing before us was Hannon, now a mature woman who looked to be in her late 20s, exuding a calm and composed presence. Mama. The red-haired Alron ran toward her. Now that I think about it, she's Hannon's sister, right? Aside from her red hair, the resemblance is uncanny. Does that make them twins? While I pondered this, Mamoron and the red-haired Alron embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. I'm so sorry for all the trouble. My lost power has returned. Yeah. I still couldn't grasp the whole story, but for now, it seemed like everything was settled. Speaking of which, we also confirmed that Simone was safe. The pollen-induced illness she'd suffered was only temporary and would improve with time. But honestly, at that moment, Simone had looked so unwell that it had scared me. I was really worried. Anyway, though the finer details still needed to be sorted out, for now, we could celebrate the resolution of the incident. But our work wasn't done yet. In fact, this was only the beginning. Our real task was to establish a farm in the desert village. Only when that succeeds will we have completed the mission given to us. For now, we need to return and report the good news to Edward-san, the village chief. Chapter 176, An Unexpected Turn. Mamoron had regained her senses and her true magical power, restoring peace to the Rem Desert. Thanks to Kiara and Charlotte's healing magic, Simone's symptoms weren't severe, and with a bit more rest, she would recover fully. This expedition had brought its share of challenges, but reuniting Hannon with her mother and unlocking new powers for the Dragon Tree Sword were significant gains. Upon returning to Daton, the desert village, we immediately reported everything to Edward-san. Wait, really? Edward-san was shocked, but upon seeing that the oasis had indeed disappeared, he believed what I had said. This outcome was a great relief for the people of Daton. It meant that they could finally start farming near the oasis. Though Hannon and the other Alrons hadn't yet joined us, I decided to first test if the Dragon Tree Sword could successfully enhance the soil at the farm. We moved to the planned farm area near the oasis. All right then. I poured my magic into the Dragon Tree Sword and drove it into the ground. Then, the moment I unleashed the magic, the soil of the planned farm area underwent a significant transformation, so much so that even a layperson could tell. Edward-san, the village chief, touched the soil and exclaimed, "Oh, this is amazing." He exclaimed. The dry, sandy ground had turned into rich, moist soil. Wow, incredible. Well, it's a relief that it worked. When the Dragon Tree Sword could fully exert its power, this kind of result was a piece of cake. Or so I thought until the unexpected happened. It all began with a sharp crack. Cautiously, I looked in the direction of the sound. It was the Dragon Tree Sword, Be Bale-san. W8 Bale is that. Oh no no no. Martina, Kiara, and Simone were the first to notice the abnormality. Naturally, I too saw it clearly as I stared at the dragon tree sword. A crack had formed on the blade. You've got to be kidding me. Panicked, I tried to pour more magic into it. I figured that as long as it still worked, even with a crack, there'd be no issue, but that was a huge mistake. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as I infused more magic power, the cracks in the sword grew larger. Whoa! I quickly stopped pouring magic power, narrowly avoiding further damage, but this was a serious problem. It's not like I could simply take the sword to a blacksmith to get it fixed. Up until now, everything I had managed to do was thanks to the power of the dragon tree sword. But it seemed that power had been exhausted, or more likely, the real cause was elevating it temporarily into the tree god sword. That was something from a scrapped game. In other words, it was never meant to exist in this world. Forcing it into existence had come with consequences. This is bad. I was facing the biggest crisis yet. Now, how am I going to get out of this one? Chapter 177, The Dungeon Farm is in danger of dissolution. An unexpected crack had formed in the dragon tree sword. To make matters worse, magic power was now leaking out, causing the crack to widen further whenever I tried to use it. It wasn't just a matter of taking it to a blacksmith. This wasn't an ordinary sword. The dragon tree sword was crafted from a unique tree that grows on dragon remains, making it a one-of-a-kind weapon. I'm so sorry. Hannon's Alron mother, now known as Mamoron, thanks to Charlotte's naming, was bowing repeatedly in apology. Her demeanor had drastically changed from the imposing figure we encountered at the oasis. Now, she was humble and remorseful. Hannon had explained that her mother's instability had been due to her fluctuating magic power, which had also made her mentally unstable. Perhaps that explained her behavior. I asked Mamoron if she knew of any way to repair the dragon tree sword. Sorry, was all I've got. That single word conveyed everything. The sword could not be repaired, it was beyond help. I knew the reason for this. It was because I had pushed the sword too far. Temporarily transforming it into the god tree sword had come with a price, and this was the consequence of using an object that was never meant to exist in this world. Mamoron understood this well and had fallen into a deep depression. Hannon and the red-haired Alron were trying to comfort her, but it wasn't easy. No, Baildone. It was Martina who timidly spoke up. Now that the dragon tree sword has become like this, does this mean? Yeah, it looks like we won't be able to continue the dungeon farm. Martina, Kiara, Hannon, Simone, Charlotte, and Alia all froze in shock. But honestly, they must have suspected this. They had all watched me rely on the dragon tree sword's power to carry out our farming operations. If we were on a regular farm, maybe we could manage without the sword. Sure, production would drop, and we'd likely lose our exclusive contract with Gregory-san and the Academy, but we could scrape by. Unfortunately, because we were farming inside a dungeon, the unique environment made the sword's magic indispensable. Isn't there any other way? What if you consult with Kiara-san's mother? I've heard she's a renowned magical scholar. I'm afraid not. Mom doesn't know anything about the dragon tree sword. It's out of her area of expertise. Is that so? The heavy atmosphere returned, weighing down on all of us. Think Vale, there must be something in fantasy farm story, some way to repair a weapon beyond just taking it to a blacksmith. But this game didn't focus on combat. Its selling point was the laid-back, slow life. Weapons were only occasionally used for hunting. Hunting? Yes, hunting. There might be a way to revive the dragon tree sword. When I said that, there was suddenly an uproar around. Chapter 178, How to Repair It. I might have found a way to revive the dragon tree sword, but I couldn't guarantee its success. I prefaced my explanation to everyone by saying, there's a chance, but I can't promise anything for sure. The answer is a hot spring. Everyone tilted their heads in unison at the unexpected mention of a hot spring. Hey, this is no time for jokes. Kiara protested immediately. I understood why she would think that, but I was being entirely serious. I get how you feel, Kiara. But in this world, there's a hot spring that can repair weapons. Is that really true? Martina's voice was filled with disbelief. I nodded quietly in response. A hot spring that repairs weapons? It did exist, at least in fantasy farm story. Whether such a spring existed here in this world, or whether it would have the same effects remained to be seen. That's why I couldn't guarantee that the sword would be fully restored. But we had no other choice. After reporting Tavers of the situation and asking for information about the hot spring, if it indeed existed, we would head there without delay. So our departure from Datton village was rushed. The villagers were left with improved soil, so as long as they worked hard, their crops would grow well. As for Mamoron and the red-haired Alron, we decided to keep them at the dungeon farm for now. The red-haired Alron still had her fiery spirit, but Mamoron had calmed down significantly. I trusted Claudia-san to handle them, and if anything happened, the enhanced woodmen would be there to help. We promised to return to Datton once the dragon tree sword was repaired and set off on our journey. Section. With Mamoron and her daughters in tow, we had to camp overnight on the way back. Welcome back, everyone. KK. When we finally arrived at the dungeon farm, Claudia-san was the first to greet us, followed by a swarm of woodmen. They had taken charge of maintaining the farm, and by the looks of things, they'd done a fantastic job. Claudia-san mentioned that they'd even continued sending vegetables to Gregory-san's trading company. I was genuinely impressed with their reliability. Oh my, more women. And two at once, no less. Claudia-san's reaction to the two Alron was exactly what I'd expected. Both of them resemble Hannon-sama quite a bit. What are you trying to imply? Nothing at all. Sensing where her suspicions were headed, I thoroughly explained everything about Mamoron and the red-haired Alron. Once that was cleared up, we escorted the two to the treehouse to settle in. Without wasting any more time, we then set off for the mansion to consult Tavers-san about the dragon tree sword. Chapter 179, The Future of the Mother and Daughter. The next day, we returned to Datton village. I had managed to get Tavers-san to agree to another favor. Honestly, from his perspective, it must have felt like a gamble. But by taking full responsibility, I secured his approval. The favor? It was about the two Alrons. Hannon's mother, Mamoron, and her red-haired sister. Having lost their oasis, the two Alron now needed a new place. Mamoron, having suffered a significant loss of magic power, could no longer create forests in the middle of the desert like before. Still, she retained enough power to tend to soil, a skill useful even for the dragon tree sword. According to the red-haired Alron, Mamoron's temperament had calmed considerably, so I made them a proposal. The proposal? They would manage the farmland in Datton village. Given that we still didn't know whether the dragon tree sword could be repaired, I thought it would be best to have them help spread farming in the village, fulfilling Tavers-san's wishes. With that, I introduced the two Alron to the villagers of Datts. Anno, pleased to meet you. The pleasure is ours. Mamoron was visibly nervous, while village chief Edward-san remained wary. It wasn't surprising. After all, despite their human appearances, the Alron were still monsters. But I had anticipated this reaction. To turn the situation around, I had given Mamoron a special plan, which she now put into action by channeling her magic power into the ground. Here goes. With that cute exclamation, a small flower bloomed, even in the barren desert soil. Such a feat was only possible due to the Alron's unique ability to manipulate plants. Ew. Village Chief Edward-san and the villagers were captivated by the charming little flower. But this was just a warm-up. Mamoron then began to grow more and more flowers, until eventually a small flower field appeared before them. Amazing. The villagers were thrilled by the instant flower field near the farm, especially the children, who gleefully ran through it. The plan was a huge success. The distance between the villagers and the two Alron quickly narrowed. Mama, they're happy. Why, yes, it seems so. Both Alron looked relieved now that the villagers had accepted them. The villagers would eventually name them, and the two would likely be able to live in harmony with the humans here. It's good to see, isn't it? Thank you, Hannon. I didn't do anything. Hannon is thanked by her mother, but she replies coolly as it is. Still, it was clear that Hannon was pleased to have her family nearby, as her conversation with them was lively. With this matter resolved, we were finally free to head to the Hiddle Hot Springs. All that was left was to fix the dragon tree sword. Chapter 180, Hiddle Hot Springs. To repair the dragon tree sword, we had to set out for Hiddle Hot Springs without delay. First, after leaving Tavers, we made a stop at Gregory-san's place, the Dragon Tree Sword. At his trading company in Dresen, I explained everything that had transpired. I also told him that we would be heading to Hiddle Hot Springs for a few days for the repairs, and that the crops currently in the fields would be harvested and delivered by the woodmen. I understand about the crops. Even if deliveries slow down a little, the main clients are the Academy and the Tavers family. They'll understand once I explain the situation. I'll contact the Academy myself since I know Williams, who manages the farms, quite well. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Gregory-san agreed to fully cooperate in our efforts to restore the Dragon Tree Sword. Once we left the trading company, we returned to the treehouse to load the necessary items for this long journey onto the carriage. Afterward, we said our farewells to Claudia-san and the woodmen, who would be holding down the fort again, and climbed aboard the carriage. As usual, I would be driving. Just back from the desert, and now off to the hot springs. It sounds like a vacation, but this trip will determine the future of the dungeon farm. She was right. If we couldn't repair the Dragon Tree Sword on this trip, I shook my head, trying to dispel such pessimistic thoughts. But fixing the sword wasn't the only challenge. I needed to grow stronger myself. My current problem was my lack of magic power. If I ever had to call on the tree god's sword again in the future, I would be putting too much strain on the Dragon Tree Sword in its current state, given my meager reserves of magic power. If that happened, cracks would be the least of my worries. So, the goals for this journey were clear: repair the Dragon Tree Sword and improve my own strength. As for the journey to Hiddle Hot Springs, compared to the time we spent in the Rem Desert, this would be a day trip. That said, there was a complication. Hiddle Hot Springs was vast. Judging by this, it doesn't look like we could explore the entirety of Hiddle Hot Springs in just one day. Well, that's true, Hannon said as she and Simone looked over the pamphlet we'd received from Tavers. Indeed, the place was huge. There was no way we'd be able to visit every hot spring in just a single day. But that wasn't the real issue. Hiddle Hot Springs is large, yes, but the real problem is that we have no idea where the spring that can repair weapons will appear. What do you mean? Ilia asked, confused. I couldn't blame her for not understanding. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure myself, but that was how it had worked in the game. In the vast expanse of Hiddle Hot Springs, the special spring could appear anywhere. Our first task would be figuring out where. Chapter 181, It's Time to Find the Hot Spring. We're almost there, Hiddle Hot Springs. The distance to Hiddle Hot Springs was shorter than I had anticipated, but the real challenge starts now. As the name suggests, this town was built around the hot springs that bubble up from the earth across this entire region. However, no one could tell us exactly how vast the area was, not even the materials Gregory-san had given us. Our mission was to find the specific spring that could repair weapons, which appears randomly among the numerous others. The chances of success seemed slim, but we had to try. The first step was to secure lodging and then split up to gather information. We divided into teams: Martina and I, Kiara and Hannon, and Charlotte, Simone, and Alia. It has a unique scent, doesn't it? That's the signature smell of hot springs. As expected of a place known as a hot spring town, steam rose from every corner, and the distinctive sulfuric scent filled the air, especially in the bustling town center, where inns and souvenir shops were concentrated. Just like in the game, this was a famous tourist destination, so there were plenty of people around. That increased our chances of gathering useful information. Martina and I approached several people to ask about the special spring, but, I've heard rumors about it, but I don't know where it is. I'm looking for it myself. If you find it, let me know. I've been searching for ages. None of the responses provided us with any real clues. Although the spring was well known, no one we spoke to had ever visited it, nor did they know its current location. However, we weren't alone in our quest. Many others were searching for the same place, suggesting that it wasn't just a myth. Despite the lack of concrete information, we started to feel like we were on the right track. If we keep asking around, we'll eventually find someone who knows. Yes, Martina agreed with enthusiasm. Our spirits were lifted, but we still hadn't found anything solid. Just as we were about to move on to the next part of town. We ran into Kiara and Hannon's team. How's it going on your end? Not well. Everyone knows about the spring that repairs weapons, but no one seems to know where it is. It seemed they were having the same luck we were. If they hadn't found anything, I doubted Charlotte's group had had any better luck. Ara, everyone's here. Charlotte's voice suddenly chimed in as her group appeared. Judging by her tone, it was clear that they hadn't had much success either. Judging from your expressions, I suppose you didn't find anything. And how about you? Phew fo fo. Charlotte puffed out her chest proudly, a smug grin on her face. Simone and Alia also wore expressions of quiet confidence. Could it be that they had found some real information? Chapter 182, The Information They Brought Back. Charlotte, Simone, and Alia seemed to have found some promising information about the hot spring capable of repairing weapons. Stop teasing and just tell us. Very well, I shall reveal it. Charlotte declared with confidence, and the location was. It's said to be in a canyon to the north. She said, are you sure about that? Arva, do you doubt me? Not you, exactly. I'm more concerned about the reliability of the source. Kiara had a point. The hot spring that could repair weapons was known to appear randomly, only lasting a few days before disappearing again, only to re-emerge elsewhere later. It was elusive and difficult to pin down, so any location was always suspect. Information about it was rarely available, and when it was, it often came with a hefty price tag. Unless, don't tell me, you paid for this info. Of course not, it was provided free of charge to Suwa. Now that made it even more suspicious. If the information was false, what was the purpose of giving it to them? Was it just a prank or something more? By the way, what kind of person gave you this information? He was an older gentleman. Yeah, a very pleasant and respectable man. He seemed very kind. It wasn't just Charlotte. Alia and Simone seemed to have positive impressions of the informant. But still, we couldn't just take this at face value. What do you think? Kiara asked, looking to me for the final decision. Martina and Hannon seemed to be waiting for my judgment as well. What should we do? Charlotte and her group were convinced the information was legitimate. I, on the other hand, was skeptical. But honestly, we didn't have any better leads at the moment. That was an undeniable fact. Given that. All right, let's give it a shot. I decided to trust Charlotte and the others and check out the canyon. As expected of Bailson de Suwa. So he trusts us after all. I'm sure the hot spring will be there. The three of them were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Kiara gave me a look that said, are you serious? So I explained that we didn't have any other leads. Well, I guess that's true. And there's always the chance it could be real. Assuming there's actually someone generous enough to give away such critical information for free. All right. We'll find out soon enough. Rather than continuing to wander aimlessly in search of clues, it was better to take action. Right now, we were desperate. Even if the lead seems shaky, it wasn't impossible, and it was worth pursuing. We might even find new hints along the way. For now, though, with the sun beginning to set, we decided to rest and prepare for our journey to the canyon tomorrow. Chapter 183, False Information. Relying on the information Charlotte and her group had brought back, we headed toward the canyon to the north. However, the information was vague at best. We had no choice but to search the area and see if we could find anything ourselves. This should be the northern canyon, Martina said, consulting a map. Indeed, from what we could see, it matched the description. But there was no sign of any hot springs. Looks like it was just false info after all. Not so fast. It's too early to jump to conclusions de Suwa. Maybe, but if we thoroughly search the area, we might still find something de Suwa. I could understand where Charlotte was coming from. Right now, we were viewing the canyon from a high vantage point. We could see the general layout, but not the finer details. Once we descended into the canyon and examined it more closely, perhaps we'd find the hidden hot spring. To be honest, I didn't expect us to find it in just a day or two. But if there's even a slim chance, we should pursue it. Well, if Bale says so. Kiara said, conceding to my judgment. The others, too, agreed to continue and perform a more thorough investigation of the canyon. I don't sense any monsters nearby, but let's stay on our guard. Indeed, we've been caught off guard before, and it wasn't pretty. Hannon said, her voice laced with memory. She was probably thinking of the time in the oasis. Her mother and sister now lived peacefully among humans in Datton Village, but it hadn't been an easy path, and there would likely be more challenges ahead. As we moved deeper into the canyon, we'd occasionally find a promising spot, only for it to lead to nothing. The hot spring remained elusive, and frustration was starting to build. Maybe it really was false information. W8 just a little more. Charlotte insisted, though even she was beginning to sound desperate. The longer we searched without success, the more doubtful the information seemed. But beyond the absence of a hot spring, something else had begun to trouble me. I feel like we're being watched. You sense it too, Bale? Hannon asked quietly, confirming that I wasn't alone in my suspicion. The others hadn't noticed, but Hannon and I had both picked up on something strange. Is something wrong? Did you find anything odd? Alia and Simone added, while Kiara, Martina, and Charlotte gathered around, sensing something was up. Once everyone was together, I shared my concern. It feels like someone's been watching us. What do you mean? It's like the information Charlotte got was just bait. Wait, you mean? Just as Hannon finished speaking, the one who had set the bait appeared before us. Chapter 184, The Wrath of the Water Dragon. Ah, you've made it all the way here, said the old man who appeared before us. Wait, could it be? Why, you're the kind gentleman who gave us that information. As I suspected, this was the man who had fed Charlotte false information. I'd heard that with the rarity of the hot spring capable of fixing weapons, there were plenty of scammers like him out there. It seemed we had fallen right into one of their traps. And it wasn't just him. As if on cue, more men, armed and with menacing expressions, began surrounding us. We were completely encircled. Well, it's my lucky day. Usually, I just rob dumb adventurers of their gold and be done with it, but today, I get quite the bonus. That's when I noticed something. Their leering eyes weren't focused on me, they were targeting everyone else. These scumbags were planning to harm my companions. Ugh, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Charlotte muttered, her voice trembling with guilt. Before she could sink further into despair, Simone and Alia stepped forward to console her. This isn't your fault, Charlotte-san. That's right, we all believed the information. You're not the only one responsible. Simone-san, Alia-san. Charlotte whispered as tears welled up in her eyes. The three embraced, their friendship visibly strengthened by the ordeal. Enough of this touching scene. I had momentarily forgotten about the group of thugs around us. Clearly annoyed that we were ignoring them, they were growing impatient. You made Charlotte cry, Kiara said, her voice trembling with anger, on the verge of losing her temper. Despite how much they bickered, it was clear that Kiara deeply cared for Charlotte. And the rest of us, we felt the same. You tricked our friend. You won't get away with this. Time to pay for your mistake. Oh, how brave. The thugs laughed, clearly underestimating us as we readied our weapons. Just as I was carefully considering when to strike, I felt an overwhelming presence behind us. I won't forgive you. It was Simone. Her eyes had already turned into the piercing gaze of the water dragon. In an instant, Simone's entire body was enveloped in light, transforming into his dragon form. Ruvar. The mighty roar echoed through the canyon, shaking the very ground beneath us. Simone, in her full dragon form, was terrifyingly magnificent. What the hell? The bandits stammered, their confidence crumbling as the enormous water dragon loomed before them. In the next moment, Kiara cast a binding spell that immobilized the group, leaving them completely helpless. And just like that, the fight was over before it even began. The scammers had been caught with no harm done to us. However, our search for the hot spring capable of fixing weapons was now back to square one. Chapter 185, Hidden Ability. Simone, enraged at seeing Charlotte hurt, transformed into his water dragon form and let out a deafening roar. That was all it took, just one roar, and the men scattered in terror, their resolve crumbling as they fled. They were nothing more than low-level thugs hoping to exploit us. Ugh, Simone-san, you did that for me. The normally quiet and gentle Simone had transformed into a dragon to defend her, and the realization seemed to soothe the guilt that had been eating away at Charlotte. To change the entire situation with a single roar, as expected from the dragonkin. For the rest of us, Simone's dragon form was something we'd grown used to. She had saved us numerous times before. But for Alia, who had only recently joined the group, it was a new experience. In the oasis, Simone hadn't been able to fight because of the toxic pollen, so this was Alia's first time witnessing Simone's true power. In fact, Simone's strength was undeniable. Whether it was the time she took down the insect-like monsters that plagued the forestry village of Eva, or how she easily scared off the mercenaries in Nathan village, her dragon form had proven invaluable time and again. Thanks to Simone's intervention, the situation was resolved quickly. However, our search for the hot spring that could fix our weapon had returned to square one. So, what should we do now, Dono? We'll head back to town and gather more information. Maybe there's something new we've missed. If not, we'll have to search on our own. I replied, thinking it was the most practical approach. Neither option was ideal, but there was no other choice. We would have to rely on patience and persistence. Just as we were about to head back the way we came. Simone, is something wrong? Simone, still in her dragon form, wasn't changing back into her human form. Was she planning to fly us back the way we came? That could be helpful, but being spotted in her dragon form near town might lead to complications. As I was about to ask again, I noticed something peculiar. Simone's nose twitched as she sniffed the air, scanning her surroundings like she was searching for something. Simone, what is it? Bale-san, there's a strange smell in the air. A strange smell. I think it's the hot spring. Huh? Her words caught me completely off guard. Sure, hot springs have a distinct smell, but could she really detect that just by scent? I quickly regained my composure and asked her to clarify. Wait, you can smell a hot spring. I didn't notice anything in my human form, but in this form, I can smell it clearly. It seemed that this ability only manifested when she was in her dragon form. Ever since she had joined us, Simone had rarely needed to transform unless we were in a life-threatening situation, and we hadn't exactly been hunting for hot springs before. When I thought about it, it made sense. Hot springs are, after all, collections of water. As a water dragon, it wasn't surprising that Simone could distinguish between normal water and something more unique, like a hot spring. Simone, can you lead us to where the scent is coming from? Of course. This could be the breakthrough we'd been waiting for. Holding back our growing excitement, we followed Simone as she led us toward what we hoped would be the long-sought hot spring. Chapter 186, In Search of the Hot Spring That Can Fix Weapons. We had uncovered a surprising new ability in Simone. Her dragon form allowed her to sniff out hot springs. Trusting this newfound skill, we followed her deeper into the canyon. It had been about 30 minutes since we started walking from where we were ambushed. Are you sure this is the right way? Yes, the scent is getting stronger. Simone replied confidently, her steps unwavering. It seemed she could really sense the presence of a hot spring. Simone, you seem quite certain, but is this really all right? We have no other option but to trust her for now. And even if all things failed, we can just start looking for it again. Well, that's true. Kiara is skeptical, but the Alron Hannon chimed in. Though not as certain as Simone, it seemed Hannon could sense something, too. As we continued, the path became increasingly overgrown. Eventually, we reached a point where there was no visible trail at all, just dense foliage. Simone. Not yet. We're close, but it's still further ahead. It looked like we'd need to push through this overgrown foliage. Everyone, be careful not to get separated. We don't want to get lost in this mess. Let's all hold hands to make sure no one gets lost. A splendid idea, Martinez and Desuwa. We all agreed to Martina's suggestion and began holding hands as we pushed through the dense foliage. Or at least that was the plan. Hey, Kiara-san, you're clinging too close to Bale-san Desuwa. It's not my fault. The ground's uneven and I'm losing my balance. Kiara's right. In that case, I'll just cling to Bale even more. In that case, I too shall excuse me, Bale Dono. Suddenly, I found myself surrounded by Charlotte, Kiara, Alia, and Martina, all clinging to me, making it harder to move than pushing through the foliage itself. You all are missing the point. Hannon, the youngest-looking but most level-headed, scolded them. With that, we collected ourselves and resumed our cautious journey, determined to find the hot spring that could repair the legendary dragon tree sword. The path only grew rougher, and each step became harder. Is this as far as we can go? I muttered, wiping sweat from my brow. Hearing me, Simone turned back with a reassuring smile. We're almost there, Bale-san. Let's keep going. She encourages me. All right, Simone, keep up the good work. Leave it to me. I responded, feeling both impressed by and relieved at her determination. Simone had grown so much since we started traveling together. Her confidence and ability were comforting, especially now. Restoring the Dragon Tree Sword was crucial for us to continue managing the dungeon farm smoothly, and finding this hot spring was a key part of that plan. And that goal is definitely getting closer. And so, we pressed forward for another 10 minutes. There. Simone suddenly shouted from the front. Peeking over her shoulder, we saw it, a plume of steam rising into the air. We had found our destination. Chapter 187, The Efficacy of the Hot Spring. Through the thick growth, we finally caught sight of the source of the steam. Our destination was just ahead. Simone, is that it? Yes. This is the place I sensed. She stands there somehow, seeming more poised than usual. With her at my side, we moved closer to the hot spring. Hey, wait for us. Kiara and the others hurried to catch up. But in my eagerness to see if the Dragon Tree Sword could be repaired, I had rushed ahead without waiting for them. It wasn't until I got close to the spring that I realized how far I'd left them behind. Sorry about that, everyone. Honestly, I understand you're eager, but now's the time to stay calm and collected Desuwa. Not that I'm the best example, having been deceived myself. No, you're right, thanks, Charlotte. Her words grounded me, pulling me back to a calmer state of mind. I took a deep breath, waiting for the rest of the group to catch up. All right, let's proceed, I said once everyone was together. As we moved closer, the hot spring came into full view. It was small, just large enough for 3 people if they squeezed in. However, its size seemed perfect for soaking the Dragon Tree Sword. The depth also looked sufficient. Bale, now's the time to try it, don't you think? Yeah. I carefully submerged the Dragon Tree Sword into the hot spring. This was a place meant for weapon repairs. Though the sword bore the name of a weapon, its true ability was in farming, hardly what one would call a conventional weapon. However, in recent days, I had found ways to use its powers in combat, like when we repelled the Mist Witch. Would the hot spring recognize the Dragon Tree Sword as a weapon? I stared at the water, hoping for a sign. Oh. The sword began to glow faintly beneath the water. Is it glowing? Yes, it's glowing. Kiara asked, which Martina confirmed, as the Dragon Tree Sword began to glow. Does this mean it's being repaired? I don't know. I couldn't answer Alia's question. This was the first time I'd ever seen the spring's magic at work, and I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. However, the glow doesn't feel bad. It felt warm, comforting even, almost as if the sword itself was responding to the spring's magic in a positive way. I couldn't help but feel that something good was happening. Still, how long will this take? There's no way to know. Though the sword was glowing, it was hard to tell if the cracks in the blade were truly healing. They seemed to be closing, but it was too subtle to say for sure. I guess we'd have to wait and see what would happen next. Chapter 188, Complete Restoration, is still a long way to go. The hot spring Simone had led us to, believed to be capable of repairing weapons, was put to the test with the cracked Dragon Tree Sword. However, the results were far from immediate. It's been about 10 minutes, but there's not much change. Kiara remarked, peering into the spring. She was right, there wasn't any noticeable transformation. Curious, I decided to pull the sword from the water to check for any progress. Upon closer inspection, I noticed something remarkable. The cracks were definitely smaller than before we submerged it. Bale dono. The cracks, they're closing, aren't they? Martina exclaimed from beside me, her eyes widening. Yeah, it's slow, but there's no doubt about it. The cracks are definitely shrinking. So this hot spring is the real deal. You did it, Simone. Well done, Simone. You've really outdone yourself. Simone blushed under the praise of Alia and Charlotte. Of course, I'm very grateful too. Thank you, Simone. Thanks to you, we'll be able to keep running the dungeon farm. And no, I didn't do much. Simone mumbled, clearly overwhelmed by the attention. Still, as heartwarming as the progress was, there was a more practical concern. The pace of the sword's restoration was slow. Judging from the size of the remaining cracks and how much had been repaired so far, I estimated that it would take another 2 to 3 hours to fully heal. At this rate, it's going to take until nightfall. Which means returning home will be quite the challenge. As far as Hannon is concerned, it is indeed a problem on how to get back. The path we'd taken was difficult enough coming here, following Simone's nose, but retracing our steps in the dark could be dangerous. Flying back on Simone in her dragon form crossed my mind, but we'd risk exposing her transformation to someone. With that in mind, we decided to stay here for the night, keeping watch over the dragon tree sword and setting up camp. In truth, we probably could have made it back if we pushed ourselves, but our group had a fondness for camping out, and the mood quickly turned festive. Everyone busied themselves preparing for the night ahead with noticeable excitement. Even though we hadn't encountered any monsters on our way, we took precautions. Kiara and Charlotte cast spells to create a protective barrier and an illusion to ward off any potential threats, while Alia and Hannon volunteered to stay behind and guard the dragon tree sword. The rest of us, Kiara, Charlotte, Martina, Simone, and I, headed to a nearby river to catch fish for dinner. Once we'd gathered enough for everyone, we set up a campfire and started grilling them. Martina, ever prepared, brought out a special sauce she had on hand. This is amazing. The sauce really brings out the flavor. Thank you. Martina stammered, blushing at the compliments of me and Simone. As we waited for the dragon tree sword to fully heal, we found ourselves enjoying a peaceful, makeshift camping trip, a far cry from the urgency that had brought us here. Chapter 189, Midnight Attack. The process of repairing the dragon tree sword in the hot spring was turning into a long ordeal. After finishing dinner, we took turns keeping watch over the sword and monitoring the surroundings. This wasn't just to guard against monsters, but also to be wary of any unscrupulous attackers that might sneak up on us while we were resting. Since we were deep in the forest, the moonlight barely reached us, leaving the area pitch black, so we had to keep the campfire going. Normally, a protective barrier spell would be enough, but we also needed to check the state of the sword, so an all-night watch was necessary. Currently, it was Martina and I keeping an eye on things. Phew, looks like you're reaching your limit, Martina. What? No, I'm not sleepy at all. She protested, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to stay alert. But her heavy eyelids betrayed her, and she was struggling to keep them open. She had helped prepare dinner earlier, so it was no surprise she was feeling tired. We're swapping out soon with Hannon and Charlotte. Why don't you get some rest in the tent ahead of time? But I'll join you shortly, I promise. After some convincing, Martina relented and headed to the tent to sleep. She deserved a proper rest after all the hard work she'd done. Now it was just me, alone by the hot spring, keeping watch over both the sword and the surroundings. Apart from the occasional hoot of an owl, the forest was eerily silent, as if separated from the rest of the world. It's kind of spooky, I muttered aloud, more to break the silence than anything. I realized belatedly that I was unarmed. Maybe I should have grabbed a weapon for safety. A small sense of unease crept up on me. As I pondered this, movement stirred by the tents. Thanks for your hard work, Baleson. We'll take over from here. Charlotte called out as she approached with Hannon. Thanks, I was starting to feel drowsy myself. Don't push yourself too hard. Indeed. By the way, where's Martina? I sent her to rest. I'll head back and do the same. Just as I turned to retreat to the tent, a blinding flash erupted from behind us. What's happening? The hot spring is glowing. It seems something has occurred with the dragon tree sword. Me and Charlotte panicked a little while Hannon calmly assessed despite the intensity of the situation. She was right. The flash of light had come from the direction of the hot spring where the sword was being repaired. What's going on with this light? What is happening? Kiara cried out as she rushed out of her tent, followed by Alia. A few moments later, Simone and Martina joined us, drawn by the sudden commotion. With everyone now gathered, we cautiously approached the hot spring, still faintly glowing. The light had subsided slightly, but the air was thick with tension. What exactly had happened to the dragon tree sword? Chapter 190, New Power. As dawn approached, a noticeable change occurred in the hot spring where the dragon tree sword had been soaking. A dazzling light was shining from the water, and there's a lot of magic power. No, isn't it overflowing too much? Is it just me, or does it seem stronger than before? You're not the only one. I feel it too. Same here. Both Kiara and Charlotte, experienced mages, were picking up on the heightened magic power. Could this really be the hot spring's doing? Even if that were the case, the power seemed far beyond what we'd expected. Having played the original game for years, I knew my way around, but I rarely used the hot springs. Surely, if there were such a significant boost from the spring, I'd have seen it mentioned in the guides. Could this be another bug like the dungeon farm? Well, only one way to find out. I muttered, cautiously reaching towards the glowing water. Just as I was about to dip my hand in, I hesitated, feeling a sudden wave of apprehension. Instead, I grabbed a nearby pebble and tossed it into the spring. And nothing happened, no sign of boiling or danger. It wasn't unbearably hot after all. Okay, here goes nothing, I said, steeling myself as I slowly submerged my hand. As I touched the water, a sense of relief washed over me. It felt normal. Encouraged, I plunged my arm in deeper and grasped the hilt of the dragon tree sword. With a firm pull, I lifted it out of the water. Whoa! Even just holding it, I could feel the difference. It was undeniably stronger. What struck me most, though, was the magic power surrounding the blade. It had undergone a dramatic transformation, its magical glow now a vibrant green, perfectly fitting for a sword that could manipulate plant life. Doesn't the design look different? Simone suddenly spoke up, staring at the blade intently. Huh. I blinked, glancing at the sword more closely. She was right, the sword had changed. Where once it had looked like a rough-hewn piece of wood fashioned into a weapon, there were now intricate patterns etched along the blade and handle. What do these markings mean? I murmured, running my fingers over the new engravings. They seemed purposeful, but their meaning was beyond me. Well, regardless of the new look, this will certainly speed up farming even more than before. Hannon remarked, summarizing the situation. She was right. The enhanced dragon tree sword would undoubtedly increase our output, given the sheer amount of magic power it now contained, rivaling the power of the tree god sword that I had used back in the desert oasis. I can't wait to share the good news with Tavers-san and Gregory-san, I said, smiling as I admired the reborn weapon. As we celebrated, a soft light began to filter through the trees. Dawn had arrived. We decided to rest for a bit before heading back. With the newly powered dragon tree sword in hand, I couldn't help but look forward to testing out its capabilities once we were back. Chapter 191, Dragon Tree Sword Reborn. By late morning, we decided it was time to test the power of the dragon tree sword. In the original game, the hot springs effect was to occasionally boost a weapon's power, but simply having the sword repaired was already more than I could have asked for. Expecting anything beyond that felt greedy. But still, I couldn't help hoping for something more. All right, here goes nothing, I muttered, taking a deep breath as I channeled magic power into the sword. A familiar warmth spread from the hilt, just as it had with the old dragon tree sword. At first, nothing seemed different. Maybe it really was just a repair job after all. Then, without warning, an emerald green magic power began to surge from the blade. Whoa! I hastily cut off the flow of magic power, but not before a nearby tree grew in size, shooting several meters taller than the others. This is incredible. It seems it's more than just the cracks that have been fixed, Martina murmured, eyes wide as she stared at the enormous tree, while Kiara was equally stunned. While I was excited by the sword's new power, another issue quickly became apparent. Controlling this much magic power is going to be challenging, Hannon remarked, echoing my own thoughts. The dragon tree sword had undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming far stronger than before. With this new power, I would need to improve my ability to wield it. While it would be manageable for routine farming, battles like the one against the Mist Witch or Hannon's mother would require more mastery of magic. Which meant, looks like I need to go to the academy after all. The Royal Academy, where I had originally been set to enroll, would surely have the knowledge to help me control such a powerful weapon. Of course, I didn't have to enroll. I could just seek advice from Slaffen-san, Kiara's mother, who was an incredibly skilled mage herself. You'll be all right, Bale-san. Why yeah, Charlotte said with face full of concern. Her words brought to mind my cousin, Dirk. He was still attending the academy, but I wasn't eager to run into him. Our conversations always ended up wasting time. If I did go to the academy, I'd have to make sure to avoid him. The academy also reminded me of Williams-san, whose farm had been wrecked by the Mist Witch. I hadn't had many chances to speak with him since, as the business with his herbs was mostly handled by the Rimal Company. Thinking of Slaffen-san and Williams-san made me realize I would have to visit the academy at some point. It might be a good opportunity to reconnect with some familiar faces. When I shared my thoughts with Kiara and Charlotte, they both responded eagerly. I think it's a great idea. We'd love to have you visit. Martina, Hannon, and Simone hadn't been back to the academy in a while either, and for Alia, it would be her first time. Before all that, though, I'd need to report the developments with the Dragon Tree Sword to Tavers-san and Gregory-san. It looks like things are going to get busy again. Chapter 192, Back to the Academy. Before heading back to the academy, I made sure to report to Tavers-san and Gregory-san about the Dragon Tree Sword's restoration, or rather, its newfound strength. Both of them seemed stunned, muttering, "It's even more powerful now." But once they heard that the pace of crop growth would return to normal, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was a new issue this time around. While the sword's power was manageable for everyday farming tasks, controlling it in combat was proving to be difficult. The battle with the Mist Witch had been more luck than skill, especially since it was our first encounter. If we had to face her again, things might not go as smoothly. And honestly, when we fought Hannon's mother, Mamoron, it was basically a defeat for us. To overcome these challenges, I decided to visit Kiara's mother, Slaffen-san, a well-known, helpful character in the original fantasy farm story game, famous for aiding struggling players. Section: On the day we set out for the academy, Kiara had already informed them of our visit through her familiar. However, ever since we received a reply, both Kiara and Charlotte had been acting a bit strange. What should we do? I don't know, but they often whispered to each other, but there was a weird tension in the air, and I couldn't figure out what it was. We couldn't go on like this, though, so I decided to ask them directly before our departure. If there was something serious going on, we might even need to postpone the trip. When I confronted them, they finally spoke up. The truth is, there's a school festival coming up soon. Kiara revealed this, as if she were delivering some kind of death sentence. But from the sound of it, it didn't seem like a problem to me. What's a school festival? Martina, Hannon, Simone, and Alia all tilted their heads in confusion, having no idea what a school festival even was. So I gave them a quick explanation. That sounds fun. I don't see any reason to dread it. I agree, it seems exciting. Why are you two so against it? As Alia's question hung in the air, Kiara and Charlotte exchanged glances. Finally, they nodded in unison, as if deciding to share the whole story. When the Dragon Tree Sword was restored, we were so happy that we agreed to come to the academy. But now, someone Balesan least want to meet has gained a troublesome position there. The person I least want to meet. Charlotte was being polite, but I knew exactly who she meant. My cousin, Dirk. What had he gotten himself into at the academy? Did something happen with Dirk? He's been persistently targeting me and Kiara. It seemed the situation was going to be more complicated than I'd imagined. Chapter 193, Consultation. To master the newly empowered Dragon Tree Sword, I decided to seek advice from Slaffen-san. So, my companions and I were heading back to the academy. However, an unexpected issue arose. Kiara and Charlotte were being pursued by a man. And that man was none other than my cousin, Dirk. Wait, Dirk is targeting you as a rival. He's trying to woo both me and Charlotte. Of course, that's what she meant. I had a feeling, but it was still surprising to hear it so plainly. But wait, both of them? It's exactly as it sounds. Whoa, see Claudia-san. I jumped as the maid, Claudia-san, interrupted our conversation. Based on Dirk-sama's behavior at the academy, it's clear he's seriously trying to deepen ties with either the Fontaine-Mayer or Blaffer families. Trying to get closer to them, It wasn't hard to see why Dirk would want to align with their families, considering the Orlando's influence. However, the reactions from Kiara and Charlotte were far from pleased. Both of them listened to Claudia-san's explanation with obvious displeasure. I recalled how much Kiara disliked Dirk, and it seemed Charlotte shared the same feelings. Apparently, Dirk, now wielding a divine sword, was still acting high and mighty at the academy. That troublesome position Charlotte mentioned must be due to his status. As the girl's expression soured, Claudia continued her explanation. Actually, he's now a member of the organizing committee for this year's school festival. Wait, the organizing committee. That was definitely bad news. We'd have no choice but to see him around. In that case, maybe we should cancel the trip. Martina suggested, though she looked utterly disappointed. She tried to maintain her usual smile, but it was clearly forced. I had a feeling Martina wasn't the only one eager to experience the Academy's festival. Hannon, Simone, and Alia seemed equally excited. And honestly, I also wanted to go back to the academy sooner rather than later. If we postponed, there was a chance something else might come up and delay us even further. No, we'll still go to the academy. I'm not sure if Slafensan will be available during the festival, though. You don't have to worry about that. My mother's a researcher, so she rarely participates in academy events. She's probably still holed up in the research wing. If that's coming from Kiara, I could trust it. All right then, let's go to the academy. Are you sure it's okay? Charlotte asked, still concerned. The research wing shouldn't be affected by the festival, right? Well, I doubt any of the staff there would be involved. Then it's no problem. We'll just enter through the academy farm gate, the one managed by Williams-san. Oh, that's right. I hadn't thought of that. Sharp thinking, Bale. That way, we can avoid the festival crowd entirely. Kiara added, now fully on board. With everyone in agreement, we set out for the academy once again. Let's hope nothing goes wrong along the way. Chapter 194, Academy Farm after a long time. Amidst the lively school festival, we entered the academy grounds through the farm gate to avoid the hustle and bustle. As soon as we stepped inside, we were greeted by a familiar face. Bale, long time no see, glad to see everyone looking well. It was Williams-san, who was in charge of managing the academy's medicinal herbs. Upon noticing our arrival, he cheerfully ran over to us. It's been a while, Williams-san. Haha, still as formal as ever, huh? Williams-san laughed heartily, just as I remembered. The academy farm had suffered severe damage during the incident with the Mist Witch, but by sharing some herbs from my dungeon farm, they managed to recover. Since then, we've continued our relationship through the Rimal Company. I began by telling Williams-san about the trouble I had with the dragon tree sword. Oh, hey, that sounds serious. No need to worry. As you can see, it's back to normal. That's a relief. But doesn't it seem even more intimidating than before? Even though I hadn't mentioned its upgrade from the hot springs, Williams-san noticed immediately. I guess that's to be expected from someone who oversees the academy's farm. Yes, it's been enhanced. Today, I was hoping to get some advice from Slafensan on how to control its new power. Ah, Slafensensei, huh? Suddenly, Williams-san's expression darkened. Kiara was the first to respond to this shift. Is something wrong with my mom? No, nothing to worry about. She's just got some visitors right now. She's busy handling them. I see. That was unfortunate timing. Still, there was no rush, so I figured we could take the opportunity to walk around the academy farm since it had been a while. Just as I was about to suggest this to Williams-san, we heard lively voices in the distance. What's that noise? It seems the school festival has started. Really, it's already begun. I wondered if Kiara and Charlotte needed to participate, but before I could ask, they seemed to anticipate my thoughts. Both of them met my gaze at the same time. If you're worried about us, don't be. Indeed, Desuwa, we only have to participate in the afternoon. I see. While Kiara and Charlotte could wait here until their turn, I noticed Martina and the others were staring intently in the direction of the festival. Seeing their curiosity, I leaned toward Kiara and Charlotte and whispered a suggestion. They were initially surprised, but soon caught on, and Kiara spoke up. If you're that curious, why don't you go check out the festival? Huh? But... Martina and the others hesitated, stepping back slightly, but Charlotte's next words changed everything. It was Bale's suggestion. She said with a grin, go ahead and enjoy it. I'll stay here and help Williams-san while we wait for Slafensan. This was a rare chance for them to experience the festival. I wanted them to make the most of it. And so, we split into two groups. All right then, let's get you helping with some weeding. Leave it to me. Together with Williams-san, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work in the fields. Chapter 195, A Sense of Trouble. After seeing Kiara and the others off, I focused on helping Williams-san with weeding the academy farm. Are you sure you're okay with not joining them? Williams-san asked unexpectedly during our work. He was probably referring to skipping out on the school festival. If Dirk finds me, it'll be a hassle. On top of that, he's apparently taken an interest in both Kiara and Charlotte. Given their family's influence, it wouldn't be surprising if he's acting on instructions from my father. According to Kiara, though, Dirk's been hitting on nearly every girl at the academy. I hope he doesn't end up getting himself into trouble. We're making good progress. Time to dump this load of weeds. I'll take care of it, Thanks, there's a big pit over there where we dispose of waste. Just make sure you don't fall in. Got it, I said, heading off in the direction he indicated. The waste pit was easy to find, and I began dumping the pile of weeds from the wheelbarrow. Here it is. As I turned to head back, something caught my eye. There was a girl standing nearby, dressed in the academy's uniform, meaning she was a student. But what was she doing here? The rest of the students should be busy enjoying the festival. She didn't seem lost, but there was a clear look of distress on her face. Normally, I wouldn't hesitate to approach and ask if she needed help. My instinct was to assist her. But then Dirk's shadow loomed over my thoughts. Something about this felt off. Wait, where have I seen her before? Oh no, we made eye contact. Immediately, the girl sprinted toward me, desperation written all over her face. Please help me, what's going on? This wasn't good. Her tearful expression drew me in before I could think it through. This had all the makings of a troublesome situation. Wait, hold on a second. Whoa, stop. Weak. The girl tripped on the pile of weeds I had just dumped and lost her balance. Acting on instinct, I grabbed her arm and pulled her toward me. I must have pulled too hard because we both ended up falling, with me landing on my back. Luckily, the piles of weeds cushioned the fall, so I wasn't hurt. You okay? Why yes, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. The girl's face flushed red, as she realized that I had inadvertently pulled her into my arms. She still didn't seem fully aware of what had just happened, but I couldn't move until she got off me. I was about to gently hint at the awkwardness of the situation when, Jenny, where did you run off to? Another girl's voice called out, and I recognized it instantly. Bale. Kiara, who was supposed to be at the festival with Martina and the others, stood there in shock, having stumbled upon us in the most compromising position possible. Chapter 196, The Looming Devil's Hand. It turns out that Jenny, the girl who had rushed towards me earlier, is a friend of Kiara's. Though things got awkward for a moment, after I explained the situation to Kiara, she let out a sigh and said, I figured as much. She knows me well enough by now to expect this kind of situation. When I asked why she had come over in the first place, the answer, unsurprisingly, involved Jenny. Kiara explained that Jenny is part of the Academy's drama club, which is set to perform a play in the auditorium later. The play is based on an old legend of a princess and a prince, a typical tragic love story. Jenny, it turns out, is playing the lead role, the heroine. That's amazing. Really? And no, that tea, thank you. Jenny replied, visibly flustered by the compliment. I'm no expert in theater, but being cast as the heroine is surely a big deal. It's an important role, no doubt, so calling it amazing felt like the right thing to say. However, Jenny's face was pale with anxiety, and Kiara was quick to explain why. Originally, Jenny's partner in the play, her love interest, was supposed to be played by a boy she's quite fond of. Kiara-chan, Jenny exclaimed, turning even redder. It didn't seem like that big of a secret to me, but Jenny clearly wasn't comfortable with the whole thing. She was more shy than I had initially thought. Clearing her throat, Kiara continued. The two of them had great chemistry, and everything was on track for the performance. But 3 days ago, something, or rather, someone interfered. The displeased look on Kiara's face gave me a pretty good idea of who that someone was. Let me guess, Dirk. Bingo. Of course, it was him. Ever since he got his hands on that holy sword, all I've been hearing about are his schemes. Dirk pressured the drama club into giving him the lead role. Since he's a wielder of a holy sword, even the teachers couldn't oppose him. I could tell from her tone that not even Slaffensan, one of the most influential figures at the academy, could stop him. Although Slaffensan's primary role is as a researcher, not a teacher, which limits her authority in situations like these. But why would Dirk, of all people, suddenly want to be involved in a school play? Don't tell me his real target is. I trailed off, shifting my gaze to Kiara. She caught on quickly, her eyes locking onto Jenny. What? Jenny stammered, confused by the sudden attention. Her reaction, along with everything else, confirmed my suspicion. Dirk is targeting Jenny too, isn't he? I'm sure he is. It wasn't just Kiara and Charlotte that Dirk was targeting. Now he had his sights set on Jenny as well. Empowered by his position as both an Orlando family heir and a holy sword wielder, Dirk was spiraling out of control. This was starting to get seriously out of hand. Chapter 197, Rampage. Dirk's rampage had become too reckless to ignore. It seemed that all the suppressed emotions he had held onto were now being unleashed, amplified by the power of the holy sword. Bail. Though Kiara didn't say the words out loud, her eyes spoke volumes, pleading for help. She wanted to stop Dirk, but the problem was obvious. Confronting Dirk meant I'd have to show myself. That was likely why she hadn't directly asked for my help. She knew the risks involved. But I couldn't just stand by any longer. Jenny. Why yes. The boy who was originally your co-star. Is he still around and ready to perform? Yes. He's helping with stage setup, and his costume is already prepared. Good, tell him to be ready, just in case he needs to step in. Bail. Kiara reacted before Jenny did, clearly understanding what my words implied. She knew my history with Dirk and what kind of confrontation that could lead to. But how will you? I'll try to convince Dirk. I can't make any promises, though. How much of a grudge Dirk still held against me was the key to all this. Based on our past interactions, I had a hunch that he wouldn't turn down a confrontation if I challenged him. Kiara, do you know where Dirk is right now? I think he's probably wandering around the academy grounds. All right, lead me to him. Wait, hold on a second. While the three of us were talking, a gruff voice cut in. It was William's son, the farm manager, who I had completely forgotten about in the heat of the moment. I came to check on you because you were taking forever to dump the weeds. But here I find you, chatting with girls instead, huh? Oh, sorry, Go on then. Huh? Williams grinned broadly. You're about to knock some sense into Dirk Orlando, aren't you? Well, I wouldn't say, knock some sense exactly. That stubborn punk won't get the message unless you really hit him where it hurts. And you're just the guy to do it. I mean, hitting him literally would definitely cause problems. But seeing Williamson this worked up made it clear how angry he was with Dirk's behavior too. It wasn't just me. With Dirk being a holy sword wielder, no one else at the academy could really stand up to him without risking serious repercussions. After all, the Orlando family was powerful, and opposing Dirk could bring all kinds of trouble down on their heads. In the end, Williamson was right. I was probably the only one who could do something about Dirk. All right, I'll go deal with Dirk's rampage. I'm counting on you. With Williamson's support, Kiara, Jenny, and I headed toward the festival grounds to put an end to Dirk's out-of-control behavior. Chapter 198, The Troubled Drama Club. Now that I thought about it, this was my first time visiting the main part of the academy. On previous occasions, like when I received Hannon's seeds or had business related to the Mist Witch, I had only visited the research wing and the farm. I had never ventured into the bustling school buildings that are filled with students themselves. And today was the Academy Festival. According to Kiara, the usual noise was nothing compared to what I was seeing now. Her warning was spot on. The place was teeming with activity. It was as lively as the morning market in the town of Dreesen. So, where are Martina and the others? There's nothing to worry about. Charlotte's guiding them around the festival. I was chasing after Jenny here when I saw her bolt out of the theater. I'm sorry, Kiara. Don't worry about it. Seeing Kiara casually talking to a classmate felt surreal. She'd grown so much since the time she fell from that dungeon ceiling. Section. We pushed through the crowd and finally arrived at the theater. The stage was already set, and it seemed like all that was left was for the actors to change into their costumes. Despite the tense atmosphere, Dirk hadn't shown up yet. Jenny, where have you been? I'm sorry, President. A girl with glasses and braided hair, looking every bit the serious type, rushed over to Jenny with an agitated tone. But it was clear from her expression that her worry outweighed her frustration. Standing beside her was a tall, handsome boy who seemed to be saying something to Jenny. Then, that's her sweetheart I've told you about. Kiara whispered in my ear. I see they did make a good couple, a beautiful boy and a lovely girl. So, Dirk intended to tear them apart. This play should have been a fond memory of their school years, but now, thanks to my cousin, it has turned into something ugly. I couldn't help but feel some guilt as a member of the Orlando family. By the way, who are you? The bespectacled president, now calm, suddenly addressed me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name is Bail Orlando. Bail? Oh, I've heard of you. You're the one Lady Kiara's so fond of, right? Hey, stop it. Kiara, clearly flustered, clamped her hand over the president's mouth, but it was already too late. You don't have to get so worked up. It's fine, just leave it alone. Anyway, sorry about that. I'm Ruth, president of the drama club. The president sighed, then offered her hand. After exchanging introductions, Ruth and I shook hands. That's when one of the male club members suddenly realized something. Wait a second, did you say Orlando? Orlando, like Dirk Orlando. Hold on, wasn't he the one who got a rusty sword during the Divine Granting Appraisal Ceremony? Immediately, a murmur ran through the club members. Most of them were talking about the fact that I shared the Orlando name with Dirk. It seemed like the Orlando family name carried more weight, or threat, than I had realized. Everyone, calm down. Yes, Bale is from the Orlando family, but that's all in the past. Kiara's firm voice cut through the chatter, slowly restoring order. It seemed they were aware that I had been disowned. Once the atmosphere settled, Ruth turned to me again. So, what brings you here today? I'm here to help make your play a success. What? The club members exchanged puzzled glances, clearly confused. But I could tell that my real intentions had already reached them. Chapter 199, Dirk's Fury. Our play a success. Jenny's boyfriend, Lester, froze with an expression that clearly asked, "Is that even possible?" The other members reacted similarly, and it was no surprise. After all, Dirk wasn't just anyone. He was from the influential Orlando family, and on top of that, he'd been entrusted with a divine sword. Not even the faculty dared oppose his whims. Challenging him could mean being expelled from the academy. Lester had apparently tried to resist Dirk taking his leading role, but his girlfriend, Jenny, had stopped him. This won't be easy. Lester's frustration was evident as he spoke, his clenched fists trembling with the weight of his helplessness. I smiled at him and said, "I can't make any promises, but for now, why don't we?" "What are you doing?" Before I could finish, someone shouted from behind. The voice was all too familiar. "Hurry up and get ready. You know what'll happen if you ruin my stage." The person yelling as he stormed onto the stage was none other than Dirk himself. As soon as Dirk spotted me, his expression twisted in shock. "You, Bale, what are you doing here?" "It's been a while, Dirk." I met his gaze with a taunting smile. As expected, Dirk's face contorted with rage. "This is no place for a failure like you." "Seems that way. I'll be taking my leave." I casually brushed him off and turned to leave. And then, "Let's go, Kiara." I called out to Kiara. At first, she looked confused, but quickly caught onto my plan and played along. "Right, let's go, Bale." She hurried to my side, and without missing a beat, linked her arm with mine. I didn't expect that, and my body stiffened in surprise. "Just go with it. We're doing this to rub it in his face." She said in a whisper. She had a point, but she was a little too close. Kiara herself seemed to realize she'd gone too far and was now blushing furiously, but her bold move worked like a charm. "Wait." Dirk's voice boomed as he tried to stop us. "What's the problem? Could you get out of our way?" We both turned around, and Dirk's face was contorted in a rage unlike anything I'd seen before. Looks like the plan worked. Why is someone like Bale getting so close to Kiara? We live together. What? I wasn't lying. Oh, and Charlotte Blaffer lives with us too. Kiara added for good measure. That was true as well. GRR. The two girls Dirk had his eyes on were living with the guy he looked down on, his face twisted even further in fury. He looked like he was about to explode. Maybe I went a little too far. Chapter 200, Bale's Strategy. Bale. Dirk's rage had reached its peak, and all he could manage was to shout my name. Everything was going as planned, maybe even a little too smoothly. Better give it one last push, just to be safe. "If you don't need anything, I'm leaving." "Wait, don't think you can just walk away." His words were nothing more than baseless accusations, but Dirk was too consumed by anger to think rationally. Maybe this was his true nature at the academy, reckless and unchecked, with no one to rein him in. "Step outside and face me in a duel." A duel? Dirk was challenging me, no doubt intending to humiliate me in front of Kiara by overwhelming me with the power of his divine sword. But I simply shrugged it off. "Not interested, I'll pass." With that, I turned away, walking off with Kiara. "You think I'll let you get away with that?" Dirk bolted after us, but wait. "If you leave, we can't do the play without the lead actor." Lester called out, stopping Dirk in his tracks. You were the original lead, weren't you? Then you can take over. I've got bigger things to deal with. Dirk snapped, practically spitting the words out. Though dismissive, Dirk's outburst created the exact situation the theater club had been hoping for. This was the outcome I'd aimed for all along. Dirk's obsession with me hadn't waned. Even with his superior position, losing Kiara and Charlotte to me was something he couldn't overlook. I had anticipated he'd prioritize me over everything else, but I didn't expect him to fall into the trap so perfectly. I exchanged a quick glance with the theater members, and they all bowed their heads in gratitude. I felt a little guilty for dragging Kiara into this, but for some reason, she seemed to be enjoying herself, so I let it go. Now the real challenge begins. I led Dirk out of the auditorium and headed toward the farm area. It was remote enough that no other students would get involved. As expected, Dirk followed us without a second thought. His obsession was unnerving, but had I really done something to deserve this level of hatred? Before I knew it, we had reached the garbage pit where I had first met Jenny. I slowed down, then came to a complete stop. So, you've finally given up. Mistaking our stop for surrender, Dirk smirked triumphantly as he drew his divine sword. This is perfect. No one will find us here. Did he plan to take this opportunity to get rid of me for good? You think your flimsy sword can even scratch me? Those words aren't something I haven't heard off, but it was because of the dragon tree sword that I'd made it this far. Though I still couldn't wield it properly, having just been reborn after hearing that, there was no way I could back down now. Chapter 201, Bale vs. Dirk. What's this? You actually feel like fighting. My earlier remark had clearly struck a nerve with Dirk, but he was wielding a holy sword, after all. Even though the dragon tree sword had been reborn stronger, I couldn't match him in terms of sheer combat power. Still, I couldn't just walk away. Bale. Kiara looked at me with concern. I gave her a reassuring nod, silently telling her it would be fine. Slowly, I raised the dragon tree sword. Ha ha ha. You're really going to do it. Dirk laughs hysterically. It made sense. No one at the academy dared to defy him. No one else had been granted an item that could rival a holy sword. Plus, with the backing of the powerful Orlando family, Dirk's arrogance can only rise. Fine, I'll burn that pathetic sword of yours to ashes. Dirk unsheathed his holy sword, pouring magic power into it. The blade became engulfed in bright red flames. Since the flames were conjured through his magic, Dirk himself felt no heat. He advanced toward me, his sword wreathed in fire, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. If that wooden stick of yours burns, you'll have to give up farming too. He sneered, inching closer. Fire against wood. To any onlooker, it was obvious who would win. One swipe of his flames, and it would all be over, or so I had thought. But instead, a strange feeling welled up inside me. Is this all he's got? I recalled facing the Mist Witch, the giant bird in the Storm Valley, and Hannon's Alron mother in the desert. Compared to those formidable foes, Dirk, despite wielding a supposedly cheat class item, the Holy Sword, lacked something critical, a sense of true menace. There was no overwhelming dread when facing him. What's the matter? Too scared to speak. Dirk jeered, certain of his victory. He was convinced there was no chance I could win, but honestly, if this was all Dirk had, even the dragon tree sword in its weaker state might have been enough. Without a word, I channeled magic power into my sword. Though I was still holding back, not yet fully in control of its power, I could sense it was more than enough to outmatch Dirk's holy sword. What is this power? Dirk stammered, visibly rattled by the magic surging from the dragon tree sword. The sword he had always scorned was now surpassing the legendary holy sword, something he found impossible to accept. How is this happening? How can that piece of junk be so strong? It wasn't just about my sword's power. Dirk's real problem was that he wasn't fully utilizing the holy sword's potential, a fact he seemed oblivious to. With better judgment and an ounce of humility, someone might have pointed this out to him long ago. But as things stood, the fight was over before it even began. Give it up, Dirk. This fight is pointless. Shut up. Shut up. Dirk roared, unleashing a torrent of fire in my direction with his holy sword. But before the flames could reach me, massive roots erupted from the ground, smothering the fire instantly. Impossible. Why won't it burn? Only now did Dirk begin to understand the reality of the situation. Chapter 202, The difference in power. Dirk, wielding his holy sword, had strutted around as if he were some kind of god. However, his magic power failed to burn the divine roots summoned by the dragon tree sword. Instead, his flames were deflected effortlessly. This can't be, this is impossible. Dirk's frustration boiled over as things refused to go his way. Ever since he got the holy sword, everything in his life had likely gone smoothly, just as he imagined. No one dared oppose him, everything he wanted was within reach. He believed this was solely because of the sword's power, but in truth, it was the fear of the Orlando family's influence that kept everyone in line. I sheathed my sword, knowing there was no point in continuing. "Let's go see Williamson," I told Kiara, turning to leave. The other students would probably be back from exploring the festival soon, and we were supposed to meet with Slafensan, the main reason for our visit to the academy. But Dirk wasn't done yet. "Wait, you think you can just walk away?" I ignored his cheap provocation. By now, the play had likely already started, and even if Dirk went back, it would be too late. I regretted missing the performance, but if it created a good memory for Jenny and the others, that was enough. Damn it. Dirk, realizing I wouldn't stop, slammed his holy sword into the ground. Without magic, it was nothing more than a fancy blade. Still, the sword itself was genuine. Dirk's failure wasn't due to the sword, but his inability to wield it to its full potential. If he acknowledged that and dedicated himself to serious training, he might one day surpass the dragon tree sword. But the dragon tree sword has a higher form, the tree god sword, which emerged during the battle with the Alron. I hadn't mastered that form yet, and today's visit to Slafensan was meant to learn more about it. Dirk hung his head, no longer trying to stop me. He seemed to be wrestling with his own thoughts, likely realizing he couldn't move forward without serious self-reflection. Leaving Dirk behind, Kiara and I headed back to Williamson. When we returned to the farm, Williamson was in conversation with 4 female students. It didn't look like a friendly chat, they seemed tense, almost desperate. "Ah, you're back." Williamson hurried over the moment he spotted us. Judging by his expression, something serious had happened. "Is there a problem?" "We need your sword's power." "The dragon tree sword." I had a feeling that's what it was about. The girls were staring at me intently as well. "Could you explain what's going on?" "I'll do it." One of the girls raised her hand energetically. I guess it was time to hear the full story. Chapter 203, Solving Their Problems. The group of female students from the academy had come to the farm, looking distressed after sneaking away from the bustling school festival. As I listened to their story, it became clear what had brought them here. "We're from the cooking club." "The cooking club." Yes, we were supposed to serve food at one of the festival stalls for the students and teachers. Her voice trailed off, and she seemed on the verge of tears. But she composed herself and continued, explaining that the vegetables they had planned to use were lost when their cart overturned, spilling most of the produce into a nearby pond and rendering them unusable. Faced with the possibility of canceling their event, they were desperate to salvage the situation and came to the academy's farm in the hope of borrowing fresh vegetables. Unfortunately, the farm specialized in medicinal herbs, not produce, leaving the cooking club deeply disappointed. However, Williamson, the farm manager, provided a glimmer of hope. He mentioned me, the wielder of the dragon tree sword. "We heard that you might be able to grow vegetables." The girl said, her voice breaking into a tearful plea. Seeing her in such a state, I couldn't bring myself to refuse. "Williamson, what's up? Would you mind lending me part of the farm for a bit?" "Of course, do what you need to. Here's the list of vegetables they need." "Thank you." Williamson's quick understanding and willingness to help, even providing a list, was just like him. And after my earlier clash with Dirk, which hardly counted as a real fight, I had a lot of pent-up magic power I was itching to release. This was the perfect opportunity. I found an empty space on the farm and thrust the dragon tree sword into the ground. Magic power flowed from the blade into the earth, and vegetables sprouted at an incredible speed. It felt much smoother than before. Since its revival in the hot springs, it became more powerful that I am having a hard time controlling it. But now, after that encounter with Dirk, it was as if I'd unknowingly grasped a new trick. While I was lost in thought, the vegetables on the list were already grown. Since the scale was smaller this time, there shouldn't be any noticeable changes in flavor. I handed one of the flame tomatoes to the girls to try. Delicious! They all exclaimed in unison, their expressions beaming with delight. It looked like their food stall could be saved. Can we really take these? Consider it a special service this time. Thank you so much, they all said, bowing deeply. They immediately set to work harvesting the vegetables. One of them ran off to call for more help from the academy, and soon Kiara, William-san, and I joined in, working together to gather the produce. We're so sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it, we help each other when we can. Thanks to this, I think I've gotten the hang of my new dragon tree sword's abilities. It'll be good news to share with Slaffen-san. Chapter 204, Confluence. After resolving the troubles of both the drama club and the cooking club, it seemed that this school festival would become a memorable event for those girls. As we bid farewell to the cooking club members who expressed their deep gratitude, evening had already settled in. It's already evening. Do you think they have enough time to cook everything now? They're planning to run their stall during the night session, so they should be fine. I see. The night session, it's like an after-party. It reminded me of the cultural festivals from my previous life. Oh, right, we should probably regroup with the others. Amid all the unexpected events, I had almost forgotten about the others. I wondered if Martina, Simone, and the rest were enjoying the festival. With Charlotte as their guide, I was fairly confident they were in good hands. Where do you think everyone is right now? If you're worried, why don't you go check on them? We're done here anyway. Besides, you don't have to worry about Dirk anymore, right? William-san said, encouraging me. He was right. After what happened earlier, Dirk wouldn't likely want to cross paths with me, and there was a good chance he had already left the venue altogether. Maybe I should enjoy the night session, too. Yeah, let's go. I'm sure everyone will be thrilled to see you. All right, let's do it then. With Kiara's enthusiasm and my own curiosity about this in-game school festival, both as a participant and from a player's perspective, I was eager to experience it. All right, let me show you around. I'm counting on you, Kiara. Have fun out there, William-san said, giving me a supportive pat on the back as I followed Kiara. Section. The main festival grounds at the Central Plaza were even busier than during the day. According to Kiara, the night festivities included special attractions like the cooking club stalls, which could only be enjoyed in the evening. Where's Charlotte and the others? We planned a meeting spot for situations like this. Oh, speak of the devil, Kiara said, pointing toward a dining area in the plaza. There, Charlotte and the rest of our group were gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. Oh, you finally arrived. Wait, Bale-san, Charlotte exclaimed, visibly shocked. As a noble, she knew more about my complicated relationship with Dirk than the others. To see me strolling freely within the academy grounds must have been quite the surprise. A significant change had occurred between me and Dirk. He was struggling with the realization that the almighty power he believed his holy sword possessed had failed him completely. Would he turn over a new leaf and begin training earnestly, or would he plunge deeper into the darkness? As one chosen to wield a holy sword, the path he took from here would profoundly shape the rest of his life. Meanwhile, I carried my newly evolved dragon tree sword, ready to visit Slaffen-san with everyone before the after-party festivities began in earnest. Chapter 205, Before the After-Party. In preparation to fully enjoy the much-anticipated after-party that Kiara and Charlotte had been raving about, we made our way to visit Slaffen-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. My meeting with a visitor dragged on longer than expected. No, we're the ones who came without an appointment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I got straight to the point and began explaining what had happened with the dragon tree sword, from its break to its eventual recovery. Slaffen-san listened intently, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Once I finished, she took a sip from the coffee on her desk and responded. I'm astonished that the Alron was capable of damaging the dragon tree sword, but for it to come back stronger, and for it to harbor such immense magical power that even you struggled to control it. I'm hoping I can master it somehow. Although I had managed to handle it fairly easily when I faced Dirk earlier, now that I actually held the sword again, it felt completely unresponsive. Maybe it had just been a fluke, given the urgency of the situation. Even if it was just for a moment, the fact remains that you did control it. you'll be able to handle it again. Trust me. Slafin-san. Her words were reassuring, and not just because she's a well-known supporting character in the original game. In this world, Slafin-san is also renowned for her research in magic. Hearing her affirmation, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Next, I showed her the newly restored dragon tree sword for a closer inspection. It doesn't look like the design has changed dramatically. She started by checking the sword's outward appearance, then moved on to examine the sword's magical properties. This, quite fascinating. Slafin-san muttered, growing more excited as she analyzed the sword. Despite her attempts to stay composed, I could tell her curiosity was piqued, which at least meant the outcome wouldn't be negative. After around 10 minutes of thorough examination, Slafin-san finally shared her findings. While there aren't any significant changes to the exterior, as you suspected, its inner workings are entirely different now. What do you mean by that? It contains an incredible amount of magical power. It's likely to grow even stronger from here, so much so that it could rival the power of your cousin Dirk's holy sword. To hear that it could match Dirk's holy sword, that was impressive. The power of Dirk's sword was undeniable. He possessed incredible strength without even training seriously. I had always thought that if Dirk actually put in the effort, I wouldn't stand a chance. But now, depending on how I mastered the dragon tree sword, I might just have a way to stand on equal ground with him. Power, huh? I began reflecting on my life up until now. I've always led a life far removed from battle. Sure, I encountered a giant bird in the Valley of Storms and fought against the Alon, Hannon's mother, but I've never been the type to seek out conflict. And I intended to keep it that way. A quiet life. A peaceful life. A tranquil life. That's the life I've always aimed for, and I wanted to continue down that path. No pretenses, no illusions. With that in mind, it seemed like I needed to reconsider how I'd approach my relationship with the dragon tree sword from here on out. Chapter 206, What We Must Do Now. The dragon tree sword had been reborn, but in order to control its immense power, I needed to figure out the best approach. Naturally, I sought advice from Slafin-san. Well, you just need to get used to it. Her answer was unexpectedly simple, almost elusive. Wait, get used to it. Is there nothing else I should know? Honestly, I've never heard of anything being a superior version of the dragon tree sword. She replied, sounding just as puzzled. Now that I thought about it, it made sense. The dragon tree sword was already an exceptional item, rare and powerful beyond measure. Expecting anyone to have knowledge on how to handle an evolved version was unreasonable. After all, the divine sword itself was such a broken item that it could be considered a glitch in the system. This meant the real issue was my ability to wield it. And right now, my skill level was sorely lacking, that much was clear. Looking back, maybe Slafin-san's words, though brief, were spot on. The key was to familiarize myself with the sword through practice and patience. I thought back to my fight with Dirk. During that battle, I managed to wield the sword relatively naturally, without much thought. That ease of use probably came from some subconscious familiarity or instinct kicking in. In that case, what I needed to do was clear. And it wasn't just me who understood this. So, we just need to keep the farm bigger, right? Isn't that the same as always? But I'm fine with that. I also agree with Simone. If our current life can continue like this, what more could we want? Me too. Being with everyone is fun, and I love working on the farm. All right, so we're all good as we are, Martina said with a clap, bringing the conversation to a close. It seemed everyone was content with our current way of life, which was a relief. Kiara and Charlotte, in particular, came from impressive families, so I'd worried they might have been dissatisfied with the simple farm life. However, judging by their expressions and words, those fears were unfounded. Slafin-san, who had been quietly listening to everyone, smiled gently and spoke in a soft tone. Everyone's right. Just keep living your life on the dungeon farm, like always. It may be difficult at first, but with time, you'll learn to manage the sword's power. You're right, I'll do my best. Though I hadn't received a magical solution to mastering the sword, I had a clear path forward. Keep practicing, bit by bit, and gain control over its power. It was a steady, long-term goal, but one I felt prepared to tackle. At that moment, I noticed the voices of the students outside growing louder. When I glanced out the window, I saw that it was already dark. It seems the after-party has started. Let's hurry. The festival is fun until the very end. With Kiara and Charlotte leading the way, we made our way to the party venue. While all of my worries weren't entirely gone, I had a clearer idea of what needed to be done moving forward. I'd continue working hard, enjoying every day with everyone, making sure our days remained as fun and peaceful as they had been so far. Chapter 207, The End of the Festival. When we stepped outside, the night had fully settled in. Lamps embedded with luminous stones were placed all around, casting a soft glow that gave the area an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. These lamps are really nice. Are they some sort of artifact? I heard the headmaster brought them back from a village on another continent. They were made for a harvest festival there. I've heard about that as well. The village was built out of an old imperial fortress. Turning a fortress into a village, I guess we're not the only ones doing strange things, like turning a dungeon into a farm. It was a reminder of how vast and diverse the world was. I thought briefly about visiting that village someday, though it was on another continent, making the trip a daunting journey. Look, Bale Dono, there's some delicious-looking food over here. It's not something you see every day, maybe some kind of fusion cuisine. While I was chatting with Kiara and Charlotte about the lamps, Martina and Hannon had already shifted their focus to the food stalls. It wasn't surprising, really. Each dish looked mouth-wateringly good, and the tantalizing smells had already drawn quite the crowd. "Are, isn't that food?" "Ah, there you are." A group of students called out to us as we were examining the stalls. It was none other than the members of the cooking club, the ones who had used the vegetables I'd provided. "Looks like your food's a hit. We owe you big time, thanks so much for your help," their president said, smiling warmly. I assured them I was just happy to help. After all, I just wanted to assist them in their time of need. Hearing that their dishes were a success was more than enough reward for me. Not long after the cooking club left, another group of students approached us. This time, the members of the drama club, Jenny, Lester, Ruth, the president, and their fellow performers. "Thank you so much. Because of you, we were able to put on an incredible show." Despite being forced out of the lead role by Dirk, Lester had reclaimed his part after I removed Dirk from the stage. Thanks to all his rehearsals, he managed to pull off a flawless performance, even though it was essentially done on the fly. The audience had even given him a standing ovation. Ruth, the club president, also expressed her gratitude before they all disappeared into the crowd to enjoy the after-party. "It seems like you've been quite the hero today, Balesan. Impressive as always." After they left, Simone and Alia commented, "I just help some people in need, that's all. And that's what makes you so remarkable. You do it so naturally." "Yeah, well, wait, William-san." At some point, William-san, the farm's manager, had quietly joined us without me noticing. It wouldn't be right to miss the festival's conclusion, would it? Anyway, you should all enjoy the after-party too. Of course. With a friendly pat on the back from William-san, we headed off to dive into the heart of the celebration. As I walked, I thought back on everything. Originally, I had come to the academy with the intention of learning new things, but even if that hadn't exactly gone as planned, I was content with the life I had now. No matter what the future held, I would do my best to live a life with no regrets. And with that thought, I made a silent vow to myself. Chapter 208, A Reliable Partner. After the Academy Festival ended, we returned to our treehouse by the underground lake. "Welcome back. Thanks for holding down the fort, Claudia-san." "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty." As usual, Claudia-san's reactions were impeccably poised. When we arrived, she had been seated at the kitchen table on the first floor, writing something. When I asked about it, she explained that she was writing letters to 3 women who worked in the same profession, maids, from another continent. Apparently, the master these maids served was notorious for being a terrible person, even after receiving a rare and powerful item called a holy sword. Up until a year ago, he had a reputation as one of the worst individuals in their country. However, for reasons that still remain unclear, he had since transformed into a model student and now served as the student council president. The maids, in their letters, passionately expressed their hopes that their master and his fiancée would find happiness together. Claudia-san also mentioned that there were other maids she kept in touch with. It seemed there was some sort of gathering or social event where maids could network, and that's how she met these three. Anyway, back to my own situation. After unpacking, I quickly grabbed my dragon tree sword and headed outside. Ara. Heading out to train at this hour. Kiara was the first to question my actions. Yeah, just for a bit. Kiara narrowed her eyes at me suspiciously for a moment before sighing. Just don't get hurt, all right. Why yeah, I know. As expected, Kiara knew me all too well. After talking with Slaffinsan about the new dragon tree sword, I had been filled with an overwhelming desire to fully master its power. I could hardly sit still, and I felt that now was the perfect time to get some practice in. Refocusing, I walked to the edge of the underground lake and channeled magic into the dragon tree sword. Yes, it was feeling much more natural now. Right after returning from the hot springs, the sword had been completely uncontrollable, like a wild stallion. But after my fight with Dirk, things began to change. I couldn't quite put it into words, but it felt like the sword had become more cooperative, more in tune with my thoughts. It was easier to handle, as if it understood what I wanted. Whatever the case, the improvement was undeniable. All right, let's try something. I plunged the dragon tree sword into the ground, just like I had countless times before. However, this time, the power coursing through the blade was leagues beyond anything I had ever experienced. Gah! I felt a massive surge of magic power flow from me, spreading throughout the area, reaching all the way around the underground lake. The sheer magnitude of it was staggering. This is incredible. The power far exceeded my expectations. At this point, I was sure I could apply it to more than just farming. My trusty companion, the dragon tree sword, was turning into quite the reliable partner. Bail dono, dinner's ready. Got it. I'll be right there. Martina called out and I replied, sheathing the sword. I wondered what was on the menu for tonight. Chapter 209, A New Task. Day by day, the control over the reborn dragon tree sword was stabilizing. However, there was no doubt that it possessed far greater power than the version I had been using previously. And how much of that power I could actually control remained a mystery. The sword's boundless potential reminded me of the tree god sword, a weapon banned in the original Fantasy Farm story due to its immense strength. I couldn't help but worry, was it really okay for someone like me to be wielding something this powerful? On the other hand, as long as I was using it purely to develop the farm, I figured it would be fine. It might seem like I was being overly optimistic, but hey, that's just how I am. Section. That day, we spent the morning harvesting vegetables to bring to the Rimal Company. By afternoon, Martina, Kiara, and Alia had headed off for a dungeon expedition. Simone stayed behind to take care of Silver, Cuckoo, and the other animals. Hannon managed the farm while absorbing nutrients from the underground lake, and Claudia-san was busy with housework alongside the woodmen. Which meant that this time, Charlotte and I were tasked with delivering the vegetables to the Rimal Company. Shall we go, Bale-san? Yeah, let's get going. Charlotte has become quite accustomed to life here. When she first arrived, she was completely dependent on Claudia-san, her maid, for everything, typical of her noble upbringing. But now, she could handle things on her own with ease. Claudia-san herself seemed to take joy in watching Charlotte grow and become more independent, though at times I wondered if it meant she would soon run out of things to do. However, I recently found out that Claudia-san had a second role, reporting everything about our life here back to the Blaffer family. Not only to Charlotte's parents, but possibly to her older brother, Lawrence-san. The details were still unclear, but it seemed like there was some scheme going on behind the scenes. What's on your mind? Oh, nothing. While I was thinking about this, we arrived in front of the store. Section. Just as we approached the door to deliver the crops to Gregory-san, it suddenly burst open with great force. Kaya. Watch out. I quickly caught Charlotte before she could fall from the sudden shock. But seriously, who opens a door like that? What were they thinking? As I turned to voice my complaint. My deepest apologies, I was in a hurry. A young man, probably in his early 20s, stood there. He was wearing what looked like a knight's uniform, though it didn't match the design of the Krentz Kingdom's knights. Maybe he was from another country. Hold on, Kevin. Calm down for a second. Wait, Bale. Chasing after the young man came Gregory-san, stepping out of the company. From the way Gregory-san spoke, it was clear that this Kevin person was someone he knew. What happened? He seemed to be in quite the rush. Gregory-san didn't answer immediately. Instead, he simply smiled, a smile that didn't give me a good feeling. I'll introduce you. Kevin, these are the people I mentioned earlier, the ones from the dungeon farm. What? You're telling me these kids are? Kevin-san looked utterly astonished, and from the way Gregory-san smiled, it became clear. Whatever trouble he was about to lay on us, it somehow involved this new task we were about to be dragged into. Chapter 210, Knight Kevin's Intentions. Once we moved into the office of the Rimal Company, Kevin-san got straight to the point. I've come today to formally invite you to my homeland. He bowed deeply, but I had absolutely no idea what was going on. Aito, could you explain a little more? All right, of course. Kevin-san coughed, trying to regain his composure, and then began explaining how he came to contact us. First, his homeland was the Rodden Kingdom, located at the northernmost point of the continent. I had heard of it before. Rodden Kingdom, isn't that the place covered in snow and ice year-round? That's exactly right. Kevin-san stood up so suddenly that his chair nearly toppled over. He grabbed my hands enthusiastically, clearly thrilled that I knew about his country. But that wasn't exactly uncommon knowledge. The fantasy farm story I was familiar with also mentioned Rodden. According to the lore, it thrived off tourism despite its harsh climate. But what on earth was a knight from that icy kingdom coming here to ask? Actually, we in Rodden are planning to start serious farming operations. Charlotte and I shouted in unison. Why are you so surprised? Well, Kevin-san stood there looking puzzled, but as someone who had lived in Rodden for a long time, he likely understood the situation better than anyone. As I mentioned earlier, the average annual temperature in Rodden Kingdom is nearly 10 degrees lower than that of Krentz Kingdom. It's far from an ideal climate for agriculture. And yet, judging by Kevin-san's demeanor, he didn't seem to be joking. Perhaps this confidence stems from what happened in the desert town of Datton. The climate there isn't exactly suited for farming either, but thanks to the oasis, they can manage. Still, in Rodden Kingdom, with its harsh, frigid conditions, I had serious doubts that farming would be feasible. Well, there's no doubt they're pinning their hopes on the miracle of the dragon tree sword. But since even I have no idea what that sword's limits are in this situation, I hesitated to boldly declare, "Leave it to me," with full confidence. And why the sudden focus on farming? Charlotte asked the obvious question, one we still didn't have an answer to. To put it bluntly, relying on tourism alone has made us vulnerable. His response was more practical and urgent than I expected. There was one more thing that needed clarification. Is this coming directly from the king? Well, Kevin-san's response grew hesitant, and he dodged the question. It was clear that this might not be an official mission from the Rodden government. If it was an unofficial request, things could get tricky. Unlike in Datton, where we operated freely within the Krentz Kingdom's borders, doing something in Rodden could have political implications. We'd need to have everything cleared with the proper authorities before moving forward. I was willing to consider the offer, but we needed to be upfront about the situation. Kevin-san, is there something you're not telling us? His reaction was immediate. He stiffened, clearly caught off guard. What exactly was he hiding? Chapter 211, The Situation in Rodden. As expected, Kevin said with a bitter smile, realizing there was no point in hiding anything anymore. You're right. I have been withholding crucial information from you. For someone who's been caught, you sure confessed easily. Gregory-san remarked, his tone probing. In response, Kevin bowed his head deeply. I deeply regret the foolish act of hiding the truth, which has likely caused mistrust. But it was a situation where I had no other choice. Is the situation really that dire? Charlotte asked, her face pale and strained. Coming from the noble Blaffer family, Charlotte was likely aware of how delicate international relations could be. Even without direct experience, she had probably sensed it in the atmosphere of high society events. No wonder she looked so tense. However, despite the seriousness of his words, Kevin's demeanor felt oddly lighthearted. For someone dealing with the potential loss of international trust, he didn't seem nearly as anxious as he should. Perhaps I overstated things. What do you mean by that? There's no deep meaning behind it. It's just that His Majesty the King isn't aware of my visit to you. All three of us, Charlotte, Gregory-san, and I, looked at each other in surprise. Ayano, so what exactly does that mean? The person who requested me to contact you was none other than Princess Sarina-sama of the Rodden Kingdom. Princess. Though still part of the royal family, it was surprising to learn the request came directly from a princess. And if only the princess was involved, it meant the king of Rodden wasn't aware of any of this. Kevin, I have one question for you. What is it? Is it possible that the king of Rodden is actually against the idea of building farms? You could say that's half correct. He has some kind of tricky expression. He's not exactly against the idea of farming. It's more that he firmly believes it's impossible to build farms in our country. That makes sense. Rodden, after all, was a land perpetually covered in snow and ice. No one would think that such a place could support farming. The king, more than anyone, likely understood this reality. Hence, he hadn't even considered farming as a viable option, choosing instead to focus on other ways to strengthen the nation. But despite the king's reservations, his daughter, Princess Sarina, seemed to have taken a strong interest in farming. We've heard about your achievements in the desert, where you made farming possible by using the powers of the plant-type monster, Alon. Using? That didn't sound quite right. Clearly, the story had been distorted as it traveled. I was about to correct the misunderstanding when suddenly, please. Kevin dropped to the floor in a full prostration, catching us all off guard. Wait a minute. Her Highness dreams of a flourishing farm in Rodden. If we could make it happen, it would bring stability to the lives of our people. I understand that, but unlike the desert, where we had the oasis to rely on, Rodden was a frozen wasteland. Could farming really be possible there? Either way, I guess we have no choice but to go, huh? Really? Then. I can't promise we'll succeed in farming, but I'm willing to investigate and give it a try. Thank you so much. Kevin cried out, still bowing, his forehead practically embedded into the floor. It seemed like another long journey lay ahead of us. Chapter 212, Preparing for the Journey. We accepted Kevin-san's request and decided to make our way to the Rodden Kingdom. Although there were certainly some suspicious aspects to the request, the primary reason I agreed was that Gregory-san and the others from the Rimal Company would be accompanying us. Apparently, Gregory-san and Kevin-san shared a much deeper bond than I had initially assumed. Gregory-san said he couldn't just leave his friend in distress, and considering how business-focused Gregory-san typically is, it surprised me that he was willing to let personal feelings influence his decision. But that's how close they must be. Sorry about dragging you into this mess. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I wasn't one to abandon someone in need either. Despite my reservations, I could sympathize with Princess Sarina's desire to establish a farm in Rodden. And with Gregory-san so invested in this endeavor, I couldn't simply turn my back on it. Then, let's get ready. Come by my place early tomorrow morning, and rest assured you'll be properly compensated for this job. Understood. With the contract signed and the agreement formalized, the mission was officially underway. Charlotte and I headed back to our treehouse to explain everything to the others. Shall we head back, Bale-san? Yeah, let's go. We left the company and made our way home. Section. Once back at the treehouse, we gathered everyone and filled them in on what had transpired. We definitely need to help. We can't just ignore people in trouble. And with them, Martina, Simone, and Alia were all on board to help with establishing a farm in the Rodden Kingdom. However, Kiara and Hannon didn't share the same enthusiasm, their expressions tense and wary. Even Claudia-san, the maid preparing dinner, wore a similar troubled look. That night, Kevin, don't you think he's still hiding something? I agree with Kiara. He may be Gregory's acquaintance, but he already gave false information once. Can we really trust him completely? Their concerns were valid. This situation wasn't likely to be a smooth ride. Then again, if I think back on everything we've faced so far, the Mist Witch, the Storm Valley, the Alron in the desert, nothing had ever gone as planned. In fact, most of our challenges had grown more complicated the longer we were involved. This time, though, we'd be in a foreign land. While Gregory-san's presence provided reassurance, we couldn't afford to rely solely on him. We'd need to prepare thoroughly on our own as well. And of course, we couldn't forget about the newly transformed dragon tree sword. This mission wouldn't be possible without my trusty partner's power. I'm counting on you. I whispered to the sword, as we all began getting ready for the journey ahead. Chapter 213, Preparing for Cold Weather. The place we're headed next is the Rodden Kingdom, a land where the temperature remains low year-round and snow and ice cover the ground. We'll need to bundle up properly, or we'll freeze. Kiara warned, prompting everyone to scramble to prepare winter clothing. Since each person managed their own gear, the quality and quantity of what we had varied widely. For now, let's bring whatever we can. That seems like the best plan. Kiara and Charlotte, with their passion for fashion, had a wide variety of clothing options, suited for any climate. However, the rest of the group wasn't as particular about their attire, leaving them with fewer choices. Even I felt a bit underprepared. Sure, I had the dragon tree sword, but aside from that, my equipment wasn't exactly suited for extreme cold. The truth was, our winter gear was sorely lacking. The climate in our kingdom was temperate most of the time, so the concept of swapping wardrobes for seasonal changes was nearly non-existent. Good thing I grabbed these just in case. What did you borrow? Hannon asked, eyeing the large bag I placed on the table. As curiosity spread among the group, with only Charlotte knowing the contents, I opened the bag and revealed the items inside. Inside were, "Whoa, new clothes. And they're so fluffy." Martina and Simone commented, their eyes wide with excitement as they picked up one of the garments. Worried about our winter preparedness, I had asked Gregory-san for help. He'd supplied us with cold weather clothing and boots from his company. Given that this was almost a personal favor for him, the items were offered to us as gifts rather than part of any transaction. Feel free to pick whatever you like. I told the group. Immediately, the women gathered around to select their winter gear. Everyone, you're really into it. Girls just love this kind of thing. Sipping coffee that Claudia-san had kindly brewed for us, I watched them as they cheerfully choose their outfits. Fortunately, since I was the only one picking from the men's clothes, there was no competition. But then, Claudia-san spoke up with a thoughtful tone. The Rodden Kingdom, huh? There was something in her voice. What is it? Nothing. I was just wondering why Princess Sarina is so focused on farming. There are surely other ways to develop the nation's economy. That's a good point. I had wondered the same. If there was a deeper reason behind the princess' insistence on farming, it could influence our journey's purpose as well. The Rodden Kingdom has a solid reputation. The kingdom is safe, and you shouldn't face many issues. However, I know. We'll stay alert and be mindful of our surroundings. As expected, now I can feel at ease sending Ajo-sama with you. I need to make sure not to let her down. Our departure was set for tomorrow morning. Until then, we had to make sure we were fully prepared. Chapter 214, The Long Journey. The Rodden Kingdom lies upon a land blanketed by snow and ice. Kevin-san, a knight of that kingdom, approached us under the orders of Princess Sarina. His mission was to seek my help, specifically to see if the dragon tree sword I wield could somehow be used to bring farming to Rodden. Honestly, it won't be as simple as it was in the desert village. The desert wasn't suited for farming either, but we had the oasis as a trump card. Rodden Kingdom, however, has nothing like that. How much can we truly accomplish? Even I have my doubts, but given that this is a matter involving an entire nation, and the fact that Kevin-san is a friend of Gregory-san, who has always been there for us, I decided to at least visit Rodden and assess the situation firsthand. Section. When we visited Gregory-san's in Dreesen's guild early in the morning, we found that preparations for the journey were already almost complete, and the adventurers who would accompany us were in perfect condition. Our destination, the Rodden Kingdom, is allied with the Kingdom of Krentz. Because of this, neither I, as a special knight, nor Gregory-san faced any opposition in offering our assistance. In fact, from what I gathered, this discussion had been on the table for quite some time. It seems that Kevin-san's plea finally pushed them to take action. Well, I'm not exactly well-versed in politics. This is one area where my game knowledge won't help much. In the game Fantasy Farm Story, Rodden's role was rather vague. To put it another way, it wasn't a kingdom known for any particular strengths, though I'll have to see it for myself before drawing conclusions. Shall we head out? Kevin-san, our guide, mounted his horse, signaling the beginning of our journey. How cold will it be? I'm a bit scared. I'm not fond of the cold either. To be honest, neither am I. Martina, Simone, Hannon, and Alia voiced their worries as they faced the prospect of their first time in such a frigid land. Kiara and Charlotte, on the other hand, remained calm. The cold there is on a whole different level. But don't worry, we've prepared for it. If things get bad, Charlotte and I can always use fire magic to keep us warm. Kiara-san is right, worrying won't get us anywhere. Stand tall and face forward. The two of them working together to motivate everyone has become a common sight lately. Especially since the Academy Festival, their teamwork has been more impressive than ever. It's not just the harsh climate we'll be up against, this journey will cover a significant distance. Naturally, we couldn't reach Rodden in a single day, so we were prepared to camp out along the way. With this many people, staying at an inn was out of the question. Martina would take charge of cooking during the trip, using vegetables from our own farm, of course. Cooking on a journey, it's my first time doing this, so I'm a little nervous. Despite her words, Martina's face was bright. She seemed to be looking forward to it. Hopefully, this trip will go smoothly without any trouble. Chapter 215, The Real Joys of Travel. On our journey, we eventually arrived at a spring, our planned campsite. Gregory-san had chosen this spot for its clean water source and good visibility of the surroundings. Martina quickly whipped up a meal using vegetables from our farm and meat provided by the Rimal Company, then served it to the gathered merchants. As for their feedback, delicious. Exactly the reaction I was expecting. How is it that simple stir-fried vegetables and meat taste this good? We brought regular meat, so it must be the vegetables that are special. No, it's more than that. The seasoning is perfect too. I can't stop eating this. The merchants were thrilled. Martina, the one who cooked the food, seemed happy to see their reactions. Of course, we also got to enjoy the meal. Since we're used to eating Martina's cooking, we didn't have quite as dramatic a reaction as the merchants. But, delicious. Well, maybe our reactions were almost the same. It just goes to show how great Martina's cooking is. After finishing our meal, we prepared to sleep. Naturally, not everyone could rest at the same time. While Kiara and Charlotte set up barrier magic for protection, a few of the merchants took turns keeping watch in case of any unforeseen incidents. We offered to help with the watch as well, but Gregory-san told us, "You're the key players in this mission. Get your rest." So we ended up staying in the tents. This has really turned into a long journey. Before heading to bed, everyone gathered in my tent for a chat about our plans. Although our general approach wouldn't change much, we had some light-hearted fun discussing what the Kingdom of Rodden might be like and what souvenirs we should bring back. From the desert to snow and ice, it's still early, but where do you think we'll go next? We've already seen almost all of the Kingdom of Krentz, haven't we? In that case, maybe we'll start seeing more expeditions to foreign lands. The conversation shifted to the future of the dungeon farm. While things wouldn't change much from my perspective, I knew that cases like this current mission wouldn't happen all the time. Still, I was determined to give my all to any tasks that involved the Kingdom of Krentz. What about you, Bale? Any hopes for the future? Kiara asked, catching me off guard. After a moment's thought, I answered honestly. I just hope we can keep running the farm together like we are now. There wasn't a single lie in that statement. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded quietly in agreement. That night, instead of discussing the future of the farm, we ended up talking about our future together. I guess this is one of the joys of traveling, isn't it? Chapter 216, The Land of Snow and Ice. After a night of camping with the Rimal Company, dawn broke, and we set off again. The morning mist still hung in the air as we departed. Hannon and Alia, who had stayed up too late the night before, were fast asleep in the carriage until they were rudely awakened. Sea cold. Both of them sprang to life at almost the exact same moment. I couldn't blame them. While they were sleeping, the landscape had completely transformed. It's all so white. Martina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Her words weren't an exaggeration. Everything around us was blanketed in pristine white snow, as far as the eye could see, a breathtakingly beautiful snowfield that made you hesitate to even step on it. As expected, this looks nothing like Dresen or the areas around the capital. It feels so different from the desert, too. Both Kiara and Simone seemed fascinated by the heavy snowfall, clearly seeing such a sight for the first time. Meanwhile, Charlotte sighed, "Honestly, to get so excited over a bit of snow, you're all still such children de Suwa." Despite her words, she couldn't stop herself from sneaking glances at the snow, clearly intrigued. The growing snow levels meant we were drawing closer to our destination, the kingdom of Rodden. I checked with Gregory-san, and he confirmed that we should reach the capital in about 2 more hours. 2 more hours of traveling, huh? I had braced myself for a long journey, but it really was far. The women in our group were thoroughly enjoying the snow, so knowing we still had a little time to relish the experience made them quietly happy. They weren't making too much noise, though, probably because of the cold. We had dressed warmly enough to keep from freezing, though I was a bit surprised that even with what I thought was over-preparedness, the cold still managed to seep through. Without the layers we brought, we'd probably be frozen solid by now. As we continued onward toward Rodden, a massive mountain loomed in the distance. The royal capital of Rodden is at the base of that mountain, Kevin-san said, pointing toward the snowy peak. So that's the place, but it looks like a risky spot. If a large avalanche occurred, the whole city could be swallowed up. I muttered, sharing my first impression. Still, the fact that the kingdom of Rodden had stood for over a century without a single disaster like that suggested they must have some sort of national-scale countermeasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built the capital in such a dangerous location. At this pace, we should be able to reach the capital before nightfall. Yeah, camping out in all the snow is the last thing I want. One of the merchants grumbled. I couldn't agree more. I definitely wanted to avoid setting up camp in this freezing wilderness. At the rate we were going, it seemed like we'd arrive without any issues, but I've got a bad feeling about this, Hannon suddenly said, her voice low and ominous. Come on, don't jinx it. Wait, is that? Following Hannon's gaze, I realized what she had sensed. Several dozen meters ahead of us, I saw the figures of monsters heading our way. Chapter 217, to the royal capital of Rodden. 2 monsters charged straight toward us. Both were massive boars covered in pure white fur. Something about them reminded me of the creatures we faced when I first met Martina, just like in Fantasy Farm Story, where you'd encounter the same kind of monsters, but with slightly different color schemes. But now wasn't the time for nostalgia. Wait, this is bad, right? Get ready for battle. Chiara and Martina immediately took up combat stances, preparing to engage the oncoming threat. However, both of you put your weapons down. Any flashy fighting could trigger an avalanche, Gregory-san said in a calm, measured tone. I took a closer look around and noticed that neither the other merchants nor Kevin-san seemed even remotely concerned. And then, in the next instant, the charging boars froze solid, mere meters from us. What just happened? This is a protective barrier to keep both monsters and avalanches at bay. Kevin-san explained. That explained it. I had been worried about the potential dangers of having a capital at the base of a snow-covered mountain, but with a barrier like this, there seemed to be no need for concern. Though, one question still lingered in my mind. Is this barrier covering the entire area? Yes, all thanks to Princess Sarina's unique magic. Princess Sarina. Apparently, the powerful barrier was the work of Princess Sarina. To be precise, it's a power passed down through the royal women of Rodden. I heard they possess an extraordinary compatibility with ice element magic. I see. This was new information, not something that had been in the game. Then again, the kingdom of Rodden itself was barely mentioned, just a name on the map. Maybe it was supposed to be part of some winter event that never got fully developed. In any case, as long as we're here, you don't need to worry about monsters or avalanches. That's a relief. With monsters and avalanches no longer a concern, the only thing left to worry about now was the political situation. Princess Sarina was trying to establish farming here, but from what Kevin-san had told us, it sounded like the local authorities weren't too enthusiastic about the idea. Given that, it's possible we wouldn't be met with a warm welcome. We're almost at the capital, Kevin-san announced cheerfully from the front of the group. But from here on, our biggest challenges might not come from monsters or the elements. They could come from the people within the capital itself. I steeled myself for what lay ahead as we made our way toward Rodden's royal city. Section. After some time, we finally reached the capital. Whoa, incredible. I couldn't help but express my awe. Though it was a capital city like that of the Kingdom of Krentz, it had a completely different atmosphere. I can't wait to explore. Yes, so much to see. I understand how you both feel, but let's take care of business first. I called out to Simone and Hannon. Yeah, the real challenge was just beginning. With our goal in mind, we made our way to the castle at the heart of the capital, where Princess Tsarina awaited. Chapter 218, Snow Princess Tsarina. The royal capital of Rodden was unlike any other town we had visited so far. The atmosphere was completely different. Although I was eager to take my time exploring, first and foremost, we needed to meet Princess Tsarina, who had summoned us, and hear what she had to say. While we traveled through the capital, Kevin-san shared more details about Princess Tsarina. Women born into the Rodden royal family were naturally endowed with powerful ice elemental magic, and for generations, they had been tasked with defending the kingdom. Currently, this responsibility was shared by Princess Tsarina and her mother, the queen. The two were the reason those boar-like monsters were effortlessly frozen before they could reach us. Due to her power, Princess Tsarina was known to the people as the Snow Princess. I see. Well, with that kind of magic, this country must be safe. It's not that simple, Kevin-san replied, his tone uncertain. Despite the seemingly invincible defense provided by the princess's ice magic, there seemed to be more to the story. As I pondered Kevin-san's words and pieced my thoughts together, we finally arrived at Rodden Castle. After speaking to the gate guards, we were allowed inside. It's so warm in here, Ilia exclaimed. Indeed, the castle was noticeably warm compared to the cold outside. How is this possible? That's tried touching the walls. Like this, whoa. I felt its warmth as soon as I touched it. Everyone else followed my lead, each reacting with the same surprise. Gregory-san chuckled before explaining. The climate here is harsh year-round, so the architecture incorporates some clever techniques. But how does it work? Remember the magic ores that generate heat when infused with magic? The ones we use for cooking and heating bathwater. After hearing the explanation up to that point, I roughly understood how it works. It looks like you already know the answer. The walls of this castle are infused with ground magic ores, and the magic of the Queen and Princess Tsarina keeps the temperature comfortable. So it all relies on their magic. Without the royal family's power, no matter how much magic ores you ground, it just won't work. It wasn't just about having the technology. This level of comfort was possible only because of the Queen and the Princess. This way, please. Still marveling at the castle's design, we were led deeper inside until we arrived at a spacious room, likely a reception chamber. As we stepped in, a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in an elegant gown, stood smiling at us. Even without an introduction, I knew instantly who she was. She is Princess Tsarina. Yes, welcome. You must be tired from your long journey. The silver-haired woman with a gentle smile was indeed Princess Tsarina. Afterward, everyone greeted the princess, though their nerves were evident. Even Kiara and Charlotte, who were used to dealing with people of high status, seemed tense in her presence. Gregory-san and I sat on the sofas facing the princess, acting as the representatives of our group. Now then, let's get to the matter at hand. Her expression changed from kind and welcoming to one of serious focus. Her gaze sharpened, locking onto us with intensity. Chapter 219, Doubts. We had finally arrived in the kingdom of Rodden, summoned by Princess Tsarina, known as the Snow Princess. She had a plan to start farming in this land, a kingdom perpetually covered in snow and ice. To be honest, I had some doubts about how serious she was. However, after listening to her speak so passionately about wanting to cultivate the land, my doubts melted away. She was dead serious about farming. That's everything I wanted to discuss. So, what do you think? Do you believe farming is possible in this country? Well, I can't say for sure yet. I'd need to explore the country a bit more first. In other words, the possibility isn't zero, right? Well, I guess so. Her optimism was overwhelming, to say the least. I was curious myself to see how the power of the dragon tree sword would hold up against this blizzard-covered land. Especially since this was the reborn dragon tree sword, I needed to test its limits. Then please take your time to explore our kingdom. Afterward, I'd love to hear your thoughts again. Understood. With Princess Tsarina's permission granted, we decided to take a short rest before we began exploring the capital and the surrounding areas of the kingdom. Thanks to the princess' generosity, we were given rooms in the castle itself. Is it really okay for us to be treated this well? Despite the large size of our group, Gregory-san's guild members were all staying at inns in the capital. Yet we had been invited to stay in the castle, though there was a reason behind this. The reason? Princess Tsarina had hit it off with the women in our group. Although there wasn't much of an age difference, her status was worlds apart from theirs. Even Kiara and Charlotte, who had experience dealing with high-ranking individuals, were nervous the whole time. Yet Princess Tsarina was fascinated by them. In hindsight, it's not surprising. She was probably surrounded by older people most of her life, so it made sense that she wanted to talk and bond with people her own age. By the end of the day, we were even having dinner together with her. Of course, security was extremely tight, and I was too tense to really enjoy the food. With that backdrop, we were given rooms inside the castle, and as soon as we returned to our quarters, I could finally let out a sigh of relief. Each of us had our own room, and mine was right next to Kiara's. I sighed again as I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything had been so tense, yet now that it was over, it all felt like it passed in a blur. One thing was bothering me, though we hadn't met the king yet. According to Kevin-san, the king was occupied with state affairs, and a representative was checking in on us instead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Gregory-san had shared my suspicion when we discussed it later. There were plenty of reasons to be cautious, but at least one thing was certain. Princess Tsarina was genuinely determined to pursue farming. In the game, farming wasn't supposed to be possible here, but then again, it wasn't possible in that desert either. Lying there, I sifted through all my game knowledge, trying to find clues or possibilities. In any case, tomorrow was important. We would start by exploring the capital together. Chapter 220, Idea. The Kingdom of Rodden, the land of snow and ice. Its royal capital felt entirely different from the Kingdom of Krentz. It's really cold when you're out here again. And it's still snowing. Yes, it's freezing. Kiara, Charlotte, and Simone are shivering from the cold. While those three were struggling with the cold, the other 4 members of our group seemed energized. Perhaps they had never been to such an extreme environment before, and the novelty of it all had their spirits high. Maybe the 3 of you should head back to the inn for now. I'll come get you when it's time for dinner. Yes, I think we'll do that. Charlotte agreed, with Kiara and Simone quickly following suit. After seeing them off, I continued exploring the capital with Martina, Hannon, and Alia. But we weren't just sightseeing, this trip had a purpose. I needed to see if Princess Tsarina's request to start farming in this snowy land was even remotely possible. To be honest, just looking at the snow falling all around us made things clear. It's impossible. At least, that's what any ordinary person would think. There was snow piled so deep in some places that our feet sank into it with each step. Trying to farm in these conditions would be a fool's errand, but I had the dragon tree sword. With its power, I was certain we could make farming work here, at least initially. Yet, a critical question gnawed at me. The real issue is, can they sustain farming without me? That's the problem. Sure, I could use the dragon tree sword to make farming viable here for a short while, but for it to continue long-term, the sword's power would always be needed, which meant I'd have to stay here permanently, and that was impossible. Giving up the underground lake and the treehouse we had in the dungeon would be like losing a part of my soul. I needed a solution. Using the dragon tree sword as a starting point wasn't the issue. The challenge was finding a way to sustain farming without relying on me being here all the time. The snow was the biggest obstacle. Even if we managed to cultivate fertile soil, it would all be ruined by this unrelenting snow. And as powerful as the dragon tree sword was, it couldn't control the weather. As I was pondering this, Martina's voice pulled me back to reality. Be Dono? There's snow piling up on your shoulders. Oh. Without realizing it, more snow had fallen, and it was already starting to pile up on me. If this kept up, by morning the snow would be even deeper. We can't stay outside like this. We'll catch a cold at this rate. Let's head back to the inn. It's warm and sheltered there, so we won't get sick. A warm, sheltered place. Martina's casual remark sparked a brilliant idea in my mind. Of course, if we can't avoid the snow, we just need to protect ourselves from it. It wouldn't be possible today, but by tomorrow, I'd have a much clearer plan for how to proceed. Chapter 221, A Plan to Overcome the Problem. The next day, on this day, Kevin-san took us to a location of great interest. It was the plains that Princess Tsarina had intended to use for farming. Though it was indeed a plain, the amount of snow covering the ground was staggering. As it stood, farming here was out of the question. Is there ground beneath all this snow? Yes, but you won't likely get to see it throughout the year. Never seeing the ground for an entire year. Under those conditions, farming would be impossible, wouldn't it? Kiara chimed in with a sensible comment. But the issue wasn't just the buried ground. The biggest challenge here was the excessively low temperature. Cold means a lack of sunlight, which is essential for crops to grow. That's the real problem. Is it truly impossible? If we think about it logically, yes. Even with the power of your dragon tree sword. About that, actually, I have a proposal. A proposal. I'd like to discuss it with Princess Tsarina directly. All right, away. I'll make the arrangements. Kevin San ran off in a flurry, heading back to the castle. With his sense of urgency, it seemed like it wouldn't be long before we'd get a response. You mentioned a proposal, but is it really possible? Honestly, even with the power of your dragon tree sword, I don't think farming in these conditions is feasible. Charlotte asked, her face clouded with doubt. Everyone seems to think the same. Seeing their anxious expressions, I smiled and answered as brightly as I could. Don't worry, I've already come up with a solution. It's true that even with the power of the dragon tree sword, farming in these extreme conditions would likely be impossible. If I decided to live in Rodden permanently and tend to the fields daily, then maybe, just maybe, it could work. But that wasn't a realistic option. It occurred to me, though, that if Rodden had something akin to the oasis in the desert town of Datton, farming here might stand a chance. And then it hit me, if there isn't one, why not create one ourselves? We could use the power of the dragon tree sword to create an ideal environment. If we could do that, farming in this kingdom would become entirely feasible. The key challenge lay in how we could bring that environment to life. But even that, I'd already figured out. The only real issue now was whether Princess Tsarina would be on board with the plan. You sound awfully confident. Hannon suddenly remarked with a smirk. Care to share this solution of yours with us? Of course. To meet Hannon's request, I gathered everyone together to explain my plan. Is such a thing even possible? But if it worked, it would solve so many problems in one go. It's like a dream come true. The only concern is whether Princess Tsarina will be as keen on it as we are. I'm sure she'll agree. Despite their initial shock, it seemed like everyone was on board with the plan. Now the real question was, how would Princess Tsarina respond? Chapter 222, Changing Circumstances. Farming in the frigid Rodden Kingdom was no small feat. While there were countless problems to solve, I came up with an idea that might resolve them all at once. Before reporting to Princess Tsarina, I decided to first consult Gregory-san. Quite the interesting idea you've got there. We were in one of the rooms of the inn that served as the headquarters for the Rimal Company. I had interrupted his document sorting to share my plan with him. The proposal: to build an indoor facility where farming could continue unaffected by snow and ice. Essentially, we'd create a greenhouse, an environment that could maintain a warm temperature year-round, perfect for growing crops. In this world, there are magic ores that emit heat. Most homes utilize them to keep indoor temperatures comfortable, even during harsh winters. I figured we could adapt this same technology for farming. Gregory-san's response was positive, but he also pointed out several hurdles. This would be an unprecedented venture. Theoretically, it could work, but the biggest challenge was how to build the facility. That's where skilled craftsmen would come in. If only we had some talented workers here in Rodden who could take on the job, it would all come together easily. I asked Gregory-san if he knew anyone. There aren't many people here with the skills you'd need. And even if we found some, a project of this scale would require a large workforce. It'd take quite a bit of time to complete. Practical concerns were starting to impede progress. A shortage of skilled labor, With Rodden being so far from the Kingdom of Krentz, we couldn't rely on help from there either. It wouldn't be in their best interest to send their craftsmen here, as it might cause a brain drain. I considered reaching out to Knight Commander Reginald or Mage Corps Commander Diane, but that seemed unlikely to work out. It became clear that all necessary resources, workers and materials, would have to be sourced from within Rodden. We'll help gather information, but it may not go as smoothly as you hope. I understand, thank you. Just having the support of the Rimal Company was a huge relief. But more than that, I needed the royal family's cooperation for this to succeed. I gathered the group, and we headed to the castle to speak with Princess Tsarina. I wanted her to make an appeal to the people of Rodden for their assistance. I explained this to Gregory-san before leaving the inn. But just as we were about to walk out the door, I noticed several armed knights in the lobby. Judging by their uniforms, they were from the Rodden Kingdom's knights. They approached us silently, but their focus was clearly on our group. Were they here for us? Are you Bale Orlando? Why, yes, I am. Then I'll get straight to the point. We need you and your party to leave the Rodden Kingdom immediately. What? Without any explanation, they were ordering us to leave the kingdom. What on earth had happened? Chapter 223, Sudden Eviction Order. What do you mean we have to leave? Tell us the reason. This is outrageous. It wasn't just me. Kiara and Charlotte also spoke up, demanding answers from the knights. Of course, they would. Just when we had found a possible way to make farming work in this country, they were trying to kick us out before we could even report it to Princess Tsarina. There was no way we could leave the Rodden Kingdom without explaining our plan first, while we were making a commotion in the inn's lobby. What's going on here? Gregory-san, hearing the noise, came to check what was happening. And you are? I'm Gregory Rimal, head of the Rimal Company. These young people are my business associates. I'd appreciate it if you could explain the situation. There's no need for that. The knights clearly had no intention of answering Gregory-san's questions. It was as if they had made up their minds to give no explanation at all. Gregory-san, though usually calm, seemed visibly irritated by their attitude. That's a bit too aggressive, don't you think? If they've done something wrong, then I'd understand, but as far as I know, they haven't acted irresponsibly. I told you, there's no need for an explanation. This wasn't getting anywhere. The knights had no interest in discussing the matter, but Gregory-san wasn't about to back down. Is this what Princess Tsarina wants? No, it's a direct order from His Majesty, the King. What? From the King of Rodden himself. The King of Rodden wanted us expelled? That was hard to believe. After all, the Rodden Kingdom and Rimal Company had always had a good relationship. Gregory-san looked as shocked as I was. And then, hold on a minute. A knight suddenly burst into the inn. It was Kevin-san. It was Kevin-san, the man who had asked for our advice on farming. I heard about this during a meeting. Why are you trying to expel them? It seemed Kevin-san hadn't been informed about the Knight Corps decision to evict us. Even though he was part of the same organization, he had been left out of the loop. Could this mean something was happening behind the scenes? Kevin, this isn't something for you to concern yourself with. Of course, it's my concern. I'm the one who invited them here. Not you, it was Princess Tsarina, wasn't it? That's. Kevin-san had indeed acted under Princess Tsarina's orders. But then why was the king suddenly countering her decisions like this? I couldn't begin to guess the reason behind this shift, but there was one thing I had to make clear. We were invited by Princess Tsarina to explore the possibility of farming in this country. We know that, but there's no need for it anymore. No, there's a need. What do you mean? I'm saying that even in this land of snow and ice, farming is possible. What? Both the knight who had been trying to force us out and Kevin-san widened their eyes in shock. Now I just hoped this would give us a chance to explain further. Chapter 224, Persuasion. Impossible. There's no way farming could work in Rodden. The knight from the Rodden Kingdom declared flatly. Given the harshness of this land, I could understand why he would think that way. But even in such an unforgiving environment, I knew there was still hope, enough to make this idea worth pursuing. If we implement the plan we've developed, farming is indeed possible in this country. It would be a tremendous benefit for Rodden's future. GRR. The knights flinched at my serious tone. Gregory-san, seeing the opportunity, stepped in and added, I recommend you hear him out. After all, there's no crime in listening. In the first place, these young people are trying to save the Rodden Kingdom. Kevin-san, too, didn't miss a beat. He struck while the iron was hot, pressing the knights further. At the very least, hear him out. They're offering solutions for this country. That seemed to do the trick. The oldest knight among them finally relented and said, Very well. I'll hear what you have to say. However, given the gravity of the topic, the conversation moved from the inn to the Rodden Knight Order's headquarters for a more formal discussion. Section. At the headquarters of the Rodden Knight Order, we explained our plan to the gathered knights with Gregory-san. We presented the concept of greenhouse-based farming, designed to survive Rodden's harsh climate. Though the knights were initially skeptical, questioning whether such a thing was even possible, Gregory-san's support and the detailed plan we provided eventually quelled most of their doubts. I see. It's certainly an interesting idea. So does that mean? However, we still cannot let you meet with the princess. What? Just when I thought the conversation was going well, their stance on our eviction hadn't budged. However, their attitude had clearly softened since earlier. Now, it felt like they were holding something back, as if they were torn between orders and their own thoughts. Who exactly gave the order to expel us? Gregory-san asked in a calm tone. It was obvious now that the knights weren't acting of their own accord. Someone higher up was pulling the strings, someone with the authority to make such a decision. That's. Seeing the knights hesitate, I began to piece things together. It was likely someone from the royal family or a high-ranking official above the knight commander. After all, Princess Sarina's farming project was her personal endeavor, and someone opposing it would have to be someone with the power to influence royal policy. Whoever was behind this, they seemed intent on stopping the project from succeeding. As I tried to figure out who it could be, a voice echoed from behind us. Well, what's all this commotion about? We turned to see a young man, probably in his late 20s, with golden hair. His appearance instantly gave away his status, Prince Adwell. The knight who shouted in surprise confirmed my suspicions. It was indeed someone from the royal family. Chapter 225, Prince Adwell. You were told to leave this country, weren't you, merchants from the Krentz Kingdom? Prince Adwell of the Rodden Kingdom approached us with a sly grin, his knights surrounding him, their presence filling the air with tension. Prince Adwell this is. You're all fired, pack up and get out now. What? Without even hearing their side, Prince Adwell suddenly dismissed everyone on the spot. Despite his royal status, this was too much. Some of the knights, clearly uncomfortable, protested, albeit cautiously. What are you saying, my prince? We haven't done anything wrong. Exactly, you haven't done anything, so you're out. I told you to throw them out of the country, and yet here you are, chatting with them like this. There are valid reasons, my prince. These people are proposing to help with farming in the Rodden Kingdom. Farming? Is this man really a prince? His attitude, his speech, it's hard to believe he belongs to the royal family. From what I could gather, he was likely Princess Sarina's relative, but the difference between them was night and day. I'm not letting my country be reduced to some pitiful farming experiment. This kingdom needs grander achievements to make a name for itself on the world stage. His vision for the future was as vague as it was reckless, and yet he seemed convinced it was the only way forward. His words dripped with a dangerous arrogance, completely detached from reality. And wait, my country. The King of Rodden was still alive, right? And Princess Sarina also had a claim to the throne. There's no way the current king would simply hand over the kingdom to someone as clueless as Prince Adwell. After all, the Rodden Kingdom had survived under harsh conditions for years. Could Prince Adwell really be this sure of himself, or was there something more sinister at play? You lot, get lost now. That's an order from me, Prince Adwell. This is outrageous. You can't just... Martina, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward to challenge him. This is bad. Martina doesn't have much experience with this kind of delicate situation. If she pushes too hard, things could get dangerous fast. We're not in the Krentz Kingdom anymore. This is Rodden, Prince Adwell's domain. Oh, who do you think you're talking to, huh? The moment Prince Adwell's eyes landed on Martina, his expression changed. This can't be good. Well, looks like we've got quite the beauty here. Prince Adwell slowly approached Martina, his eyes filled with unwelcome interest. She recoiled in disgust, and I could feel a terrible tension rising. Annie, that's enough. A calm but firm voice interrupted from behind him. It was Princess Sarina. Sarina, stay out of this. I cannot do that. These people are my honored guests, whom I personally invited to our kingdom. I won't allow you to treat them with such disrespect. What? I'm the first prince of this kingdom, and the most likely candidate to be the next king. And yet, despite not even sitting on the throne, you boast as if you already wear the crown. What did you say? Wow, this sibling rivalry was way more intense than I imagined. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 226, The Struggle for the Throne. Who will be the next ruler of the Rodden Kingdom? The current king, suffering from illness, doesn't seem to have much time left. This leaves the kingdom with two potential heirs, Princess Tsarina and Prince Idwell. One of them will eventually inherit the throne and rule this land. Well, from a rational perspective, Princess Tsarina seems like the obvious choice. After all, Prince Idwell's behavior and statements are questionable, to say the least. On one hand, Princess Tsarina is actively involved in efforts to improve the kingdom through concrete initiatives like farming. On the other hand, Prince Idwell appears to have no real plan. Even the knights around him seemed uneasy, clearly unsure of his competence. By birthright, as the eldest son, Prince Idwell would typically be first in line for the throne. But will things really go that smoothly? The tense standoff between Prince Idwell and Princess Tsarina lasted for about 10 minutes before Prince Idwell finally stormed off. Yet, his demand that we leave the kingdom remained firm, leaving us in a difficult position. You needn't listen to my Aniu's nonsense. Princess Tsarina reassured us. While her words were comforting, it was obvious that Prince Idwell had supporters. We would no doubt face opposition from those loyal to his faction. For now, we moved from the tense scene to a reception room inside the castle. The same one where we'd first met the princess, to continue discussing the farming facility plan. The management may be difficult, but this method allows for farming unaffected by the external environment. Indoor cultivation of crops, that's an idea I hadn't considered. Princess Tsarina remarked, clearly intrigued by the proposal. If you're concerned about the availability of materials and craftsmen, we can provide everything necessary. Thank you very much. With full backing from the Riemel Company, farming in the Rodden Kingdom was becoming a reality. However, this also made Prince Idwell our main obstacle. Based on what had just happened, it seemed the prince's opposition to the project was rooted in fear that a successful farming program would shift popular support to Princess Tsarina. The prince probably feared that the citizens of Rodden would rally behind her, leaving him with little influence. Judging by the knights' reactions, it was clear that Prince Idwell hadn't implemented any meaningful policies for the kingdom's benefit. His standing among the people seemed weak at best. In truth, Prince Idwell's continued resistance didn't make much sense. Rather than trying to sabotage his sister, aligning himself with her farming plans would likely earn him more public favor. But judging from his arrogant demeanor, it seemed unlikely that Prince Idwell was the type to listen to such advice, or perhaps he lacked any competent advisors in the first place. Ah, this is really exciting, isn't it? Indeed, it's unprecedented in Rodden's long history to grow crops within the kingdom's borders. If this succeeds, the people will be overjoyed. Yes, let's give it our all. Even the knights, including Kevin-san, were starting to get excited about the possibility of farming in their country. Seeing their enthusiasm motivated me further. I was determined to make this project a success. Now then, about the location for the facility, HM. Just as one of the knights was about to lead us to a potential site, his gaze shifted to the window. Something outside had caught his attention. What is it? I think I saw some of the knights, who should be patrolling the perimeter out there. What? The eldest knight among us approached the window to confirm what was happening. You're right, what could be going on? Something unusual was clearly happening outside. Chapter 227, An Ominous Atmosphere. The knights of the Rodden Kingdom were acting suspiciously. Several of them had abandoned their posts and started gathering in one location. Captain Schultz, what is the meaning of this? I'm sorry, Princess, I haven't heard anything about it. Princess Tsarina and Captain Schultz, the captain of her escort unit, were clearly perplexed. That Schultz-san, a high-ranking and experienced knight, had no information made the situation all the more puzzling. I'll go check on things, Schultz-san said, before leading Kevin-san and a few other knights outside to investigate. Do you think they'll be okay? I'm worried. Those knights outside, they seem strange. Let's hope nothing bad happens. Simone, Alia, and Hannon voiced their concerns. Even as newcomers, we could all sense something was off. For Schultz-san, Kevin-san, and Princess Tsarina, who had lived in this kingdom for years, the strange atmosphere must have felt downright alarming. What are you all doing here? Schultz-san called out to the knights gathering in the distance. The knights turned to face him, and oddly enough, many of them wore unsettling smirks. Well, Captain Schultz, what brings you here? Said a young knight, stepping forward. I should be the one asking. Why have you abandoned your duties to gather here? Oh, about that, here's your answer. Without warning, the young knight drew his sword and lunged at Schultz-san. It seemed like a surprise attack, but Schultz-san, being the experienced captain he was, had already anticipated the move and swiftly parried the blow. The harsh clash of swords rang out, and Kevin-san and the other knights immediately reacted. Stop this madness, what are you doing? Put your weapons away now. But before they could react further, several more knights, who had been standing behind the young assailant, drew their swords as well. The situation had quickly escalated, with Schultz-san and his men now outnumbered. What's going on? They're supposed to be on the same side. Could someone be controlling them? No, that's not it. Kiara cut in, dismissing the idea. Charlotte, standing next to her, nodded in agreement. I don't sense any magic from them. In other words, they're not under any kind of magical influence. These knights are acting of their own free will. Wait, what? I muttered, unable to grasp what was happening. Why would they turn against us of their own accord? As I struggled to piece together the truth, a name suddenly popped into my mind. Prince Adwell? These knights all seemed to be in their early 20s. It was hard to believe they'd revolt on their own. There had to be a stronger force behind them, someone pulling the strings. And I had a sinking feeling that Prince Adwell was somehow involved. Regardless, we needed to figure out how to get through this situation. Right now, that had to be our priority. Chapter 228, Coup d'etat. Knights from the same Rodden Kingdom's order had drawn their swords against each other. This wasn't training or sparring. It was clear that both sides were intent on a real, hostile confrontation. What's happening? Princess Sarina whispered, her voice full of confusion. It was likely the first time she'd ever seen such a situation. It was the same for us, of course, but I knew a word that fit the scenario perfectly. Could this be a coup d'etat? A rebellion led by the knights themselves? That seemed to be the most likely explanation for what was unfolding before us. But the question was, why had it come to this? As newcomers to the kingdom, we had no way of knowing the reasons behind such a drastic move. However, there was one person who immediately came to mind when I considered who might be responsible. Prince Adwell, the heir to the throne. By rights, he didn't need to resort to something so extreme. His position as the next king was almost guaranteed. In theory, he should have been the last person to instigate a coup. But after witnessing the events from the day before, his tense exchange with Princess Sarina, I had a gut feeling that the throne Prince Adwell envisioned for himself wasn't the one simply handed down by birthright. Princess Sarina was the only obstacle in Prince Adwell's path. Supported by the people and leading initiatives like the new farming projects, she was fast becoming the hope of the kingdom. The admiration and trust she inspired in the citizens were likely the very things Prince Adwell feared most. Instead of rising to the challenge and proving his worth for the kingdom, Prince Adwell chose force, an all-out coup with the knights. That explanation felt more and more plausible, just as that thought settled in my mind. Schultz-san, who was locked in a tense standoff with the rebel knights, briefly glanced in our direction. Of course. If my guess was correct, then Princess Sarina was in immediate danger. Schultz-san had realized the same thing and had cast a worried glance toward her. We can't stay here. I agreed to Suwa Sarina-sama. Sarina-sama. Yes. Charlotte repeated, her words finally snapping the princess out of her daze. Seeing her own knights turn against her must have been a devastating shock. But now that she was somewhat back to her senses, we had to act quickly. We need to leave the castle, immediately. Leave the castle. The knights are likely coming to take you into custody, princess. Why would they? They're being led by me, of course. A voice, cold and scornful, echoed through the room, the voice we had dreaded hearing. Prince Adwell, don't you dare act high and mighty, you pathetic farmers. Prince Adwell entered the room, flanked by several knights. Annie, what is the meaning of this? Someone as smart as you should have figured it out already. That's. It was clear now that Princess Sarina, too, had already suspected the truth about who was behind this treachery. Chapter 229, Martina's Secret Plan. Father's condition has worsened to the point where he can no longer properly govern the kingdom. Therefore, as the first prince, it is only natural that I should take on that responsibility. But the royal succession hasn't been officially passed down, yet has it? Silence. I will not tolerate any defiance. Prince Idwell clearly saw himself as the king already. Yet, without the formal succession ceremony, he couldn't truly claim the throne. The knights loyal to Princess Tsarina knew this as well, and they couldn't stand idly by while Prince Idwell behaved so recklessly. Your Highness, Princess Tsarina is correct. You are not yet the king. It's only a matter of time. My becoming king is inevitable, so it hardly matters. Prince Idwell scoffed, brushing off the words of the knight. He wasn't listening to reason. It was clear that Prince Idwell, with his erratic temper and selfish actions, would be dangerous as a ruler. His impulsiveness could lead to conflict with neighboring kingdoms, which could have disastrous effects on our own country, the Kingdom of Krentz. We had no authority here, but somehow, we needed to prevent this disaster from happening. If you understand, then leave at once. This kingdom has no need for farming. Without farming, this country has no economic future. I will create this kingdom's future. It was hopeless. This conversation was going nowhere, and both sides were completely at odds. But then, Prince Idwell's next words took an unexpected turn. Wait a moment, you, the orange-haired woman, you will stay. From this day forward, you will serve as my first wife. Emmy, Martina exclaimed, shocked. Prince Idwell had shown interest in Martina before, but I hadn't thought he'd take it seriously. And now, he was suddenly demanding her as his wife. You should be honored to become the wife of the king. No, I refuse. Without hesitation, she rejected Prince Idwell's proposal, if you could call it that. While some might have been tempted by the offer of becoming a queen, Martina clearly had no such desires. The position of queen held no allure for her. Prince Idwell, however, seemed completely unprepared for this response. Are you mad? You would throw away the chance to be queen. Yes, I would. There's no way that's true. Prince Idwell shouted in disbelief. His outrage was clear, and I could tell this would drag on endlessly until Martina's eyes met mine. And then, with a sudden flash of inspiration, she said, the reason I can't marry you is because I'm already engaged to Baldono here. What? Martina had just told a bold-faced lie to shake Prince Idwell off, using me as her excuse. I'm sure that the others will conclude that that's an obvious lie. Is that how it is? There were talks like that happening behind our backs. I hadn't the slightest inkling. They certainly do get along well, though. Yeah, they've been together the longest. Wait, what? Are? Did everyone actually believe Martina and I were engaged? Was this spiraling into something bigger than just a convenient lie? Chapter 230, A Way Out. In an effort to reject Prince Idwell's unwanted proposal, Martina had resorted to a desperate measure. However, this quick thinking might have ignited a new problem. The women in our group seemed abuzz with speculation, but for now, I needed to focus on how to handle this situation. Trying to reason with Prince Idwell at this point was futile. However, it wasn't like we had the luxury of waiting for this to resolve on its own. The people of this country would be deeply affected by a change in leadership, and with Prince Idwell acting like this, his reign could spell disaster for them. Unfortunately, as outsiders, we had no authority to intervene in this royal power struggle. Truth be told, Princess Tsarina, who was working hard to create new industries for the betterment of the people, seemed far more fit to rule. But with Prince Idwell, the first prince and primary heir, gathering support from those who sought to curry favor, Tsarina's faction was clearly at a disadvantage. Now that Prince Idwell's bold proposal had been swiftly rejected by Martina, I could only imagine his next move. Martina, wasn't it? Unfortunately, you don't have the right to refuse. Why not? Because I am the king. Seriously, was he planning to bulldoze everything with this twisted sense of entitlement? He was definitely the type of person who should never hold power. Aniu, this has gone too far. Princess Tsarina shouted, her patience finally reaching its limit. Yet, Prince Idwell remained smug, his grin growing wider as if savoring his inevitable victory. It doesn't matter what you say anymore. Anyone who opposes me will be thrown into the dungeons. If they continue to resist, they'll be executed for treason. Execution. Things had escalated dangerously fast. the knights surrounding us began closing in, clearly preparing to detain us. I couldn't let this go on any longer. I discreetly channeled a small amount of magic power into my dragon tree sword. In situations like this, its appearance as a simple wooden sword was a major advantage. No one suspected it was anything more than that. Once I had gathered enough magic power, I gently tapped the ground with the sword's tip, sending the signal. The rest of my group, well acquainted with this maneuver, immediately understood and prepared themselves. Suddenly, from beneath the snow-covered ground, massive roots burst forth, tearing through the earth like a monstrous creature emerging from the depths. "What in the world is happening?" came the panicked cries from the knights of Rodden Kingdom. Of course, they were completely taken aback. Normally, Princess Sarina's magic kept any monsters from entering the royal capital, so no one would suspect these massive roots were the result of my magic. "What are you doing? Kill it, protect me!" Prince Adwell screamed, ordering his knights frantically. Prince Adwell's leadership in this emergency was non-existent. He barked orders at his men, showing no initiative or bravery. Despite the chaos, the knights were still duty-bound to protect their prince. They tried to strike at the massive roots, but the sheer size of the vines left them helpless. The roots swung violently, preventing the knights from getting close. "What are you waiting for? Defeat it now!" Prince Adwell roared, his focus entirely on the roots, unaware of us. This was our chance. If we were going to escape, it had to be now. Chapter 231, The Choice to Fight. While Prince Adwell and his knights fought against the massive plant born from the dragon tree sword's magic, we, along with Princess Sarina and a few loyal knights, managed to escape the chaos. We fled to the knights' training grounds, seeking refuge inside a large building used to store weapons and armor. Under normal circumstances, it would have been unthinkable for someone of Princess Sarina's stature to take shelter in such a place, but given the situation, there was no choice. Fortunately, the princess fully understood the gravity of the situation and didn't seem the least bit bothered by it. "This is getting out of hand. Do you think Gregory-san and the others are all right?" Chiara and Martina said so, with voices filled with concern. That was a valid worry. During the earlier confusion, we got separated from Gregory-san and the other members of the Rimal Company. Knowing them, I'm sure they managed to slip away in the chaos, but we'd need to regroup soon. However, before that, we had a bigger issue: what to do next. "You should head through the forest up ahead and escape the country." It was Schultz-san, the captain of the princess's guard, offering his advice as we stood in uncertainty. "I'll track down the Rimal group and inform them as well. I deeply apologize for what has happened here today. On behalf of the knights, I ask for your forgiveness." Schultz-san bowed deeply as he finished his apology. The crux of this coup was Prince Adwell's forceful attempt to seize the throne. While many of the younger knights seemed to support him, their loyalty was questionable. That was something we could possibly exploit. However, the main thing I wanted to get across was, "Schultz-san, none of this is your fault," I said, making sure he understood. And there was one more thing I had to say. Also, I have no intention of leaving this country. What? If this coup isn't resolved properly, I can't safely return to Krent's kingdom. I feel the same Desuwa. Charlotte added, stepping forward. Following her lead, Martina, Chiara, Hannon, Simone, and Alia also stepped up. In the end, the whole crew had decided to take on this coup together. Princess Sarina, hearing our determination, also bowed deeply and said, "I must apologize for the trouble my foolish brother has caused all of you." Like Schultz-san, she offered a heartfelt apology, despite her status as a princess and me being a mere farmer. It was an unlikely scene, but her sincerity made it all the more striking. "Please, Princess Sarina, don't worry about it. I've had my fair share of family squabbles too," I replied with a smile, thinking of my cousin Dirk. Though in Prince Adwell's case, he had far more dangerous ambitions with his chance to seize the greatest power in the nation. In the end, we had chosen the path of resistance rather than running away. The real challenge now was figuring out how to stop Prince Adwell's reckless bid for the throne. Chapter 232, A New Divine Seed. The coup in Rodden Kingdom was in full swing. Prince Adwell, rallying the younger knights to his cause, had declared his intention to take over the monarchy. However, the current king was still alive, and no formal succession had taken place. Yet, the prince was resorting to drastic measures. What was driving him to act so rashly? The answer likely lay with Princess Tsarina. In terms of succession, Prince Adwell, as the eldest son, was the leading candidate. However, Princess Tsarina had garnered significant support from the populace due to her tireless efforts to improve their lives. Many wished to see her crowned as the next monarch instead. It was the fruit of Tsarina's hard work and dedication, whereas Prince Adwell had done little more than sit in the shadow of power. The disparity in their reputations was obvious. But Adwell's harsh tactics, they were a mistake. This kind of brute force will only push the people further away. How can Prince Adwell not see that? Schultzsan muttered, clearly frustrated. As someone who had watched the siblings grow up, his disappointment ran deep. Those methods are extreme, even by our standards. In Krent's kingdom, such a situation would never occur de Suwa. Both Kiara and Charlotte, being more familiar with royal affairs than I was, didn't mince their words. It was clear that Prince Adwell's approach would not only provoke rebellion from the citizens, but also strain relations with neighboring countries. Even to an outsider, his actions seemed foolish. So what do we do next? Aelia asked, turning our attention back to the present. It was impressive to see Aelia taking the initiative. She had certainly grown since we first met. For now, our priority has to be stopping the prince's rampage, but we'll also need to ensure the princess's safety. There were two tasks at hand. Fortunately, one of them could be handled by the newly evolved dragon tree sword. Schultzsan, I can guarantee Princess Tsarina's safety with my power. What? Technically, it's not my power, it's the sword's. With that, I raised the dragon tree sword. But isn't that sword only supposed to be used for farming purposes? That's true, but with a bit of creative thinking, you can do a lot more with it. Watch this. Instead of explaining further, I decided to show them. Channeling my magic power into the dragon tree sword, I concentrated on creating something new, a divine seed. A small seed, glowing with a faint light, emerged from the tip of the sword. What is that? This is a divine seed Balrog, also known as the Green Fortress. It can protect the princess from any attack. I planted the seed into the ground, and it rapidly grew, its massive roots soon encasing the entire armory where we had taken refuge. These roots create a safe space inside, and the princess can take shelter there. Only the dragon tree sword can undo the barrier, so you'll be safe here until this is all over. Incredible. With this, we can focus our efforts on fighting. While Princess Tsarina remained protected by the Balrog's roots, we turned our attention to the prince. Our goal was to reach the capital and confront him directly. However, I had little hope that a peaceful resolution could be achieved. After all, if Prince Adwell had been open to negotiations, he wouldn't have taken such drastic steps in the first place. A battle was inevitable, but we had no choice. We had to stop him. Chapter 233, Unfathomable Power. Prince Adwell's sudden coup d'etat had thrown the kingdom into chaos. Considering the potential fallout for neighboring countries, the situation couldn't be allowed to drag on. We had to act quickly and restore peace to Rodden Kingdom. We're going to do this. Yeah, Schultzsan shouted, rallying the knights loyal to Princess Tsarina. Their spirits were high, but there was a significant gap in our strength compared to the prince's forces. Not only that, but we were also lacking proper weapons and armor. We had fled from Adwell's forces in such a rush that we hadn't been able to make any preparations. In hindsight, that was a major disadvantage. So, how were we supposed to bridge this gap in strength? As things stood, defeat seemed inevitable, but it wasn't time to give up just yet. Once again, the dragon tree sword held the key to turning the tide of battle. Schultzsan, leave this to me. But how? I'll increase our numbers. Without elaborating, I drove the newly evolved dragon tree sword into the ground. By increasing our numbers, I didn't mean finding more weapons or armor, I meant summoning additional forces. And I had an idea of how to do it, by using the woodmen who were helping me so much in my farming endeavors. However, those original woodmen weren't suited for combat. They were more like gentle helpers, not fighters. But if I could create a version of the woodmen specialized for battle, that would change everything. What do you mean by increasing our forces? Schultzsan asked, bewildered. The others, like Martina and the rest of the group, also exchanged puzzled glances. It was no surprise, given that I'd never used this particular power before. It was something that had only become possible after the dragon tree sword's recent transformation. The answer lay in the divine seeds, specifically, a new seed named Gansha, designed to create battle-hardened woodmen. Magic power poured from the tip of the sword into the earth, along with the Gansha divine seeds seeping into the ground to blend with the soil. Then, something remarkable happened. From the earth, new woodmen broke through the surface. Whoa, are those monsters? The knights were visibly startled, but the women in our group, who had spent so much time with the regular woodmen, quickly realized what was happening. Wait, are those woodmen? But they look so much bigger than the ones we know. Indeed, these are clearly much stronger. They're so reliable. Unbelievable. What I had summoned were 20 combat-ready woodmen, significantly larger and more intimidating than their peaceful counterparts. I couldn't summon any more due to the strain on my magic power reserves, but with these new woodmen at the front lines, we had a much better chance. Schultz-san, these are woodmen, and they're on our side. It seems that way. They'll lead the charge against Prince Idwell's forces. Understood. We'll follow right behind them. With the plan set in motion, all we could do now was hope for success. Chapter 234, The Strategy Meeting. With the power of the new divine seed, we managed to strengthen both our offensive and defensive capabilities. Until now, we had been on the run, but it was time to switch gears and go on the offensive. Prince Idwell was likely basking in the glow of his supposed victory by now, perhaps even throwing a celebratory banquet. However, we decided to get a better sense of the situation by using Kiara and Charlotte's bird familiars to scout the capital. Through their magic, they were able to see the city as if they were right there. The royal capital is filled with soldiers, and the townspeople seem to be in a growing state of unrest. So, they haven't completely lowered their guard after all. It seemed that Prince Idwell wasn't entirely reckless. Although he hadn't captured Princess Tsarina yet, his caution was understandable. It made sense that he would be on alert. Moreover, it appeared that they hadn't yet publicly announced the princess's expulsion. Given her overwhelming popularity, such news would undoubtedly cause an uproar, so they were likely biding their time. This was uncharacteristic of Prince Idwell. Normally, I would have expected him to declare victory without thinking things through. It made me wonder if someone else, perhaps another force behind the scenes, was advising him. So, what do we do now? Hannon asked, bringing me back to the present. As I pondered our options, I realized this was a moment where the expertise of experienced knights like Schultz-san and Kevin-san would be invaluable. Let's use the woodmen as decoys to split the enemy's forces. Given the current situation, charging in headlong with our current numbers would be futile. Moreover, we want to reclaim the capital and castle with minimal damage to the citizens and the city itself. Schultz-san's strategy aligned with Princess Tsarina's values, protecting her people. It was a compassionate approach, but it meant we had to avoid an all-out battle in the capital. If that were the case, we would need to thin the enemy's ranks outside the city. Then, let's have our woodmen play the role of decoys. How would you go about it? If we position them near the city, the enemy will have no choice but to send out troops. The plan was simple. The woodmen would lure as many knights as possible into the forest. If things got too dangerous for them, they could blend into the surrounding trees and evade capture. Meanwhile, we would take advantage of the distraction, breach the capital, and storm the castle to capture Prince Idwell. That was the gist of it. Once the plan was in place, we moved swiftly. The woodmen were sent near the capital to begin the decoy operation. I also assigned Simone and Alia, along with a few knights, to accompany them. Alia, one of our fastest, would act as a messenger in case of unforeseen circumstances, while Simone, in her water dragon form, would rescue the woodmen if they found themselves in serious trouble. Initially, I considered making Simone the decoy, but we quickly dismissed that idea. If the enemy saw the terrifying sight of Simone in dragon form, they might be too scared to engage at all, which would defeat the purpose of the plan. The rest of our forces would focus on breaking through the capital's defenses and entering the castle. I, too, would prepare divine seeds to support everyone as needed. With our preparations complete, we began to move, ready to put our plan into action. Chapter 235, Suppression. We resolved to storm the Rodden Castle in response to Prince Idwell's drastic actions. However, charging in head-on would almost certainly lead to our defeat. To counter this, we devised a strategy involving the newly created combat woodmen to lure out the enemy forces. Simone, Alia, and a few knights led the woodmen to the forest on the outskirts of the capital. They made a show of causing chaos, ensuring they were seen by as many people as possible. Soon, reports flooded in about monsters rampaging near the capital, and Prince Idwell's knights were dispatched to deal with the threat, significantly depleting their forces in the city. With Kiara and Charlotte's familiars relaying the signal, we quickly moved into the capital. Though many enemy soldiers had been drawn out, a full frontal assault was still risky. There were likely hidden forces within the castle. Following the advice of Schultz-san and Kevin-san, we quietly made our way through back alleys until we reached the vicinity of the castle gate. From there, we launched our attack. Charge! Our experienced veteran knights roared as they advanced, overwhelming the 3 guards stationed at the gate with sheer force of presence. Without much resistance, we breached the castle. What's happening? Intruders. The knights who had sided with Prince Idwell were mostly young and inexperienced. Unprepared for such a sudden assault, they struggled to respond. By the time they understood that Princess Sarina's forces were storming the castle, it was already too late. Most of them were disarmed or had their weapons destroyed, while Kiara and Charlotte's binding magic immobilized the rest. I considered using the power of the reborn dragon tree sword, but summoning massive plants could easily damage the castle. Remembering Schultz-san's earlier suggestion to keep our numbers small and subtle, I refrained from summoning additional combat woodmen. As it turned out, my concerns were unfounded. With our numbers now roughly equal, our veteran knights quickly overpowered the younger, less experienced soldiers. The takeover was completed far more swiftly than I had anticipated. Schultz-san sighed, perhaps we've been too lenient in our training. With the castle nearly under our control and the forces outside still chasing the decoy woodmen, there was little chance for a reversal. The younger knights had already been subdued by binding spells, and any attempt at counterattack would be futile. All that's left now is the prince. Yes, just him, Martina exclaimed, her face lighting up with the certainty of victory. I replied, though I remained cautious. Kiara and the others seemed to relax, confident that the battle was nearly over. However, the expressions of the veteran knights remained tense. Despite our success, they knew better than to celebrate prematurely. I shared their unease. There was no way Prince Idwell would surrender so easily. Chapter 236, The Vanished Prince. The takeover of the castle was completed in no time. The stark contrast in skill between the veteran knights and the younger ones was all too clear. Good grief, I guess I'm not well trained either, Schultz-san remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes. While the captured young knights were gasping for breath, Schultz-san and the other veterans, many of them over a decade older, hadn't even broken a sweat. Their rigorous daily training and additional self-discipline kept them in top shape. Though their youthful stamina had waned with age, they more than made up for it with well-honed physical prowess. Schultz-san, despite his experience, still aspired to greater heights, a trait that clearly set him apart. Though we had captured all the young knights who had sided with Prince Idwell and ousted Princess Sarina and the veterans, the prince himself was nowhere to be found. The prince is missing. Where could he have fled to? I'm certain he's still in the castle. It looks like we'll have to split up and search for him. According to Schultz-san, Prince Idwell's combat skills were far inferior even to the young knights we had just captured. Although swordsmanship training was mandatory for the royal family, Prince Idwell had neglected his training due to laziness. Schultz-san even joked that Princess Sarina was probably stronger than her brother. He's utterly useless. If swordsmanship wasn't his strength, perhaps he excelled in statecraft. But his rash decision to seize power in such a brutal way made it clear he wasn't exactly a brilliant leader either. Despite searching the castle from top to bottom, Prince Idwell remained elusive. What's going on? Could there be some secret chamber only the royal family knows about? I've never anything like that, but... Schultz-san asked the other knights just to be sure, but no one had ever heard of such a place. As we hit a dead end, Hannon raised her hand with a suggestion. You're all so frantic to find him, but the prince can't accomplish much on his own, can he? Why not just leave him be? We can't do that, Schultz-san replied firmly. Indeed, based on what we'd seen of the prince's behavior, it did seem like leaving him wouldn't cause any immediate harm. But even so, he was still royalty. There was a lingering suspicion that he was hiding something. I couldn't explain it, but there was a bad feeling, a premonition that something terrible was on the horizon. Schultz-san seemed to share this unease. Then Kevin-san spoke up. Prince Adwell, could he be trying to flee the country? Ridiculous. He wouldn't have had the time. Schultz-san argued. That's true. With his arrogant nature, I had fully expected to find him lounging on the throne, waiting for us. But now, the question remained, where on earth could he have disappeared to? Then, Charlotte, who had been inspecting the walls of the castle, furrowed her brows. Something strange. She murmured, running her hand along the surface. Chapter 237, The Prince's Whereabouts. Charlotte pressed her hand against the castle wall, her brow furrowed in concentration. Is something wrong, Charlotte? There's a strange magic power coming from this wall. A strange magic power. Her words were concerning. Given that there had been no reports of the prince leaving the castle, Adwell must still be here, yet we hadn't been able to find him. Now this strange magic power has appeared. Seems like we might have a clue here. It felt inevitable that this magical presence had something to do with Prince Adwell. Without wasting time, Kiara and Charlotte, both skilled in magic, began to investigate the source. Their findings indicated that the magic power was leaking from beneath the castle. Underground. Impossible, this castle doesn't have a basement. Schultz-san stopped mid-sentence, as realization dawned on him. Even Schultz-san, a veteran knight who had served the royal family for many years, was unaware of this mysterious underground area. This had to be it, the secret chamber we'd been searching for. It was almost certain that Prince Adwell was hiding there. Then, let's start searching immediately. Martina called out, rallying the knights who responded with a battle cry. Hold on. We don't even know the exact location yet, remember. Kiara interjected, her voice calm but sharp. Her remark brought everyone back to reality. While the enthusiasm was good, it wouldn't help much if we didn't know where to search. We'd only exhaust ourselves at this rate. Still, the determination of Martina and the knights was commendable, and their desire to act was important. So, we decided to split into two teams. One group would search for any promising spots, while the other, led by Kiara, Charlotte, and me, would follow the magic power trail to pinpoint the prince's location. In truth, besides Kiara and Charlotte, I was the only one who could use my connection with the divine seed to track magic power in a similar way. It was important to move quietly and precisely without causing too much commotion, which sounded easy in theory but was quite tricky. I can't pinpoint it any further. Don't give up now, Charlotte. Kiara encouraged Charlotte, showing the strong bond they shared. Watching them interact so closely warmed my heart, but I soon had to focus again. Using the power of the divine seed of the dragon tree sword, I sent thin vines snaking into every nook and cranny of the castle, searching for any trace of Prince Adwell's magic power. Finally, I got a response. It looks like there's a path to the underground on the west side. The west, I'll go tell everyone. I'll come too. The two of them immediately run off to inform the others. Now, with this information in hand, we had finally cornered Prince Adwell. Chapter 238, The Entrance to the Underground. We finally succeeded in locating Prince Adwell's whereabouts. The area we identified was an unknown space, hidden from even the veteran knights like Schultz-san, accessible only to members of the royal family. But how do we get to the underground? Schultz-san asked, voicing the question on all our minds. Indeed, we had discovered traces of Prince Adwell's magic power on the west side of the castle, but the problem was figuring out how to actually reach the underground from there. The western section of the castle didn't have any notable rooms. We searched what we assumed was the ground floor, but found no entrance to a basement or underground chamber. Could I have been wrong? I began to doubt my own findings. But I was sure that it had been Prince Adwell's magic power. Where could it be? I muttered, looking around in frustration. That's when I noticed something strange, something that didn't sit right. I stopped in my tracks, trying to figure it out. What is it? I couldn't put it into words exactly, but there was something different about the area where I was standing. Martina, noticing my odd behavior, approached me curiously. After explaining my hunch, Kiara and Charlotte also joined in, and soon, everyone began searching around the spot where I stood. Then, suddenly, I had found the source of the strange feeling. What is it, Baildono? Martina, this is the answer. Martina moves her gaze in the direction I point and tilts her head. Ato, the wall. Yes, the wall is the key. Though I was confident, Martina still seemed uncertain, furrowing her brows as she stared at the wall. Kiara and the others joined us, but their reactions were similar. It's just a wall. But then, no, wait, look closely. This wall is slightly wider than the others. Charlotte exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. That was it. The wall I had pointed out was unusually thick compared to the others in the area. Between two rooms, the space taken up by this wall was significantly larger than normal. I suspected that a large, open area was concealed inside, likely a stairwell leading underground. After I explained my theory to the group, Martina voiced the next logical question. So, how do we get inside this wall? I pointed upwards this time. There should be a hidden room somewhere above us, connected to the underground. Wait a minute, that means. Schultz-san muttered as he gazed at the ceiling before revealing a surprising fact. The room directly above is the king's bedchamber. Ah, I see, that would make sense. The king was currently away for treatment, leaving his room vacant. If someone wanted to slip away without drawing suspicion, they could easily use that empty space to access the underground. Realizing this, Schultz-san immediately spoke up with urgency. We need to move quickly. If there's a passage out of the castle from the underground, it could cause serious trouble. Agreed. Without wasting another second, we all rushed up the stairs, heading straight for the king's bedchamber. Chapter 239, The Mysterious Underground Space. Ordinarily, commoners like us would never be allowed to set foot in the king's private chambers. However, given the dire situation threatening the entire kingdom, we figured this was one rule we could bend. Upon entering the bedchamber, we immediately began searching for a hidden staircase, and it didn't take long to find it. I found it, over here. Kiara shouted. The discovery was made near the bed, specifically behind a bookshelf. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary shelf, but upon closer inspection, some of the books were fixed in place, replicas rather than real volumes. This must be the key, Kiara said as she pressed one of the immovable books. With a rumbling noise and a noticeable vibration, the bookshelf slid slowly aside, revealing a small space with a long staircase leading downward. We assumed the entrance to the underground would be on the first floor, but it makes sense that it was hidden up here. Indeed, this was the king's private chamber, a place most would hesitate to search. It was the perfect hiding spot for someone of royal blood. The staircase was likely a well-kept secret, known only to the royal family, a safe retreat in times of invasion or crisis. Keeping it hidden from even the most loyal retainers reduced the risk of betrayal. Let's proceed cautiously from here, Schultz-san said as he led the way down the stairs. The deeper we descended, the darker it became. There were no lights along the stairwell. Kiara offered to light the way with magic, but we declined, not wanting to alert Prince Edwell to our presence. Then again, given the noise and vibrations from the moving bookshelf, he probably already knew someone was coming, but it didn't hurt to be careful. Watch your step, everyone. I cautioned the others behind me, though it seemed unnecessary. Everyone was already moving slowly and carefully, with Kiara and Charlotte clinging to my arms for support. It was a bit awkward, especially with Charlotte pressing against my arm, seemingly without realizing it. As for Kiara, she was a bit too close for comfort, but it was less of an issue. Eventually, we saw a faint glow up ahead. Is that a lightstone? It seemed that the stairs ended just ahead, leading into a larger chamber. Anticipating the possibility of traps, we proceeded even more cautiously, but after a slow descent, we encountered no traps. The underground space was surprisingly large, especially for a basement. It was a well-furnished living area, complete with multiple rooms. With enough food, someone could easily survive down here for days. Not a bad place to hide out. Is that what you think, Hannon-san? I couldn't stand being in a place with no windows. I had to agree with Charlotte. It was hard to imagine staying in such a confined space without any sunlight. I was surprised Hannon, being a plant-based creature like an Alon, didn't feel the same need for natural light. But we didn't have time to dwell on that. We needed to search the area thoroughly and find Prince Edwell before it was too late. Chapter 240, The Crafted Trap. We had stepped into a secret underground chamber beneath Rodden Castle, a place known to no one except the royal family. Whatever awaited us down here was a mystery. But one thing was clear: Prince Adwell was cornered. However, there's nothing more dangerous than someone who has nothing left to lose. Prince Adwell was already unpredictable in the best of times, so it was impossible to guess what he might do now that he was desperate. That uncertainty gnawed at me. Still, we had no choice but to press on. Cautiously, we searched the area. There are signs someone's been here, but no trace of the prince. I bet he's already used an emergency exit somewhere deeper inside to escape the castle. Kiara's theory was reasonable, but there was no guarantee that this path was free of traps. Luckily, I had just the tool for the situation, my dragon tree sword. Wait a moment. I thrust the blade into the ground, letting its roots extend through the earth as I channeled my magic power to scan the surroundings. After a brief moment, I withdrew the sword. It looks like there are no traps. Then let's head further in, Schultzan said, leading the veteran knights as they stormed into the back of the room. There, we found a door flung open, with a staircase leading back up to the surface. Too late, it looks like he escaped through here. We have to chase him. They rushed for the exit to chase the escaping Prince Adwell, but that was precisely the trap. Wait, What is it? This is a trap set by Prince Adwell. A trap? The knights immediately backed away from the door, preparing for some sort of ambush. But it wasn't that kind of trap. Prince Adwell wasn't skilled enough to rig an explosion or a complex trap mechanism. The answer was much simpler. Prince Adwell is still in this room. The open door is just a decoy to make us think he fled to the surface. But how can you be sure? When I used the dragon tree sword to scan the area, I detected traces of Prince Adwell's magic power lingering here. If he had really left, those traces would have vanished long ago. I see. He must have planned to wait for us to leave, and then sneak out once the coast was clear. Charlotte exclaimed, clapping her hands. Martina added, that makes sense. You're incredible, Baeldono, to think you could sense that with your sword. It's not me, it's the sword that's incredible. But it's you who knows how to use it. Hannon chimed in, with everyone nodding in agreement. Their faith in me was heartening. Still, we needed to stay focused. With renewed determination, we began our search for Prince Adwell, who was undoubtedly still hiding somewhere in this underground chamber. Chapter 241, The Prince's Final Stand. Prince Adwell was somewhere within this underground chamber. With that realization, our search narrowed significantly. Yet, despite our efforts, we still couldn't find him. Where could he have gone? If we've searched this thoroughly and still haven't found him, there might be other hidden rooms or passages. Charlotte suggested. Her observation made sense. Once again, I drew on the power of the dragon tree sword, extending its roots to probe the area. Prince Adwell's magic power was still present, but I realized I had been slightly off in my earlier assumption. The prince's magic power is shifting, so he escaped to another room after all. That seems likely, As I spoke with Kiara, something caught my attention. There was a peculiar sensation coming from a bookshelf in front of us. Is something wrong with that bookshelf? Yeah, this doesn't seem right. The bookshelf didn't match the rest of the room's decor. Upon closer inspection, none of the books had titles, and they were all fixed in place. Suspicious. I reached out to investigate further when suddenly the room lurched, and the entire bookshelf sank into the floor with a loud rumble. Behind it, concealed within the wall, was a door camouflaged to blend with its surroundings. So this is the real hidden room. The stairs leading to the surface and the decoy passages were just distractions. This hidden space was the true refuge. We entered the newly revealed room, and there, at last, we found the person we had been seeking. Ugh, why you? Prince Adwell growled. He stood, sword in hand, glaring at us with defiance. But his defiance seemed hollow. His remaining loyal knights had already been captured. He was utterly alone. Your coup has failed, Schultzan declared, stepping forward. F failed. As you must realize by now, the forces you were counting on have been completely wiped out. There's no one left to support you. W what? Schultzan explained calmly. The reality of the situation struck the prince like a blow. His face drained of color, and with a final, resigned sigh, he let his sword slip from his fingers and collapse to his knees. And so, the battle for the throne of the Rodden Kingdom came to an end. Yet, despite the relief and cheers that erupted around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. The way it ended, it seemed too easy, too sudden. Well, if it was just my imagination, that would be for the best. Chapter 242, The End of the Coup. At last, we had secured Prince Idwell, the mastermind behind the coup. With the capture of the knights who had sided with him, the ordeal came to a close. Simone and Alia, who had been on a separate mission, rejoined us, and soon Gregory-san and the others returned as well. Well done, Bale-san. I knew you could do it. As expected of you, Bale. Simone, Alia, Gregory-san, and even some of the guild members were cheering me on, each patting me on the back or pulling me into hearty embraces. Despite the rough welcome, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Shortly after, Princess Tsarina arrived at the castle, having been informed of the successful outcome. She would personally handle the sentencing of Prince Idwell and his knights. With this coup, any potential supporters for Idwell had dwindled to none. It was a testament to the competence and popularity of Princess Tsarina and her allies within the capital. I want to thank all of you sincerely for what you've done. Oh, we didn't do all that much. Nonsense, who knows what would have happened without you? You have my heartfelt gratitude. Now Schultz-san clapped me heartily on the shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. I hadn't expected a coup to break out in the first place, and everything felt almost surreal. It was as if I'd just been swept along by events rather than being fully invested from the start. If I'd been formally tasked with stopping a coup, I might never have accepted. Which reminded me, our original mission here in this snowbound Rodden kingdom had been to introduce agricultural improvements. My idea had been to introduce facilities for controlled environment farming, but the coup had interrupted that project. Fortunately, Princess Tsarina still had it in mind. Bale don't know about the new form of farming you proposed. Could you continue with the project? Absolutely. With her request, I was eager to dive back into work. But exhaustion was creeping in, and the palace knights were busy as well. Thus, we decided to resume operations the following day. Section. That evening, Princess Tsarina graciously provided each of us with our own rooms. She'd even invited us to dinner in the palace as a gesture of thanks, which was a delightful surprise. During the meal, the princess casually remarked, "I'd love it if Bale Dono could remain here in Rodden." At this, Schultz-san, who'd been standing nearby, joked, "Well, why don't you just marry him, Your Highness?" To which Princess Tsarina replied, "What a splendid idea." The atmosphere among my female companions immediately turned frosty. But, well, let's just say that's a problem for another day. It may cost me later, though. Chapter 243, An Unexpected Reward. In the snowbound kingdom of Rodden, farming seemed nearly impossible. But with dedicated facilities, these obstacles would vanish. Together with Gregory-san and others, we quickly began drafting a plan for the project. Given the scale of the endeavor, we anticipated a significant increase in skilled labor. However, since Rodden had few workers adept in this technology, we'd need to bring them in from elsewhere, a tricky situation. But with Gregory-san's broad network, he was able to arrange everything. Soon, skilled workers would be arriving in Rodden, possibly within the week. Thank you so much for everything. Oh, it's nothing if it helps the princess. By this point, Princess Tsarina had become the central figure in national affairs. Though the current king was still alive, his age had taken its toll, and he was mostly bedridden. Soon, with the proper formalities, Princess Tsarina would be crowned Queen of Rodden, and her first policy would be to implement this farming initiative. Unfortunately, with clients like Hugo-san, Martina's father, waiting on us, we couldn't stay in Rodden indefinitely. Gregory-san even promised to send a few farming experts to help guide the project. His connections are something else. With the discussion settled, we began preparing for our return to the Kingdom of Krentz. Section. At the treehouse, Claudia-san and the woodmen were probably waiting for us, and frankly, we were all feeling a bit homesick. Rodden is a splendid place, but there's nothing quite like home. We hadn't planned to stay this long, but the coup had extended our stay, and Gregory-san also had plenty of work piling up because of it. So, the next morning, after all was settled, we set out for the Kingdom of Krentz. "Come back anytime, I'll make sure you're properly welcomed," Schultz-san said, gripping my hand in a firm handshake. "Thank you." After packing up, Gregory-san approached us. "Well done, Bale." "Oh no, I really didn't do much." "No need to be modest. You did an excellent job. Rodden Kingdom now considers us close allies, and you'll likely be awarded a medal for this." A medal? This was quickly turning into something unimaginable. I'd never thought I'd receive an honor like that. You earned it. Think of it as something to look forward to once you're home, Gregory-san said with a hearty laugh. But honestly, it didn't quite feel real. What concerned me, though, was how my family, especially my father, might react to me receiving a medal before Dirk. Not that I'd ever return, even if they asked me. Chapter 244, Recognition. The matter in the Kingdom of Rodden was resolved, and we returned to the dungeon farm. Welcome back, everyone. Kiki. We're home, Claudia-san and everyone else. Nothing unusual while we were away. Nothing in particular. That's good to hear. Peace is truly the best. Thinking about how we were entangled in a coup that could have decided the fate of a nation just a short while ago makes me appreciate it even more. Well, would you like to wash off the sweat in the bath first? Yes, that sounds good. The women's group immediately chimed in with their agreement. First, we'd properly cleanse ourselves of the dirt and fatigue from the journey, then take our time enjoying dinner. This smooth transition was all thanks to Claudia-san and the woodmen. Section. And so, our tranquil daily life returned once again. I thought I could now dedicate myself to peaceful farm work, with no pressing matters to deal with, or so I believed. However, the ripples of what happened in the Kingdom of Rodden were spreading far beyond what we had imagined. I realized this the next day, when we visited the town of Dreesen to deliver our harvested vegetables. Something's off. I felt the townsfolk's gazes directed at us. We seemed to be quite the celebrities today. I knew it, they're definitely watching us. Even Hannon and Simone, who had accompanied us, seemed to notice the attention. Had we done something wrong? As unease crept in, a man approached us, an acquaintance of ours, a merchant. I've heard the news, Bale. He called out to us with a noticeable excitement in his voice. Eado, heard what exactly? What else could it be? The matter with the Kingdom of Rodden. I heard you played a part in stopping the coup. What? The story had already spread. It must have been Gregory-san who leaked it. That thought in mind, I decided to ask him when I stopped by his company. Of course it was me. He admitted it without hesitation. This incident is already a hot topic in the royal capital. The royal capital. One of my guys returned and immediately went to the capital to plant the rumors. Apparently, it's causing quite a stir there. So they'd even laid the groundwork for this. Well, I suppose someone worthy of being appointed a special knight would be this thorough, maybe. Incidentally, I had left all reports about this matter to Gregory-san. It's not like I wasn't interested in receiving a medal, but honestly, I just wasn't that invested right now. I suppose it's because my daily life is fulfilling enough as it is. That said, with all this commotion, the prospect of you receiving a medal is becoming very real. For Gregory-san, this kind of recognition would only enhance the reputation of his trading company, so he was undoubtedly thrilled. As for me, someone who had been exiled from the Orlando family, it felt like it might bring more unnecessary trouble. Well, maybe I'm just overthinking things. End of Volume 3.